Prologue.
If you're watching this, I'm already dead. Sarah, my name is Riley Kent. I'm your uncle, your only one. You won't remember me. The last time I saw you, you were nearly 5, and your mother ensured it was the last. I doubt Teresa has spoken my name since. I wasn't there to see you grow up, to be the fun uncle you deserved. I missed your wedding, the day you changed from a Kent to a Harrelson. I missed everything, but I never stopped watching over you from afar. By now, you might be wondering why you're here. Please let me explain. First, Alan Cross, the man in the room with you, is the executor of my will. I trust him, and you should too. What I'm about to say is documented in writing. Alan has a copy of my written will, but I want this video as proof in case anyone dares to alter it. Now let's talk about why you're really here. I wasn't allowed in your life, but I always kept tabs on you. And after seeing the woman you've become, I knew you were the only one who could handle what I'm leaving behind. My lake house in North Tahoe. But this is no ordinary house, Sarah. And before it can be yours, you must agree to one thing.
Part 1, 3 months earlier. Chapter 1. Sarah. The screen on our front door creaks loudly when it opens, and the sound triggers me to look up at the clock. 5 o'clock already? I let out a sigh. Logan will walk through that door any moment, and I haven't even started dinner yet. How did so much time pass since I sat down? I stare at the stack of papers scattered across my kitchen table. I suppose it's easy to get lost in time when digging into the depths of finances. I've been glancing over bills and crunching numbers for hours, trying to see if there's been a mistake. Did we accidentally double pay a bill this month? Did we forget to cancel a subscription after a free trial? Did Logan accidentally order more naughty videos again? How did our checking account get so low? After all these hours of extensive research, I can only conclude that no, we didn't overpay anything or tack on another subscription. Logan and I are just a middle-class married couple with 2 kids and a dual income who, like so many others, live paycheck to paycheck when we shouldn't. When did 2 incomes stop being enough to live? Hey, babe. Logan flashes me a quick smile as he enters the kitchen. Hey, you. How was work? He takes a deep breath and drops his keys on the counter. He shrugs. Work was work. Just another day of managing this project. It's bigger than I thought it would be. There are a lot more moving pieces than usual. I had to find some of the new guys for not wearing their hard hats on site, and they actually had the audacity to argue with me. He scoffs. Imagine being a young guy new to the world of construction and arguing about the uniform required for safety. He snaps his head from side to side, as if the very idea of this offends him. I'll never understand kids today. I chuckle. Kids today? You sound like an old man. You're only 45. He lets out a light-hearted laugh, but his smile fades when his eyes run over the table for the first time. Again, Sarah? He deflates. How many times am I going to come home and find you obsessing over our finances? Our salaries haven't changed since yesterday, and we can't control inflation. I let out a sigh. I know. I toss my hands up gently and let them fall to my sides. But can't you feel it? Things have been getting drastically tighter, and it's driving me crazy not knowing why. How can an average family with 2 working parents have zero wiggle room when it comes to money? We both make decent wages. It doesn't make any sense. Sarah. No. Seriously, look at this. I pick up a stack of receipts and flip through them rapidly. Somehow, we spent $400 more this month than usual. How? We didn't do anything fun or splurge on something big. We budgeted grocery trips, never ate out. You even took homemade lunches to work instead of eating fast food on your job site. I drop the stack of papers and roll my head back on my shoulders. If I didn't volunteer to teach extra summer classes every year, we would never recover from this steady decline. Logan walks up behind my chair, rests his hands on my shoulders, and rubs. Slow down there, babe. Things might be tight for a couple of months until we get the check from your summer classes. But don't forget, I'm also up for a promotion. If I get it, we will be back in the positive in no time. I close my eyes and attempt to calm myself. It feels like all we talk about these days is our finances. I know bringing up the elephant in the room has put a strain on our marriage this past year. But one of us needs to think about the future, and we both know Logan won't be the one to do so. Coal River Community College cut a lot of the classes I was teaching when the pandemic hit. And while I didn't like it, I understood why they decided to do so. I couldn't fully teach organic chemistry, biochemistry, and analytical chemistry online. All these classes required hands-on lab work, such as chemical synthesis and reactions, and the use of complex lab techniques and instrumentation. So, at the time, I was repositioned to temporarily teach online Introduction to Chemistry. But Coal River Community College is one of the few colleges that decided to never go back into the classroom after the pandemic. They became an online-only college and never gave me more classes, leaving my paycheck permanently cut in half. Chemistry professor positions are hard to come by. Once people get in, they usually settle in for life. Nowhere else in McDowell County, West Virginia is hiring at the moment. It would be a waste of my efforts to look for another local job right now. So I remain a part-time online professor at Coal River. Luckily, by teaching online summer classes, I can almost make up the difference I've lost over the years. However, I'm plateauing at this wage without any chance of an increase. It's depressing. For this reason and many others, Logan and I need to be money conscious. If it were solely up to Logan, we wouldn't have saved enough to buy this house. Sure, the house is quite literally falling apart, and we have no means to fix it up. But we could be in worse situations. At least we have a roof over our heads. I refuse to let my kids have the shitty childhood I did. It's rare for Logan to acknowledge that our money is tight, so it feels comforting to hear him say it out loud. He always hears me talking about it, but I think he's finally starting to listen and understand what I'm saying. Mom? My daughter's voice rings when she enters the kitchen, and I turn toward her. Alexis glances over at Logan. Oh, hey, Dad. I didn't know you were home, she says casually as she approaches us. I'm actually glad you're both here because I'd like to talk to you about something important. My daughter has always been wise beyond her years, but something about the acuteness of her statement makes her sound older than 9. Okay, sweetheart. I give her a warm smile. What's going on? I've decided I don't want a big birthday at the water park with friends from school, Alexis says with an unconvincing look on her face. I'd rather just watch my favorite movie here with you guys and maybe have a cake. That's all. Nothing big. then adds, "And no presents." I raise my brows and exchange a look with Logan. From the moment Alexis turned 9, she was already planning her 10th birthday, claiming that being 10 was a big milestone and meant a lot to her. We promised to let her do whatever she wanted, and a big blowout at the local water park was always on the docket. Something drastic must have happened for her to change her mind. My red flags go up. Is she being bullied at school? A fight with her friends? Did someone tell her this birthday idea was stupid? As calmly as a worried 39-year-old mother can, I say, "You've been planning this for a while, sweetie. We already have all your invitations filled out. Why would you change your mind?" She chews her bottom lip. I lean toward her, resting one arm over the papers on the table and taking her hand with the other. "It's okay. You can tell us. What's going on?" "Well, She struggles to get the words out. "I overheard you and Dad talking the other day about how expensive parties are." She holds her hand up and counts on her fingers. "Renting a place, buying a cake and decorations, presents, and all that other stuff. I don't want my party to be the reason we have to buy fewer groceries at the store. I love the water park, and I think the party would be fun, but I understand that it costs too much. I'd rather our family have nice meals every night than just one day of fun in the sun with my friends." My heart shatters when I hear this. Financial woes are nothing for a kid to worry about. Logan and I do our best to only talk about these things when the kids aren't around, but apparently we dropped the ball this time. I shouldn't be surprised that Alexis heard, because she's sneaky in that way. Always listening. I believe she referred to her sneakiness as being in her spy era. But I am a little taken aback by her understanding of this complicated financial mess. For her to willingly give up what would be, and I quote, her best birthday ever, for the sake of her family buying food, brings me to the lowest point I have ever been in as a mom. "Honey, we have money for your party." "You do?" I nod. "Of course." Excitement returns in her expression. "So, you're saying I can have the party at the water park?" "Yes." I hide my sorrow with my smile. "And listen, it's my and your dad's job to worry about money. Your job is to be kind, try hard, and enjoy life as an almost 10-year-old. Can you do that?" Staring back at me with wide eyes, she nods. "Yes, thank goodness. I didn't really want to give up my party." She beams, then comes in for a hug. I squeeze her tightly before she turns to hug her dad. "You two are the best parents ever. I'm so excited about my water park birthday in 2 weeks." Alexis practically skips when she leaves the room. I open my mouth to say something, but Logan holds up a hand. "You don't even have to say it," he says. "My heartstrings have been tugged too." Before we jump into another conversation, we hear Frankie's voice shout from down the hallway.
"Dad, Mom, the toilet is broken again! There's water spilling out everywhere!"
I let out a breath, shaking my head in quiet denial. Then shoot Logan a look. He knows what's running through my mind. Plumbing issues again? Can we please just call the plumber this time? I guarantee whatever you did to fix it last time is what caused the issue this time. We'll put it on the credit card if we have to, but this family of 4 needs a working toilet in our home. Logan stares back at me, sending a message of his own. "I work in construction. I can fix anything. We don't need a plumber to come out and tell me what I already know. I'll fix the toilet by myself. And right on cue, Logan says, I've got this. I purse my lips together and nod. I choose my battles. If this is the hill he wants to die on, I'm not going to fight him on it. At least, not this time. My brain is fried from staring at my computer screen and teaching classes all day. Not to mention the financial scavenger hunt I've been on. I need a mental break. And I didn't forget about the puppy, Logan adds before walking toward the hallway. I scrunch my brows as my mind momentarily runs blank. Puppy? Yes. The puppy we accidentally promised Alexis for her birthday? He insists. I still can't recall what he's talking about. Life is too expensive right now as it is. There's no way I would have agreed to or promised my little girl something that we certainly wouldn't be able to follow through with. Remember? He continues. It was about 6 months ago, and Alexis walked in while we were going through another one of these discussions. He gestures toward the stack of bills on the table, and suddenly it all comes back to me. That was the first night I noticed how truly financially screwed we had become. I wasn't myself that night. Money, or lack of, was the only thing I could focus on. I was so distracted, scrambling to figure out how we were going to make it, that I barely noticed when Alexis came into the room and asked for a puppy. I needed to focus. I needed her out of there. So I just said, yes, whatever, and shooed her away. I pride myself on keeping promises with my kids. I know how it feels to be let down time after time from my own experience with my mom during my childhood. And I made a promise to myself that I would never let my kids feel this way. I don't know when or how we'll pull this off, but we have to get a puppy. Regardless of whether I have to take on a side job to afford it, the Harrelsons have to get a puppy. Our 7-year-old bounces into the kitchen and draws my attention.
Did you guys hear me? I said there's water pouring.
Yes, Frankie, we heard you. Logan says, I'm coming. As Frankie retreats down the hall, Logan gazes at me from the doorway. We're going to be okay, babe. In our 20 years of marriage, is there anything we haven't been able to get through? He asks rhetorically. When it rains, it pours. Quite literally in this case. But you and I are solid. We'll make it work. We always do. Locking eyes, we say a lot without saying anything at all. When Logan disappears down the hall, I let out a sigh of frustration. This has been the pattern of our lives since we married at a young age. First, there's a problem. Logan downplays the problem. Then the problem gets bigger and becomes unavoidable. Logan comes in to play the hero, claiming he will fix it. He slaps a Band-Aid on the problem and everything is temporarily fixed. But what he does to fix the problem actually makes things worse. Finally, we come full circle and once again have another problem. I love my husband, and I know he means well, but I've learned things about him over the years. Logan is perfect when life is running smoothly. But the moment life gives us any challenges, he's the worst person to have around. Having an unhelpful partner when life gets difficult is a challenge in itself, and something I've never gotten used to. How many more rounds of this pattern can I endure? How many times can a spouse be unreliable when their partner needs them the most before it's too late? On top of everything else, I'm certain he's been hiding something from me. Logan always wants to be helpful, but there is an extra eagerness to him when he's hiding something, and he's been quite the eager beaver lately. I'm not sure what it is, but time will tell. We claim to tell each other everything, but it's obvious we both have secrets. Some days I feel like the two of us have finally arrived on the same page. But other days I feel like I'm only here for the kids. I'm not sure what's going through Logan's mind these days, but to be honest, I'm not sure our marriage will last another 20 years, or 20 months, or 20 weeks, 20 days, 20 minutes.
Chapter 2. Logan. That's not even close to being built to spec. Tear it out and do it right. I raised my voice when speaking to some of the youngest guys on the crew. Where does the hiring department find these kids? They're fucking idiots. Calm down, dude, one of the guys fires back at me. We'll get it done when we get it done. We're on our lunch break, a break that we are legally entitled to. I would expect a construction project manager to understand that. He makes air quotes with his fingers when my job title rolls off his tongue. But if you don't understand, I'll take the matter to the union. I'm sure that'll help get the message across. The kid, who couldn't be older than about 22, locks his eyes onto mine, challenging me as he takes another bite of his sandwich. Clenching my hands into fists, I bite my tongue and move along. How did hard labor construction become so weak? I've spent most of my life working here and doing everything I needed to do to climb the workplace ladder. Hard labor construction has had its share of employees come and go, but every one of them was like-minded and hard-working. They were all willing to put in the time and effort needed to get the job done for the sake of the company. Each one takes pride in their high-quality work. But somehow, it seems like almost overnight the crews have become a bunch of careless people who know their rights and who do less work than anyone before them, yet somehow still collect a paycheck. I blame the unions. Once a worker joins a union, they pretty much become untouchable. These 20-somethings could literally do almost anything on site without fear of losing their jobs because they are protected by the union. Deep down, I'll admit there's a small part of me that understands why a person would join a union. Who wouldn't want job security, right? It makes me wonder if I would join a union if they offered one for people with my title. I might. But that's future Logan's decision to make, because currently, there aren't unions for my position or higher. Unfortunately, these union kids have me by the balls in situations like this, forcing me to bite my tongue. I'm careful at work, always erring on the side of caution. I can't afford to lose my job, not to mention how Sarah would kill me if I ever got fired. I walk to the spot where I usually go when needing to regain composure. A large boulder sits behind the portable on-site office, and I lean against it. I slip the pack of cigarettes from my back pocket and light up my first of 3 sticks I'll chain smoke right now. I experimented with smoking in my early 20s. Sarah hated it, so I stopped for her and never looked back. It was easy to stop then because I wasn't addicted. Or so I thought. For some reason, once I stepped into this managerial position, the stress it caused brought me back to where I can't help but use any excuse at work to take a drag. It's the one secret I keep from my wife. Sarah smells the smoke on me the second I step foot in the house, and every time, I blame it on the crew. Sure, I feel guilty lying to her about the habit at times, but not guilty enough to stop. Everyone needs an outlet to decompress, and this is mine. I close my eyes as I inhale and hold it inside for just a moment before letting it out slowly. Damn, that hits just right. The sound of someone whistling brings me down from my nicotine high. I glance toward a group of my coworkers huddled together in the distance. All their bodies have turned, and they are obvious in their attempts to stare at a group of women walking by our job site. Living in West Virginia and working around protected woodlands doesn't always bring women like this to our town. The lively women smile and laugh as they walk along together. Their faces are covered in bold makeup that can be seen from a distance. They wear tight-fitting business attire, pencil skirts, and blouses buttoned just high enough to hint at cleavage. My coworkers might be okay with objectifying women in this way. And by the way the women are looking back at my coworkers, I assume they don't mind the flirting. But I look away. My wife and I have our struggles, and our marriage has been tested a time or two in the past, but it has always been her. I might hide smoking from her, but I'll never stray. Again. I love my wife. I don't know what I would do without Sarah. Harrelson? I turn my head when I hear Caleb's voice calling out for me. I quickly toss the butt of my cigarette to the floor and march toward him with my hand out. It's not every day that the CEO of hard labor construction comes to the job site, so when he does, I do everything I can to impress him. He's holding my potential promotion in his hands. Mr. Connor. I grin and grasp his hand firmly. Pleasure to have you on site today, I say confidently. This is a 3-year project, and we're almost at the end of year 1. During this past year, Caleb Connor has only come to the job site 3 times, twice to announce promotions and once just to check in. I can feel the excitement bubbling inside me. I think I know why he's here today. He shakes my hand, and with a curious look on his face, he says, "Come into the office in 5. Let's talk." He motions toward the portable office and makes his way inside. As fast as I can, I dust myself off and put a stick of minty fresh gum in my mouth. This is the moment I've been waiting for. 4 minutes later, I'm sitting in front of Mr. Connor, shoulders back, on the edge of my seat. I've never been more ready for something in my entire life. I've been with the company for a long time, and I've worked so hard. I deserve this. My family deserves this. Mr. Harrelson, he begins with a neutral tone, do you remember the incident that happened last week? Not how I was expecting this to start, but I'll go with it. Yes, sir, I reply, almost too eager to defend myself. We hadn't been able to make up the time we lost from the weather delays. I'll admit the crew was off pace, but by the end of the week, we got back on schedule. We are good to go now. Mr. Connor stares at me. Right. He draws out the word. But do you remember another incident that happened last week? His tone grows serious. I rack my brain, scanning through everything that happened last week. Went to work every day, got the crew back on schedule, and that's it. What else was there? Finally, it clicks. Oh, you're talking about the incident with Jet? I give a light chuckle. He asked for time off, and I declined it because he's only been on the job for 2 weeks. Did he put in a complaint against me? I relax into the chair. Wow, he has a lot of nerve too. I'm not talking about the incident with your new crew member, Logan, Mr. Connor snaps. My body tenses. I've never been on Mr. Connor's bad side, but his tone is suggesting I'm about to be. He raises his tone an octave louder and leans toward me, folding his hands on the desk between us when he says, I'm referring to the incident with one of your female employees, a Miss Rachel White. He flips through some papers on the desk and holds one up to read. It says here that Rachel White claims you sexually harassed her on Wednesday when you asked to see her alone in your office. My eyes narrow, and I'm instantly defensive. What? That's ridiculous and not true. My palms grow sweaty, and it's only now that I'm aware of the broken air conditioner in this office. Sir, Mr. Connor, I never harassed Rachel White in any way. He looks at me, unconvinced. Well then, what would you say happened? Did you ask Rachel to come to the office alone? Well, yeah, but... And did you do something to make her feel uncomfortable? I think back to last Wednesday, and I know exactly what happened. Rachel White is the quality control inspector for this project. I needed some clarification on the notes Rachel wrote up, so I asked to meet her at the office. I asked her to come alone because the person she's teamed up with, Chad, isn't as thorough as Rachel, and he doesn't always have the company's best interest at heart. So, when Rachel arrived, we began running through her notes, and everything felt normal until she scooted her chair closer to mine. We continued our discussion until I felt her hand on my upper thigh. At first, I froze, completely caught off guard. There's no denying that Rachel is an attractive woman, but I'm married. In the time it took me to try to figure out how to appropriately handle the situation, Rachel had moved her hand to the zippered area of my pants. Of course, my pants grew tighter when I felt her hand graze it, because I'm only human. But I'm proud to say I instinctively pushed my chair back and stood up abruptly. I told her that I was a married man and that I didn't see or like her in that way, satisfied with myself for sidestepping temptation when other men might have caved. To my surprise, Rachel didn't cower away shamefully or apologize for groping me. Instead, she looked me dead in the eyes and raised one brow before turning on her heels and marching out the door. I haven't seen her around the job site since. I assumed she was embarrassed by her actions, and I was willing to act like it never happened to spare us any workplace awkwardness. For this reason, I never even told Sarah about it, because I didn't want to make a big deal of it when it wasn't. I never suspected Rachel to get angry about what happened, or make false harassment claims about me to the CEO. If anyone has a right to be upset about that incident, it should be me, not her. Sir, let me explain. It's not what you're thinking. Rachel made a pass at me, and I turned her down, I began. She rubbed her hand over my pants. Did you tell anyone what happened? Management? HR? Did you send me an email I somehow missed? Mr. Connor fires back. Well, no, but I didn't want to make it a big thing because it wasn't. I thought Rachel would be too embarrassed to ever bring it up. Mr. Connor cocks his head slightly, and I see the wheels spinning in his mind. He believes me. I'm going to be blunt with you. I like you, Logan, but none of what you're saying makes any damn sense, and frankly, it makes you look suspicious. His serious tone is unnerving. You have a strong work ethic, and I can appreciate how many years you've been with this company. So I came in here today expecting you to tell me the truth, Mr. Connor begins. I interject. I am telling that. Let me finish, he cuts me off. This is a case of your word against Rachel's, so I'm going to move this into the right hands until a formal investigation can take place. But, sir, I stumble over my words as beads of sweat form across my hairline. That means, until we can get to the bottom of this, you'll be suspended without pay, effective immediately. Suspended without pay? I shout. You can't be serious. I have a family to support. I need this job. I've worked my ass off for this company for 2 decades, and you're going to side with the quality control inspector who has been around for less than a year? Mr. Connor folds his hands together over the desk. I wish it could be as simple as to sit you both down and talk this out, but that's not how things work these days, Logan, and you know that. I can't afford for this company name to be tarnished with a scandal. Sorry, my hands are tied. I'm sure you understand the position I'm in. So please, pack up your things and get off the premises until further notice. Don't make me have to escort you out. What is happening? I was supposed to be calling my wife to share the good news about my promotion by now, but instead, I'm suspended? And with no pay? For something I didn't do? Mr. Connor waits for me to collect the few personal items I have from my desk drawer. The engraved tape measure Sarah got me for one of my promotions, and a picture of my family on the last vacation we could afford. I take a moment to stare at the picture taken 6 years ago. Frankie was nearing toddler age in the photo, and Alexis hadn't even started school yet. Money has been tight for a while, but I guess I hadn't realized it had been so long. Sarah's always harping about our finances. Perhaps I should have started listening to her a long time ago. A feeling of impending doom clouds over me, and suddenly, being suspended without pay isn't my biggest issue anymore. What's going to happen when I get home? Anyone with a beating heart can sense the tension in our marriage at the moment. Is this the tipping point before we break? Is this how it all ends for us? If this were the first time something like this had happened, Sarah would most likely go easy on me. But this isn't the first time, and it isn't the second time. If I had to give it a number, I'm not sure what it would be, but it would be a large number. When I fuck up, I always wonder if it will be the last time Sarah will forgive me. Is my suspension enough for her to bring up the dreaded D word that no happily married man wants to hear? Mr. Connor stands firm until I've gotten into my car and fired up the engine. With my personal items snuggled into the passenger seat beside me, I grip the wheel with 2 hands. My damp palms are sliding against the wheel as my grip tightens, and I'm having a hard time pressing the gas. I don't want to leave. My breathing becomes heavy, and suddenly, I'm having to focus on inhaling and exhaling. Every inhale feels like I'm suffocating, and every exhale feels like I'm going to die. I heard of people letting out breaths they didn't know they were holding. But how could they not know? It's choosing to breathe or not breathe. Anyone in my situation might consider choosing not to breathe. It might be easier than preparing for the battle I'm about to walk into at home. Mr. Connor is tapping his foot now, but I don't care. He isn't the one who has to go home and break life-changing news to his wife, who is already 1 foot out of our marriage. After a few minutes of mind-scrambling thoughts, I put the car in gear and slowly roll out of the parking lot. How am I ever going to explain this to Sarah?
Chapter 3. Sarah. Okay, class. Now I need you to pay attention to this part in the experiment and take copious notes. This will be on your final exam. I speak loudly and clearly for the camera as I slide my safety goggles over my eyes and stand behind the makeshift chemistry lab table I've set up in my garage. Remember, in this demonstration, we are analyzing how temperature and concentration affect the rate of a chemical reaction. I move the tripod closer to the table and tilt the camera until its focus is on the items sitting on the table. I gesture toward the beaker containing hydrochloric acid and carefully mix in the sodium thiosulfate. If I were teaching this lesson in a physical classroom, this is the part of the experiment where the students would grow quiet and hold their breaths as they watched the demonstration. Then, after the cloudy sulfur precipitate formed, they would gasp and let out oohs and ahs in their exhaled breath as they measured the reaction times under different circumstances. I used to live for these moments. It was in these moments that as a junior college professor, you knew you captured your students' interests. You knew you were good at your job, and the students respected you. Statistics show that at least one of these students would end up moving forward and somehow help better the world through science. But today, as I mix in the solution, there are no oohs and ahs. There are no audible gasps. Just the sound of my breathing mixed with the monotonous humming of our garage refrigerator, which Logan and I bought at an estate sale for $20 last summer. It's disappointing. This is not what I imagined when I continued my education and became a college professor. I'd give anything to get back into a classroom again, back into a real lab. But this is the hand I've been dealt for now. There's not much I can do to change it at the moment. I wrap up the lesson and end it in the same way I end all my demonstrations. As always, I post the recordings of our chemistry experiments to the class dashboard a day after the experiment. I explain. If you missed anything while we were live, be sure to refer to the video in the archive tomorrow. The assignment has been posted. Due in 1 week. Did you hear me? 1 week, not 1 week and one excuse to turn it in later. I will not accept any late assignments for this one. Closing out the recording, I clean up the makeshift lab in my garage. I keep all the borrowed chemicals from the school in a locked cabinet that's high enough out of reach where my kids won't get into it. Alexis and Frankie are old enough to know better than to touch my teaching items. But still, these chemicals are dangerous, especially if the wrong chemicals are mixed. The solutions could be toxic. When I finish cleaning, I glance at the clock. I have 2 hours before the bus drops off the kids, and I still have a ton of emails to answer. Without wasting time, I go back inside my house and sit at the kitchen table with my laptop and start responding. Student email. Request for assignment extension. Student email. What day is the assignment due again? Student email. When are your online office hours again? I have a question about last week's lab demonstration. I don't remember getting this many repeated questions when I was in the lab. Sometimes answering emails feels like my most daunting task of the day. After an hour and a half, I finally reach the last 5 new emails in my inbox. From the taglines, I see 4 emails from students and 1 from Human Resources, HR. In the tagline of the email from HR, I read, "Urgent news regarding summer classes." I get a sinking feeling in my gut and skip over the 4 student emails to open this one next. To all staff, as you may know, schools across the nation are facing multiple economic challenges, including but not limited to population/school enrollment decline, lack of funding/budget cuts, staff adjustments, etc. For the reasons stated above and other reasons, Coal River Community College has unfortunately decided to cancel all summer courses being offered this year. We understand that this may come as disappointing news for some of you who were expecting to teach those courses, and we sincerely apologize. Also, because of the reasons stated above, Coal River Community College will have to make hiring decisions for next year based on need and budget. We are required by law to notify every staff member if they are at risk of not being hired back for the next school year. So in the upcoming weeks, we will be sending out those notices. Please keep an eye out for this critical email. These were not hasty decisions, and we are continuing to seek out ways to prevent these issues from happening again in the future. Thank you for your understanding, and remember, we appreciate everything you do. We appreciate your dedication to this institution and all the students within. Regards, HR.
My mouth falls open and I reread the email 2 more times just to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
But no matter how fast or how many times I read the email, the message is clear. Summer classes have officially been cut, and there is a possibility that I'll lose my job next school year. A lump forms in my throat and my mouth runs dry. The worst has happened. It's already a financially tight year for the Harrelson household. I'm not sure how much more flexible we can be. Actually, after seeing our bills laid out in front of us, I'm certain we can't budge an inch. We have less than no wiggle room in our bank accounts. We need the money I make from teaching summer courses, and we need the income I bring in from teaching.
There's no other way around it.
I hold a hand over my stomach as a knot twists inside. Oh God, I'll have to get another job in the summer.
I was hoping to spend the summer dedicated to the kids, making fun memories and giving them stories to tell other kids at school when they're asked what they did over summer.
But that's not an option now. I have to take on a summer job instead. Again. I prop my elbows on the table and rest my head in my hands as I remember several years ago when something similar happened. Summer classes weren't an option that year, so I took a job at a fast food burger place. I never thought I'd step foot in the fast food industry again after what happened all those years ago. But there I was, taking orders at a drive-thru window. I wasn't above working back in the fast food industry despite being a college professor, but working beside some of my students didn't go unnoticed. I wasn't ashamed of providing for my family, and I thought of myself as setting an example for the kids. A job is a job, a paycheck is a paycheck, and you have to work hard in life to get what you want. The situation wasn't ideal, but I made it work. Well, I made it work until I abruptly quit before summer ended. It was the year when certain social media platforms took over and online challenges became trendy. Unlucky for me, I was working the drive-thru window when the throw a drink at the cashier trend spread like wildfire. For this challenge, the cashier would hand the customer a large beverage through the window, and the customer would record themselves throwing the drink back inside the window at the cashier before speeding away. That's right. I went viral that year for having a blue sticky liquid splashed in my face. It's too bad I never got paid for going viral because the video is still floating out there somewhere and still getting views. While I might try to avoid fast food this time around, I understand that the only way we will be able to make our lives work is for me to secure a summer job. That is, unless Logan gets that promotion. He should be finding out any day now. I'll keep my fingers crossed for that. Chapter 4. Sarah. What do you mean you got suspended? Are you kidding me? I can't control my reaction to Logan telling me the news. I knew there was something he wasn't saying at dinner when he kept glancing up at me from his plate. From my peripherals, I saw his dark brown eyes peering at me. And when he finally asked to speak to me in the garage after the kids were in bed, I knew it couldn't be good. We only speak in the garage when we don't want the kids to hear, or if we know an argument is about to take place.
This is the worst possible timing, Logan,
I say, holding back the news about my summer classes and at-risk job. We have a mortgage and bills to pay. We have a family to feed. I shake my head. There's a reason Logan and I waited to have kids. He wanted to try for a baby immediately, but I insisted on waiting until we were financially stable. My dad died just before I turned 5, leaving me and my mom to fend for ourselves. I had a terrible childhood because my mom forced my dad to have a kid when neither of them was ready, mentally or financially. Ultimately, I was the one who suffered because of her decision, and I refused to follow in her footsteps or make the same mistakes that Teresa Kent made. The generational norm needed to be broken. Otherwise, my own kids would be at risk from day one. They would be set up for a life that would fail them, all because as parents, we weren't financially ready. However, we waited 10 years, and it looks like the outcome is the same. We're still not financially stable. Is anyone ever truly ready to support a family? I know, Logan says, shaking his head as he paces around the cold concrete floor. No one could have seen this coming. Really? No one? I snap. You were suspended for sexually harassing a woman. You mean to tell me you had no idea this was going to happen? I scoff. No idea? Logan stops pacing and looks at me as if he's unsure about telling me the truth. I honestly didn't know it would end up like this, he says, and the response sounds rehearsed and fluid. Right, I reply sarcastically. Tell me again how you ended up being accused of sexual harassment. Like I said, he says, and swallows hard before continuing. I made a joke at work, and she took it the wrong way. That's all. I didn't know all this would come of it. He's lying to me. Did you not learn from last time? You promised it would never happen again. I let the disappointment in my tone reflect in my expression. The sorrow behind Logan's eyes is evident. It wasn't my fault back then, and you know that. The charges were dropped because they were false, remember? He says defensively. And this time it's the same scenario. Things were taken out of context. I consider Logan's defense as I recall what happened years ago. Logan was caught in another harassment case back when he worked for a different company. It was just after we got married, and at the time, I questioned whether I had made the right choice. Logan swore he didn't do anything. I wanted to believe him, but for some reason, I couldn't until the charges were dropped and the courts proved it to me. I felt bad for not jumping to take his side right away, but I had a gut feeling. I'll admit I was wrong. The charges were dropped, and Logan swore he would never do anything to put us in a situation like that ever again. And until this moment, he hasn't. I let it slide and we moved on to starting our happy life together. However, something about that case never sat right with me. I'll never say it out loud, but part of me still doesn't believe that he wasn't involved in that case somehow. And look at us now. Here again in a similar situation. How should I handle it this time? Maybe I shouldn't let my trust issues get in the way. We've been together for 20 years. That has to count for something, right? I should give him a chance to explain this time and attempt to take his side for once without being so hard on him. Okay. What about any of the women on site, huh? I fire back. Whose side would they be on? Logan's silence says it all. Or what about the joke? What was the joke? I fold my arms over my chest.
Huh? What's that now?
What was the joke that you told that offended this woman? I'd like to get a better understanding. Maybe I might be able to see the offense, or rather determine if the woman was blowing it all out of proportion. Caught like a deer in the headlights, Logan stumbles.
Does it even matter?
Yes, it matters. I was completely embarrassed after we went through this last time. Word got around town that my husband was a creep, and even though charges were dropped, you never really forget the association. I spent years defending you and clearing your name. And now? Again? I sigh, pushing a short burst of air through my nose. This will be the second time in McDowell County, West Virginia, that rumors will spread about our family affairs. I deserve to know the whole story, since I'm the only one around who will stand by you as you go through this.
I take a moment to gather myself. I'm rambling on so fast that it seems I forgot to breathe.
Taking a deep inhale, I calmly ask, "So, husband, I ask you again, what was the joke?" There's a pause in our conversation, an awkward silence. Logan turns away from me, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He's taking too long to respond. 20 years together, and he's going to look me in the face and lie to me again.
I don't remember,
Logan mumbles.
That's how insignificant the situation was.
There it is, a bald-faced lie. In some ways, I'm shocked he would actually look me in the face and lie to me. But in other ways, I'm not at all surprised. Logan's face softens, and it's as if he, too, is surprised that the lie came out of his mouth. Once again, I find myself resting my head in my hands. We were going to take a year to get back on track financially, I say, utterly exhausted from this same conversation. If we stuck to the plan, we were set to actually come out ahead and finally take the kids on vacation this summer. It's been how long now? 6 years since our last vacation? I ask rhetorically and continue. What now? We have to tell the kids that once again, it's backyard camping and dollar store s'mores again this year. Which, by the way, would have been perfectly okay if we hadn't promised them a trip to somewhere beautiful. They're going to be so let down. Maybe it's the way Logan's face hits the garage light, but it looks like he's holding back tears. I don't know why I'm laying into him so hard right now, because I'm one to talk. I haven't shared my unfortunate news with him yet. With no summer paycheck and no guarantee of my job next school year, I'm just as guilty as him when it comes to letting the kids down. But when I really think about it, are our scenarios the same? No, I didn't have control over what happened to me, and I'm willing to bet anything that Logan's situation could have been avoided, regardless of what actually happened in his office that day. I'm too far down the hill to stop. What are we going to do about getting a dog now? I toss my hands up. We can't cancel vacation and go back on our word about getting a dog. I don't know how much longer we can continue this cycle, I say aloud, talking to myself now. I'll just have to get more side jobs. I scoff. Years of schooling and a master's degree for what? All I have is debt and the inability to make enough money to financially support my family. Alone, apparently.
I will get another job in the meantime,
Logan finally offers up. His first sentence in several minutes, and I can't help but shut it down. You think you can get hired anywhere with an open harassment case going against you? Huh. I don't hold back my sarcasm. Who will hire you with baggage like that? No one is going to want to take on that HR nightmare.
I plop down into a folding chair and sigh loudly with frustration.
Seriously, Logan, What are we going to do? I'm not sure we can afford our life in this house anymore. We're going to have to downsize and move into a smaller home. We could move to one of the nearby towns where the cost of living is cheaper. His quick suggestion tells me he's already been thinking about this. No, I spout. I refuse to move to an unsafe area just because it's all we can afford. As we argue back and forth, the realization hits me. Unless we figure something out, we will have to move to another area, which means the kids are going to have to change schools. They're currently enrolled in the best school this country has to offer. There would be nowhere to go but down regardless of which district we move into. Life sure knows how to kick harder when you're down. Why is this happening to us? Is it karma for something Logan did in the past? Or is it karma for what I did when I was 16? No, it couldn't be that. That was so long ago, and surely everyone has moved on by now, right?
But I'm not sure how long it takes a manager of a burger joint to move on and forgive the then 16-year-old who got them fired for making harassment claims against them, when there was no harassment at all.
My 26-year-old boss was a lifer, meaning his career was managing fast food restaurants. But he was constantly writing me up for small things, threatening to fire me and changing my schedule. The schedule changes interfered with my 16-year-old social life of hanging with friends and house parties. But his consistent threats to fire me hit me at my core. I needed that job to help my mom put food on our table. So I thought it would be funny to give my boss Carl Snide a taste of his own medicine. Childishly, I wanted him to feel how I felt every time he threatened to fire me or changed my schedule.
I complained to HR that Carl was touching me inappropriately and making uncomfortable comments.
Telling lies to get noticed and get what you want was all the rage at the time. Everyone was doing it. I only ever meant to get Carl Snide in trouble, not fired. He was so young. I didn't know he had a wife who couldn't work due to a disability and 2 kids. He was only 26. How was I supposed to know? After they took Carl away in cuffs, I watched the police question other girls at the restaurant about him. Carl's name was tarnished. He would never be rehired. In my state, 16 is considered a minor, so Carl had to register as a sex offender. A childish joke turned into a nightmare when I found out his family would lose their home without Carl's income. They would soon be homeless and hungry. I put a family in the same situation I was in with my mom, living paycheck to paycheck, sometimes with a roof over our heads, sometimes without. I was so horrified by what I had done. I never told a soul the truth, not even Logan, the boy I was dating. And when that boy became my husband, I still never told him the truth.
My family is in this situation because it's karma's way of getting me back for what I did all those years ago.
But what are the chances of Logan getting falsely accused of harassing women twice in one lifetime?
Chapter 5. Logan. I sit on the edge of the couch and stare down at the matted carpet trail scattered throughout my living room. It's a visual display of what my mind must look like right now on the inside. A million paths, each leading to hopelessness. My family is all nestled into their beds, but I'm wide awake, thinking. I'm lost. I'm willing to try anything to fix the broken pieces of my life. But where do I start? For the second time in my life, I've somehow wound up in a situation where Sarah, though she never said the exact words, was subtly hinting at divorce. I remember the look on Sarah's face when she found out I was being accused of harassment at work the first time. There was sorrow, the same sadness I saw in her expression when she found out I had cheated on her. It was one time before we were married. Sarah had said we needed a relationship break, So I went out that night, got drunk, and slept with someone. The next day, when we were both cooled down, we got back together. She found out weeks later that I slept with someone during the short window when we were broken up. I argued we were on a break. And somehow, we were able to get past the moment, chuckling at the situation's resemblance to a scene from one of our favorite TV shows. From then on, we worked on being happy and moved forward, until the first harassment case came about. Then Sarah's sorrow turned to rage. She was so mad that day. She berated me with questions while stirring up doomsday hypotheticals. "What if the woman threatens to sue you too?" she had said. "We'd lose our house. We'd be homeless. What if you go to jail for this? We'd have to get a divorce. What if? I'm not sure she ever trusted me in the same way ever again, even after the charges were dropped. Still, after all that, Sarah stayed with me. We got past those incidents and so much more over the years. I started to believe our marriage was so strong that nothing could break us. Scratch that. Nothing could break us if I didn't fuck up all over again by getting slapped with another harassment case. Slipping out the back door, I kneel on all fours and reach my hand under the weathered wooden deck and feel until I grasp a small box. Taking out my secret emergency pack of cigarettes, I take one more peek over my shoulder just to make sure I'm alone. The last thing I need is for Sarah to catch me smoking when I told her I wouldn't. But I'm stressed. I don't know what else to do. Sparking the end of the white stick, I close my eyes and inhale deeply. I should have told Sarah the truth about what happened with Rachel on the day it happened. It literally meant nothing, and I was truly innocent. Sarah would have understood, had I confessed it all the same day. I never thought it would grow into the huge fuck-tastrophe that it is now. So, if I tell Sarah the full truth about what happened, after all this time of hiding it, it's suspicious. I can hear Sarah's words playing out in my mind. If you really didn't do anything, then why hide it? Taking another long drag, I tilt my head back on my shoulders and release the smoke into the night air. There has to be a reason that this is happening to me. Rachel can't be making all this up simply because I rejected her, could she? There has to be more to it. No person is that cruel, are they? Scrambling to make sense of it all, a new theory sits at the front of my mind. Maybe this has to do with my upbringing. Being the little brother to 5 sisters means I learned about all aspects of women from an early age. My sister showed me how women can be at all phases of their lives, and because of that enlightenment, I've been very comfortable around women my whole life. I became a protector of not only my sisters, but of women in general. That's why, when Rachel made a pass at me and I turned her down, it was my instinct to protect her from sheer embarrassment. I was willing to let it all go when the situation could have ended so many other ways. My wife might be temporarily blinded by the surface-level issues at hand, but deep down, she knows the man I am. Maybe Sarah wouldn't be as upset if she saw that I put Rachel's feelings first. Plopping down onto the steps, I sit carefully, avoiding potential splinters from the cracked wood. Although if the universe wanted to add to my distress, an ass splinter would be the perfect way to do it. How can I fix this? I am the main provider for this family. It's not fair to put all the pressure on Sarah when I mess up. How can I let my wife sit across from me and tell me she'll have to work multiple jobs and be okay with it? And what can I do? Nothing, because of my own damn mistakes at work? Sarah was right. No one will hire me when there's an open harassment case being held against me. When did I let myself become so pathetic? I want my wife to be happy and feel safe and secure. But I'm not sure I have any way to make it happen now. Oh God. Are we actually going to get divorced over this? I don't know how to do life without Sarah. There has to be a way for us to get through this. There has to be a way.
Chapter 6. Sarah. Completely frozen in wide-eyed disbelief, I stare at my computer screen as if the world around me has stopped, rapidly running my eyes over each line I read the email sent only 10 minutes ago from HR. Sarah Harrelson, please consider this email as an official notification that you have been pink-slipped. Pink slips are Coal River Community College's way of documenting layoffs within the district. While this pink slip does not mean you will immediately lose your job, it serves as a notice that your position may be terminated at the end of the school year. We are doing everything in our power to avoid this round of layoffs. But with declining enrollment, we are forced to make budget cuts. So please understand that your job is not guaranteed for the upcoming school year.
I have my laptop propped open in front of me on the thrift store coffee table in our living room.
Despite the living room being the biggest in this small house, I suddenly feel like I'm suffocating. I got the same email as everyone else last week about potential layoffs. But I never suspected my job or any other intro to classes would be on the chopping block. How can they let me go when they have already cut my job in half? Before I let myself spiral any further, my eyes draw toward the out-of-place yellow font typed beneath the template HR signature sign-off. The light yellow is difficult to read, and I start to wonder why the administration would type any part of their message in yellow if they wanted people to see it. Using my cursor, I highlight the yellow sentence to get a better look at the message. Hey girl, it's Shelley from HR. Call me on my personal cell when you see this. It's urgent. They say it helps to have friends in high places. Well, Shelley is mine. She once told me she was going to quit and move away to work as a receptionist for a dental office, but I convinced her to stay here in this school district a little longer. Maybe this is her coded way of telling me she's quitting or something? But why hide the message in an email? Taking out my phone, I dial her number. Girl, you got my message, Shelley says in a muffled, low tone when she answers my call on the first ring. Hang on, let me step outside. After a minute, I hear her voice again, still lower than her typical boisterous tone. I only have a minute, but I just have to fill you in. Okay. My one-word response is all I manage to get out before Shelley continues. I could lose my job for telling you this, but who cares, she says. I'm quitting soon anyway. As if I wasn't intrigued already. My ears perk and I sit up straighter, as if that will help me hear her better. For the record, I saw your name on the pink slip list and tried everything to save your job, but your girl doesn't have any pull like that. I don't want you to be let go, but it's out of my control. I'm sorry, sweetie. Oh, that's what this call is. A goodbye from Shelley. A letting me know she tried phone call. It's kind of her to do this, but not necessary by any means. Shelley doesn't owe me anything. Shelley, you don't have to. But that's a side note. She cuts me off. And I'm not sure she's heard me. I'm calling to tell you about the rumors that have been floating around this office. Word is that your husband has a harassment case about to drop against him. I let out a heavy breath. Well, yes, but how did you... Doesn't matter how I found out. The issue here is that when the people above me found out about your husband's case, your name suddenly showed up on the pink slip list. What? I gasp. She continues. I immediately saw a red flag here. We are in an era of women's empowerment, so it's suspicious how a school district would lay off a woman who's about to be publicly known as the wife of a man accused of harassing women. I can almost hear Shelley shaking her head back and forth with disapproval. The district can get into some real sticky shit if anyone ever found out. Is Shelley suggesting what I think she is? Am I losing my job because of my husband? Is this another case of Logan making a huge mistake and I'm the one who suffers? Because of him, our lives are about to implode. Again? I've worked hard for my career. Is my husband's negligence going to be the reason I lose everything I've worked for? I can't even count how many times Logan has been the root cause of destruction throughout our marriage. If what Shelley says is true, I'm not sure where to go from here. You could sue them, she adds, and her voice trails off. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, she says, "Do you want to sue them? Because I'll help. I'm on your side, girl." "What? No," I respond, still trying to process what she's saying. "I'm just thinking. It's a lot of information to sort through, you know?" "It is, but I'll share some good news," she adds. "I heard that if your husband's case can get resolved or, in other words, somehow disappear before the beginning of next school year, they will happily hire you back. Coal River District likes you. Of course, except for this little snafu." Unfortunately, I'm no stranger to harassment cases. While it's a nice thought, I'm certain Logan's case will not be all wrapped up by the end of summer. These cases could take months, years. And if the case hasn't disappeared by next school year, I inquire, "What then?" She hesitates just long enough for me to know what her response will be. "If the case doesn't go away," she repeats, "then not only will Coal River Community College not hire you back, but you will be blackballed from the entire district and possibly the county." Blackballed, meaning... I draw out the words, hoping she means something other than what I think it means. Meaning, no one in all of McDowell County will want to hire you. Harassment isn't something a school district wants to be associated with in any way. She sighs into the phone. "Again, I'm so sorry this is happening to you, Sarah." My breathing quickens. "This isn't your fault, Shelley," I say as calmly as I can manage. "My husband is to blame. My loving, stupid decision-making gets himself into hot water husband." My tone turns angry. "Damn, I sure wouldn't want to be Logan when he comes home." Shelley chuckles. "Though it might be fun to be a fly on the wall." I hear Shelley cover the receiver and say something to someone else before whispering to me, "Sorry, I gotta run. Call me later if you need to chat." When she ends the call, my blood is boiling. My anger toward Logan just hit a new high. Chapter 7. Sarah. By the time I hear Logan get home, I'm at the bathroom sink, splashing water on my face while trying to clear my head. I've gone through all the emotions since my conversation with Shelley earlier today. I was angry when I got off the phone, then sad, then disappointed, then confused. I started questioning myself. Am I the reason I'm in this mess? Have I let myself become too dependent on a man? All these years of blaming my mother for my traumatic childhood, I didn't see myself following in her footsteps. If there is one thing I don't want to be, it's my mother. I have a lot of unwanted memories from my childhood ingrained in my mind. But one thing Teresa Kent so clearly modeled for me was how to rely on men for everything. I was about to turn 5 when my dad died. From the few stories I heard about life before he died, the 3 of us were what most people might call a normal family. That is, normal until one day when Dad left for work and Mom explained to me that Dad wasn't coming home. "Be careful on the road today, Rick," my mom said to my dad before he left to drive his commercial delivery truck. "We love you." My father died in a trucking accident when his big rig slid off the road and into some large trees. He was driving his typical bread route, familiar with the roads, having driven them every day for years. no one has been able to pinpoint exactly what caused my father to veer off the road that night. Possibly a deer in the road? A car? Maybe he fell asleep. But the what never mattered to me. Dad was gone, and he wasn't coming back. I used to be able to remember what Dad looked like. I used to be able to picture him smiling at me and Mom, giving us both kisses before he left for work. But the older I got, time worked against me, and my memories faded. Rick Birch, my hero, my father, is a blur in my memory. Since Mom and Dad were never married, Mom changed my last name to match hers after he died. She didn't want there to be any confusion that I was hers, or she didn't want the humiliation that could come of having a different last name as your child at that time. Regardless of the reason, Sarah Birch was gone at the age of 5, and Sarah Kent is the name I would go by until age 19, when I would marry and become a Harrelson. Now, when I think of the past, I can only remember the life I had with Mom after Dad was gone. And what a terrible life it was. Teresa was a stay-at-home wife and mother, so Dad's death turned her world upside down. Mom used to tell me how difficult it was to get on her feet because she claimed we had no support from family. But I found out later in life that she didn't even try to reach out to anyone. She could have found ways to better herself. She could have gotten a job or continued her education, but she didn't. Instead, she chose to let the bills stack up until eventually we lost the house. For most of my early childhood, we went through a cycle of living out of a car, then hotels, then moving in with the random men Mom associated with. When the men got tired of her, they would kick us out, and we'd be back to living in a car. Mom put us through long, cold, uncomfortable nights, squished into the back seat of a Camry because she didn't want to get a job and save us by herself. Through Teresa's eyes, it was better to wait for a man to save us. I was confused as a kid, but as an adult, I'm even more confused now that I'm aware of the options we had available to us back then. I've come to terms with knowing that there are so many things I'll never understand about my mom and the choices she made. But it's still frustrating, and the root of a lot of issues I've carried with me for years. Teresa Kent needed men to be the heroes in her story. Perhaps that's why she died alone in her car one day. No man was there to save her. Police say she overdosed, and toxicology reports were never able to pinpoint exactly what she overdosed on. But I never cared about the details. She was gone. And that meant I was free. In a backwards way, her actions helped shape the woman I am today. I am a stronger woman than my mother ever was. I refuse to give my children a life like the one I had growing up. And that's why education is critical for me and a non-negotiable when it comes to my kids. I'm an only child with no extended family. I will show my kids what it means to work hard while making sure they know how much I love them along the way. With or without my husband's help, I will take care of my babies. But where to start? Is laying into Logan right now going to solve anything? I can argue with him all night long, but it won't change the fact that we will not be able to make next month's mortgage payment. We will have to take a loss on the house and sell. At best, we might break even after having to take out a second mortgage a few years back. But in this economically upset market, I doubt we could sell anyway. As a last resort, I know I can ask my best friend Holly if my family can stay with her for a little while until we figure things out, but an emphasis on this being a last resort. It doesn't seem right to ask Holly if a family of 4 can move in with her into her 2-bedroom apartment. What the hell are we going to do? My phone screen illuminates on the bathroom countertop. I had set the ringer to silent because I didn't want any distractions while I was sorting through my scattered thoughts. But now I can't help to notice that someone is calling. A random number with the 530 area code. Everyone I talk to lives in West Virginia with me and has a 304 or 681 area code. Probably a scam. I clear the call. I hear the bedroom door creak when it opens. "Babe, are you in here?" Logan calls out. "I brought pizza home and the kids are asking if they can eat now." Awesome. Thank you for spending money we don't have, Logan. When does it stop? "In the bathroom," I reply. "Be out in a sec. Go ahead and start eating without me." Staring at my freshly washed face in the mirror, I take a deep breath. This quite possibly has been the worst month of my life so far. I'm exhausted. I feel like I haven't been able to breathe, and I need a moment of reprieve. I know Logan and I have a lot to discuss and figure out, but I just can't this evening. I choose to postpone talking to Logan about my conversation with Shelley. So for one night, we can have dinner together as a normal family whose lives are not about to change drastically. My phone screen flashes again just before I leave the bathroom. It's the same 530 number calling. I don't typically answer calls from random numbers, but something inside me is telling me to take this call. I pick up the phone and slide the green button. "Hello?" "Hi," a strange male voice says. Is this Sarah Harrelson?" "Yes, who's this?" "Hi, Sarah. My name is Alan Cross. You don't know me, but I'm the one who's been tasked with calling you regarding some unfortunate news." "Oh, great. Of course it would be today, the day I lose my job that a stranger would call to add more awful news to my life. What is it going to be this time? A past due bill? An overdrawn account? Someone using my social security number to open lines of credit?" Alan continues. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but your uncle has died." "Oh, thank God. It's a scam." In a chipper tone, I reply, "Nice try. It might have worked on someone else, but I don't have an uncle. Both my parents were only children. Scam someone else. Thank you. Goodbye." I bring the phone down from my ear, but I hear the man shout, "Wait! Your Uncle Riley Kent had your name in his will." I freeze with my thumb hovering over the end call button. Did he say Kent? My mom's last name? My maiden name? Bringing the phone back up to my ear, I ask, "Who did you say you were again?" "I'm Alan Cross, the executor of Riley Kent's will." Who is this guy, and what is he trying to pull here? Why should I believe him? How can I believe a random person calling and claiming my uncle died when I'm 100% certain that I've never had any relatives, blood or honorary? I'm supposed to believe that all of a sudden I have one? He clarifies, "I handle all the debts, taxes, and legal notices that need sorting before the distribution of any of Riley's assets can occur." "Wait a minute," I interject to slow him down. "You're telling me a man named Riley Kent is my uncle?" "Yes. And if he's my uncle, that means your mother, Teresa Kent, had a brother." He finishes my thought. My mouth falls open. There's no way. Why would Mom never mention she had a brother? Or, better yet, why would she go out of her way to lie to me about her being an only child? Mom always said it was just me and her against the world after Dad died. None of this makes any sense. This is too much. "I'm sorry if you're just finding out about all this." Alan's voice rings in my ears. "I'm sure it's a lot to process, but we are just scratching the surface. There's so much more we need to discuss." Why would Mom never tell me? Just another reason to despise Teresa Kent. Alan interrupts. "Listen, Just before he died, Riley had a will drawn up and documented, but he left a video will too. In all the documentation, he left something of great value to you, Sarah Harrelson. Is this real? He continues, I would like to fly out there so we can review the written and video wills together and discuss everything immediately. I'll book a suite in one of our remote attorney offices and I'll email you with the details and the address of where to meet. Does tomorrow work for you? Tomorrow is Saturday, and I planned on having a much-needed discussion with Logan. But meeting up with the will executor to discuss my unknown uncle's will definitely sounds more intriguing. Okay, I reply with slight hesitation in my tone. I'm still having a hard time deciding whether this is real. I'll give you my email and wait for you to send over the details.
Great. I'll be on the first flight out. See you then.
When Alan Cross ends the call, a chill runs down my spine. I can't tell if the chill is because I'm excited to learn more about my extended family or because I'm worried. Something about all this doesn't quite feel right. Chapter 8. Sarah. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Harrelson. Alan smiles at me, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. Please. He gestures to a chair near the desk. Have a seat. When I sit down, I scan the small office. Completely empty, other than two seemingly uncomfortable chairs and a desk. His laptop sits on top of the desk near a stack of papers, but the screen is dark. As if he were reading my mind, Alan reminds me, again, thank you for agreeing to meet in this remote office. His eyes run over the bare walls and a flash of disgust wipes over his face. I requested the furnished executive suite, but this co-working space was all they had available. If we were meeting in my office in sunny California, the color tones on the walls in the room would have made you feel warmer and more welcome. He shakes his head one more time. Anyway, let's get on with it, shall we? He shuffles through the papers. I assume Mr. Harrelson will be joining us. Should we wait for him to get started? I adjust my back against the seat and cross one of my legs over the other. No, Logan won't be joining us. I give a flat smile and shrug playfully. Someone had to take the kids to their dentist appointments. I lie. Logan did take the kids to the dentist, but that's not the reason he won't be coming to this meeting. Truth is, I never told Logan about the phone call from Alan last night, and I never mentioned where I was going when I left the house this morning. We have too many issues going on in our lives right now. I felt like this was something I needed to do alone. I'm still a little skeptical. If it turns out that Alan Cross is telling the truth about everything, I'll tell my husband about it. However, if this is all some elaborate scam, I don't want to add it to the mountain of stress that is our lives right now. If it's a scam, I'll accept defeat and move on with my day. All right, then. Alan turns on his laptop. I've been instructed to play the video first. It gives a summary of what we can expect in the written will. Then we can dive into the minutiae afterward and discuss the details. I nod in agreement, and he opens the video. Before he hits play, I see a still image of a man on the screen. It's him, Riley Kent, the uncle I never knew I had, thanks to Mom's perpetual lies. All my skepticism fades away immediately because I can tell, just by looking at him, that he is related to me. His features are similar to mine. Thick brown hair, high cheekbones, and the same lucky, perfectly sized nose people so often tell me that I have. Alan clicks on the play button, and Riley's image begins to move. The way he continuously rubs his thumb over his opposite palm is familiar, as is the way he cracks only one knuckle over and over again while constantly adjusting his posture. as if he's uncomfortable in his skin. He looks exactly like a male version of my mom, except for one thing. Riley has a distinguishing feature that I've only ever seen in one other person in real life. His eyes. They're striking. Any person who looks at Riley would certainly be drawn to his eyes first. They're two different colors. The left is a caramel brown, and the right is a piercing blue. My daughter, Alexis, has the same eyes. Brown on the left, blue on the right. I've never known how or where her eyes came from, but it's evident this is a familial gene. I find myself leaning in closer toward the screen like a moth to a flame. Riley looks into the camera, and in this moment, I notice the untold secrets behind his eyes. I have a feeling I'm about to uncover some of those secrets. If you're watching this, I'm already dead. The video begins and the sound of his voice instantly brings tears to my eyes. Sarah, my name is Riley Kent. I'm your uncle. Your only one. You won't remember me. The last time I saw you, you were nearly 5, and your mother ensured it was the last. I doubt Teresa has spoken my name since. The video jumps around for a moment as if it's glitching, before I see Riley's eyes stray from the camera down to the floor for a split second. I sense a surge of regret and sorrow through the screen. I wasn't there to see you grow up, to be the fun uncle you deserved. I missed your wedding, the day you changed from a Kent to a Harrelson. I missed everything. But I never stopped watching over you from afar. I slowly bring my hand over my mouth. By now, you might be wondering why you're here. Please, let me explain. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. You may be my uncle, but I can't remember ever meeting you. Why am I here? First, Alan Cross, the man in the room with you, is the executor of my will. I trust him, and you should too. What I am about to say is documented in writing. Alan has a copy of my written will, but I want this video as proof in case anyone dares to alter it. I look over the screen for a brief moment when my uncle mentions Alan's name, and catch the sorrowful expression on Alan's face. I wonder how Alan knew my uncle. I wonder why Riley would choose Alan above anyone else to be the executor of his will. I make mental notes to ask Alan about this later. Now, let's talk about why you're really here. Riley's tone grows more serious, and I feel a strong connection to this man. I wasn't allowed in your life, but I always kept tabs on you. And after seeing the woman you've become, I knew you were the only one who could handle what I'm leaving behind. My lake house in North Tahoe. What? I whisper, and inch to the edge of my seat. Riley continues, but this is no ordinary house, Sarah. And before it can be yours, you must agree to one thing. That's when the video cuts off and the screen goes dark. That's it, Alan says, closing the laptop. That's it? What's the thing I need to agree to? I've been wondering the same thing from the day I first watched it. Riley's will is documented in this paperwork right here. He pats a stack of papers on the table in front of him, and I've read through it 1,000,000 times. There's nothing in here about agreeing to something before you can receive the house, not even in the fine print. Alan seems put off by this and is just as confused as I am right now. He continues, I'm not a technology expert, so I had someone look at Riley's laptop in hopes that they could recover the remaining video footage, so we might figure out what he meant. I was hoping to compare the video evidence with the written will and come up with the plan to move forward. Alan replies, And? I ask eagerly. It's gone, he shrugs. Gone? As in the rest of the video will has disappeared? I ask, and he nods. Technology runs this world. How can footage simply disappear these days? Alan shakes his head, unconvinced. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm getting a second opinion. He scratches his temple. Something isn't right here. As the executor of Riley's will, I did some research about what to do when the written and video wills contradict each other. There are some loopholes, but generally the written will is the legally binding document. Alan explains. He leans in and lowers his voice as if someone is listening. Off the record, if you want my opinion, it seems obvious that something suspicious is at play here. I can't place what it is, but something is odd about this whole situation. Maybe falsified documents are at play, or missing pages of the will. Maybe the rest of Riley's video was cut out on purpose. I don't know, but there's something not right about it. I widen my eyes. He continues in a low tone. I think there's a chance that whoever is behind this might have taken part in Riley's demise. I bring my hand to my lips. Oh my God, how did my uncle die anyway? Alan meets my gaze for a moment and crooks his head to the side, like he's trying to figure out how to tell me. Instead of answering my question, he avoids it by moving the conversation forward. Anyway, that's all just my opinion. He waves it off casually, bringing his tone back to a regular volume. Technically, since we have a signed written will at our fingertips and it appears to be the full, intact will, I'm legally obligated to move forward with the information we have. He takes the stack of papers and shuffles through them. Riley put the lake house in a living trust, and because of that, we can utilize the transfer on death deed to bypass probate. Alan rambles on, and suddenly I can hear my heavy breaths and rapid heartbeat. It's so much information to absorb. I'm starting to regret not having Logan here with me. He continues. The transfer of the house to the beneficiary, that's you. He motions toward me. Usually takes a long time, but I started this process early and it looks like we can get the title transferred into your name and get you the keys in about 3 months or less. Do you have any questions? Yes, I have tons of questions, but for some reason I'm drawing a blank, and only one clarifying question comes out. So, you're saying I stumble over my words. Even though Riley clearly had other requests in his video, requests we may never know, I'm going to be the owner of a lake house in the rich area of North Tahoe in 3 months or less? Alan grins. Yes, as the executor of the will, it's my job to follow the written will exactly as it is legally recorded and disclosed in here. He rests his hand on the paperwork. It states that you are entitled to the lake house. I can't believe this. However, he quickly holds up a finger to add, things could change should any missing documents ever surface or if the other parts of the video are recovered and used in a way that contests the written will in court. Meaning, once the lake house is signed over in your name, you immediately become liable and responsible for the property and everything that comes with it, including this unknown caveat Riley mentioned, whatever it should be. I raise a brow. He continues, off the record, I'm going to search for someone who can help to recover the footage from Riley's video. It'll drive me mad not knowing what Riley was referring to. But in the meantime, you'll get your keys to the house. We just have a few papers to sign here. As Alan prepares some paperwork, Riley's words from the video replay in my mind. "This is no ordinary house, Sarah. And before it can be yours, you must agree to one thing." What could have been so important for me to agree to that my uncle included it in his final message to me? Should I really be signing and legally binding myself to something that may or may not show all the pieces? Unsure of what to do, reality comes into play. Is there anything that would turn me away from wanting to own property and a lake house? "So, Sarah Harrelson," Alan's voice rings in my ears, bringing me back to the office. "Are you ready to sign?" Am I? Never in my entire life has anyone ever given me a gift worth keeping. My mom couldn't afford to do anything special for me. Not that she wanted to. So for her secret brother to come out of nowhere and leave me a paid-off lake house? There must be a grand reason behind his choosing me as his beneficiary. My mind heeds the warning, flashing a memory I buried deep within. The time when one of Mom's boyfriends brought me a present, a delicate golden butterfly etched into a circle pendant that hung from a thin 14-karat gold chain. I assumed he gave it to me in front of Mom to show off for her, proving that he was a good guy. But like this lake house, it felt like it was too good to be true. He too had something for me to agree to before accepting the gift. To keep the necklace, he made me strip down to my panties while he took pictures of me, making me swear not to tell a soul. I was 12. In many ways, this lake house could be the answer to all my family struggles. A paid-off home, no matter where it is, could help us get out of this mess we are in. But something about the whole scenario still makes me feel uneasy. The house is legally mine, but I need to know what Riley wanted me to agree to. Would it be worth the risk to sign on the dotted line without knowing, just so I could give my family a chance to get ahead in life for once? I don't know, but one thing is for certain. Having this house would prevent me from ending up like my mom. As hot and cold as I am with Logan right now, this decision of what to do with the lake house seems like one a husband and wife should make together. Can I talk to my husband about everything first? Of course, Alan replies. I would say take all the time you need, but Riley made some notes on his paperwork that he insisted the house be yours as soon as possible, within 90 days of his death. He adds, I'm heading back to California tonight, so just give me a call as soon as you can when you decide. Chapter 9. Sarah. On my drive home, I'm trying desperately to process all the information I've been given. I have an uncle now. Well, I had an uncle until he died. That uncle left me a paid-off lake house in Tahoe. Accepting the house would change my family's life forever in so many ways I can't count. But then there's that thing Riley wanted me to agree to. Signing my name on the deed means I'm willing to go along with whatever Riley was referring to. What's Logan going to think about all this? Of everything I've learned in the past 24 hours, I keep coming back to my mother. Why wouldn't she tell me about her brother? What could Riley and Mom have argued about that would have resulted in a brother and sister never speaking again? Riley was financially stable. Why wouldn't he help his sister out if he knew she was living out of a car with her daughter? If Riley truly watched me grow up from afar and had my best interest at heart, why wouldn't he help when my mom and I were at our worst? Just when I think I figured out what's happening right now, more questions begin to emerge. The most frustrating part of all this is not knowing if I'll ever find the answers I'm looking for.
Driving through my hometown, I barely notice when I pass by the Welch Walmart and the McDowell County courthouses.
I've been so lost in thought that an hour has passed. Just a few more minutes until I'm home, I say aloud to no one. What will Logan say when I tell him I'm considering getting the keys to this lake house and having us move away for a fresh start? When we had kids, I made a promise to myself that I would do anything to keep my kids safe. And here we are, one more bad decision away from the life I never wanted for my babies.
A life like my mother gave me.
The moment I started letting myself rely on a man was the moment I lost control of our life. Now we are only left with limited options. We can stay where we are and continue struggling to make ends meet while both of us look for new jobs, or we can use this lake house as a way to get ahead. Who knows how long Logan will be without work? There's a slim chance Logan will win the harassment case against him, even if he is telling the truth. And the day he is labeled as a societal monster, I will be out of a job, according to Shelley. What other choice do we have than to get the keys and move? We've been given a free house. We have to move, regardless of what the stipulations might be. I haven't done the research yet, but I imagine there's a higher cost of living in North Tahoe. However, couple that with having no mortgage payment, and the move looks more realistic. I already work remotely.
I could always finish out my school year at the lake house, as long as I budget the remainder of our finances before the move. Once we get settled, I could search for other local opportunities for employment. Then Logan could get licensed in a new state and have a fresh start working in construction again.
This move could not only put us in a better financial situation, but it might just save our marriage. The more I think about it, the more it's clear to me. Moving to California is the only option. We are going to have to move out of this house regardless, and the kids are going to have to switch schools because of that. Why not give everyone a fresh start? Can the Harrelsons do life in sunny California with a paid-off house in a rich, classy neighborhood? I hate the idea of uprooting and destabilizing our kids, but they are young enough to bounce back quickly. Plus, they might enjoy it. This could be the sunny, water-filled vacation Logan and I have been promising the kids. Except it would be a permanent vacation. We will get them enrolled in a free public school when we get there and start the acclimation immediately. Is this the universe finally giving us a boost in the right direction? Did we just receive a blessing in disguise? R.I.P., Uncle Riley. I pull into the driveway and turn off the engine. I hold back for a moment before going inside. Something about this is still unnerving, but I recognize life-changing opportunities when I see them. We don't have a choice. We're going to move.
Chapter 10. Logan. Yes, yes, and yes, I say with a genuine smile plastered on my face. Sarah tilts her head. You're sure? You're willing to do a 180 in our life without knowing all the details? This is a no-brainer. Our family needs this. We need this. I am 100% on board. You do not have to tell me twice, I say confidently. We need a fresh start, and we've needed one for a while now. Sarah stares at me in the curious way she always does when the wheels are spinning in her mind. Okay, she replies hesitantly. When Sarah presented this situation to me, she attempted to make it seem like this would be a discussion and a joint decision. But no matter how hard she tried to mask it with hypotheticals, I heard it in her tone. Her mind was already made up. Our family is going to move to the lake house, whether I agree or not. Without a doubt, I have questions about every step that led us to this opportunity. Is this some elaborate scam? Just exactly who is Alan Cross? Is Riley Kent truly related to my wife? If so, whose fault is it that Sarah has gone her whole life without knowing her late uncle, the only family she could have kept in touch with? Whether Riley Kent was a good person throughout his life or a bad one, Sarah never even got to decide whether she wanted her uncle in her life or not. It wasn't right of Sarah's mother to withhold this information from her. In a way, this whole situation makes me feel guilty. On one side, there is Sarah, alone with no biological family members. On the other side, here I am, overwhelmed by family members whom I could hang around and get to know better, but I purposely choose not to talk to. I have my reasons for this. My 5 older sisters and I have kept our distance as adults. I'm the baby brother to my sisters, and after our parents died when we were young, my sisters became protective of me, but to a fault. They started imposing on every aspect of my life, controlling me and getting involved in every decision I ever made. I never had any privacy. I asked them to give me space, but they didn't. Instead, they forced themselves into my life to the point of my having to isolate just so I could breathe. That's when I moved far enough away from each of them until eventually all my sisters stopped trying to control my life. It's been years since I've spoken to any of my sisters, and I don't feel bad about it. It's therapeutic to cut toxic people from your life, even if they're related to you, right? Especially when these toxic people had the audacity to blame me for making their lives worse after our parents died. They claimed they were always just trying to help when they were in the wrong. However, Sarah's situation is different. At least my kids know they have aunts out there, even if they'll never meet them by choice. A choice my wife was never given. It's not fair for Sarah. So, we created the only family we will ever need, and I'll stand by the decisions we made until the end. Together, we've trudged through thick and thin. I'm walking a thin line with Sarah right now, and I can't risk saying the wrong thing. So I said yes and agreed to move without batting an eye. I needed her to know I'm in this for the long run. I said yes so compellingly, using every ounce of my heart. My way of proving to her that I'm all in for fixing the mess I've made. I need my family to be proud of the man I am, but I fear I'm losing them. My family is everything to me. I'll do anything and everything I can to be the provider that this family deserves, even if that means going along with something I'm not quite sure about. I stand in front of Sarah and take her 2 hands in mine. Looking her directly in the eye, I say, "Sign the papers. We can deal with whatever comes with it later. There's nothing we can't get through together," I confess, and gaze deeply into her light brown eyes. We're moving as soon as possible, and our lives are going to change forever. Part 2. Present Day. Welcome to Tahoe. Chapter 11. Logan. No, this can't be right, I whisper to myself from behind the steering wheel of the rented moving truck. Through the windshield, I watch Sarah's car pull into the driveway ahead of me, into what I can only describe as one of the biggest 3-story homes I've ever seen. She steps out of her car and slowly lifts her chin, scanning the home until she's looking at the top. It's then that she glances back at me, with the biggest smile I've seen on her since the day she signed the papers for this house 3 months ago. The kids hop out of the back seat of her car, and Sarah waves for me to park the truck and join them. Guess this really is it, I mutter to myself. Wow. In a typical neighborhood, one might wonder where to park the large moving truck with my car in tow. But this house sits on 2 acres of land. I can park anywhere as long as I avoid hitting one of the hundreds of trees surrounding the house. When I hop out of the truck, my feet crunch against the thick layer of dead pine needles covering the ground. My new life in the mountains of California would be vastly different than that of West Virginia, but even the air here smells different. I take a look around, inhaling the fresh pine scent resting underneath my nose. A fresh scent for a fresh start. "Dad, look at me!" I hear Frankie's voice calling me from a distance, and I turn my head to see him already climbing halfway up a tree. I walk toward him. "Frank, what are you doing up there? Get down from there!" I shout, but he doesn't hear me, or chooses to ignore me. I close the distance between us. "Frankie, I said get—" "Just let him go," Sarah interrupts. "He has a lot of pent-up energy from riding in the car for almost 2 days, not counting the few hours we slept at that roadside motel." She's right, though I'd hardly call it sleep. We tossed and turned on those thin mattresses. At the motel, I spent more time positioning my body so I couldn't feel every bar of the metal bed frame in my back than I did sleeping. She continues, "Let our 7-year-old be a 7-year-old. He's going to climb trees because there sure are a lot of them." Sarah's gaze sways back at the house, and I follow her stare. "Don't forget, we live here now." While the exterior of the house needs some tender love and care, the size of the home itself is impressive enough. I'm not sure if it was built to look like a log cabin or if it qualifies as one, but that's what comes to mind when I stare up at it. It stands 3 stories high with a steep pitched roof, making it look even taller. There's a multitude of windows scattered on each of the house levels, and the exterior weathered wood walls blend seamlessly into the natural forest surrounding it. The front porch is wide and wraps around only one side, with a driveway leading up to the attached garage on the other side. A few of the front windows are broken and boarded up, but you hardly notice them when you walk up the 3 steps onto the porch because of the bold red front door. An impressive double-door entry that looks as if the designer wanted this entrance to make a statement. 2 tarnished gold, distinctive lion door knockers attached, one on each door. This is unbelievable. And it's all ours. "Shall we?" Sarah says, as she fumbles with the keyring that Alan Cross handed over to her after all the paperwork was squared away. There are probably 20 keys on the ring. I remember how I widened my eyes when I saw Alan remove the keys from the manila envelope. So many keys. I had just met Alan for the first time on signing day, since Sarah had met him alone when he originally reached out. I don't think he was able to get a good read on me that day, which explains why he felt inclined to over-explain every part of the process. Each lock around the house has its own key. It's an old house, so expect old locks, among other things. Unusual noises, things breaking easily, doors and windows getting jammed, stuff like that. Think of these house quirks as character traits. These quirks make it the exquisite house it is. There was something in his tone that didn't sit well with me when he described the house, but I couldn't place the feeling in that moment. However, now that we're standing in front of this lake house for the first time, I see what Alan meant by character traits. Every missing shingle on the roof tells me the house held its own in matches against the weather. Every chunk of paint peeling from the exterior walls tells me how much this house needs a fresh start, just like us. Sarah puts a key in the lock and tries to turn it. It doesn't unlock. She mumbles something to herself as she tries another key. That key doesn't turn either. "Damn it," she says, and continues to eliminate keys one by one. As I wait for Sarah to unlock the door, I gaze around the property. Privacy has always been important to me. By living on so much land with trees separating us from the street, it's comforting knowing that nosy neighbors or unwanted guests won't be an issue here. Sarah is still trying to find the lucky key and is only halfway through the ring when I hear her quiet swear words becoming more frequent after every failed attempt. I'd offer to help, but this is one of those situations where it's better left untouched. I can hear her response now. "I'm completely capable of putting a key in a lock, Logan." Or maybe she'd snap, "I'm fine." Or perhaps she might go for the jugular with a, "You want to help now that I'm almost through all the keys?" Not helpful, Logan. The last thing I want to do is start off this new adventure with an argument. So, instead of saying anything, I give her space and use the moment to walk around the porch. Every time my sneakers, or dad shoes as my kids call them, meet the wooden deck, the boards creak. There is a hollowness below. The sounds are unmistakable, and for some reason, each squeak comforts me. With a porch this loud, we would hear someone approaching before they ever reached the door knocker. "Tag, you're it." "Hey, that's not fair." "Dad, Alexis isn't being fair," Frankie whines. I turn to see my kids running along the fallen pine needles in front of the house. They're laughing, then arguing, then laughing again, and the sight of it warms my heart. Maybe this move will be good for us after all. My eyes are drawn to the forest around us. Other than the small clearing where our house sits, this property is dense with trees. On flat, clear land, 2 acres may not feel like a great distance, because you would be able to see from one side of the property to the other. But in a dense forest surrounded by mountainous hills, 2 acres seems to stretch beyond where my eyes can see. Even if I squint, I'm not sure where the property line starts or ends. A memory from the day we got the address flashes in my mind. We immediately pulled up the Google Maps image of this place and zoomed in closer using the Street View feature. Most of the images of the area looked similar to each other, covered by trees and leaves. But now that we are here, it's obvious to me that the images were not as up-to-date as we suspected. The trees surrounding the house weren't this tall, and their leafy branches weren't as full. If I had never looked at the map, I would never have known about the 4 other houses on this block. I can't see any of the neighbors from this porch. I'm loving how secluded this place is. Ugh, seriously? Sarah grumbles as she tries another key that doesn't work. Come on already! I chuckle to myself. Sometimes I forget how adorable Sarah can be when she's mad, but not actually mad. Being here might just heal our marriage after all. I continue gazing out of the property. Just the rocky road-based driveway alone stretches longer than the entire block of our last residence. My eyes trail from Sarah's parked car, along the dirt, down to where I know the street is, even though my eyes can't reach it. Scanning further right, I sweep the area, weaving in and out through the trees, until something catches my attention. It's brown, but not a tree trunk. It seems to blend into the forest, and if I weren't intentionally looking in that direction, I doubt I would have ever seen it. What the hell is that? I quietly say aloud. Huh, Sarah replies without looking up, concentrating on the keys in her hand. I'll be right back, I reply, but Sarah's too enveloped in the key fiasco to acknowledge my words. I descend the porch stairs toward the forest, squinting and trying hard to understand what I'm looking at. I see now that the brown speck stretches wider than I anticipated. From the porch, this brown blur looked like it was lying on the forest floor. I see now that it's up higher than I thought. I still can't tell what it is. I need to get closer. I walk toward the end of the clearing in front of the house, and before I step 1 foot into the thick, dark forest, I glance back at my family over my shoulder. The kids are running around, and Sarah stands frustrated at the front door. An eerie feeling washes over me. Something inside me is screaming for me to turn around and go back to the house. Don't go into the forest. My internal dialogue warns me, but my curiosity wins the battle. I can't let it go. I need to know what's out there on our property. Against my better judgment, I press on. Eyes locked onto the brown blur, I move forward, crunching pine needles along the way. This smell of pine grows stronger the deeper into the forest I go, and the unknown gets a little clearer with every step I take. The closer I get, the bigger this blur becomes. Brown with black spots. It's tall, woven into the trees. I'm about half the distance between the house and this thing before I circle a large tree trunk and freeze when I see it. Widening my eyes, I process what I'm looking at. A brown and black camouflage tent? But not just any tent. A large tent. A long tent that I would guess stretches the length of 2 trucks with extra long beds. Held up by ties roped around the trees, the tent feels permanent. Like someone might live here. It's still quite a distance away, but there's no mistaking the mounds of fallen pine needles that have collected where the material dips on the tarped roof. This tent has been here for a while. Still momentarily frozen in shock, I let my gaze fall from the roof to the main entrance. And that's when I see him. The man standing just inside the tent, staring back at me.
Chapter 12. Sarah.
He's out there right now. Come look.
Logan explodes as he paces our new living room. He continuously spies through the crack in the boarded-up window, looking in the direction of the forest. I sigh and stop mid-stride as I hold a box labeled kitchen in my arms. It's a fresh start, Sarah. You're trying harder in your marriage now that you're here, remember? You want this to work, so start trying. Lowering myself to the ground, I set the box on the worn wooden floorboards and walk to the window to humor Logan. He points toward the area in the dark forest where he swears that he saw a man. Okay, move over, I say through my deep exhale and wave a hand, motioning for Logan to take a step back from the window. Standing on my tiptoes, I peer through the crack in the boards. Part of me braces for what I'm about to see, but the other part of me isn't worried in the slightest. It's not that I didn't believe Logan when he came rushing out of the forest into the house ranting about a strange man, but let's just say this wouldn't be the first time Logan saw something that wasn't actually there. Logan's perception of life is the worst. After being together for so many years, I've come to understand how his brain works. More often than not, he jumps to conclusions before having all the facts, or taking an extra moment to think through things. Like the time years ago, when he missed Alexis's first school performance because he thought it started at 9, when it was at 6. There was no excuse for that one because if he used any common sense at all, he would have figured it out. What kindergarten performance begins at 9 at night? In that moment, I made an excuse for him, claiming human error. People misread the number 9 as a 6 all the time. So the incident passed by without a second thought. But more incidents occurred after that night, like the time when I got pregnant with Frankie. I showed Logan the positive pregnancy test, and Logan thought the plus sign meant I tested positive for some sort of virus. I might have let this misperception slide too if Frankie were an accident, but we were trying. And Logan knew I was walking into the bathroom to take a pregnancy test. How he managed to get that one wrong still boggles my mind. Honestly, my husband's lack of being able to read a situation correctly is most likely how he ended up suspended from his job and slapped with a harassment case. I didn't know this side of him until years into our marriage. Would I have made a different choice had I known? I scan the forest in front of our house. I look left, then right. As I anticipated, I see nothing that resembles the shadowy, creepy as hell man, as Logan put it, staring at us from the forest. Here we go again. It was probably a tree or a shadow. But before I can argue with him, Logan interjects in a way that says he knew I wasn't going to believe him. No, not over there. Logan wraps his hands over my shoulders and turns my body. Over there. Once again, I see nothing. Come on, Sarah. Stop gaslighting your husband. Take what he's saying to heart and try to believe him without suspicion for once. I squint and look deeper into the forest until something catches my eye. Towards the end of the property, there's a brownish blur that stands out from the rest of the forest. It looks insignificant from where we are, but based on the distance, it's probably fairly large up close. Maybe Logan did see something out there after all. You see it? He says when he sees my shoulders relax. I do, I reply, and try to focus on what I'm looking at. That's where he is, inside that thing. I'm going to grab my phone and call the police. Logan feels his pockets and scans the room for his phone. Slow down there. I peel my eyes from the window. You're going to call the police and tell them what? The baffled look on Logan's face says it all. Are you not concerned at all that there is a man on our property? I purse my lips together tightly. That's not what I'm saying. Homeless? He continues, as if he isn't listening to me. Squatting? No, that's not right. Based on his setup, I'd say he's living on our property. Maybe he was casing the place because he knew your uncle was dying. Part of the reason I agreed to exchange our old lives to move here was for the safety and privacy of our family. Right now, that man is threatening both of those. I hold a hand up. Before you rile yourself up, let's talk this through. 1, you might have agreed to move, but you were a big part of the reason we had to move. Don't forget that. 2, We don't know if a man is living on the property. He could have been just walking by, or perhaps he's a neighbor. He wasn't just passing by, Sarah. That tent is permanent. I saw it with my own eyes, and it looked weathered. It's been here for a long time. And by the way that man was staring at me, he has too. He's a neighbor, all right. A neighbor who's been living on our new property. I take a moment to calm myself. The last thing I want to do is start an argument on day one of living in our new home. Is this a battle worth fighting? No. At least not right now. Neither of us knows anything about what's happening on the other side of our property. We don't even know where the property lines end. The man could be living on his own land for all we know. There's only one way to settle this. I need to hit Logan with the facts. He never argues with the facts. In a calm, neutral tone, I say, I read up on North Tahoe before we moved. Did you know this place gets several feet of snow every year? Logan considers my words. I continue. Outside conditions are harsh for practically half the year. It's not realistic that this man has taken up a permanent residency in our forest. And if the tent has been here for a while, don't you think Uncle Riley would have known about it or mentioned it? Logan remains silent. For the record, it wasn't clear from the video how Riley died. Who was to say if this man was just waiting around for him to kick the bucket so he could commandeer his property? When I say those words out loud, it triggers something inside me. How did Riley die? I never got a clear answer. I was too busy signing paperwork and forgot to follow up with Alan. Did my uncle die of natural causes? Or did something happen to Uncle Riley? He didn't look old or sick in the video. Okay. Logan tosses his hands up, surrendering. Fine. I'll stop jumping to conclusions, but I'm going to tell you right now that I don't like it. Him, out there, staring at us. I close the gap between us and rest my hand on his chest. His heart is racing, each beat pounding hard enough for me to feel it in my fingers. I don't like it either, but it's moving day. We are losing daylight. We need to at least move everything in from the truck and get our bed set up before tonight. There might be some leftover old dusty furniture in all the rooms, but there's not a square of carpet in this place. After the long drive, I just want all of us to have a comfortable night's rest on the first night in our new home. Logan nods in agreement and leans in to kiss my forehead. He's calmed down now, so I add, I promise, first thing tomorrow, you and I will walk down to the tent and figure out what all this is, okay? Again, Logan nods. You're right. Okay, he says and claps his hands together once as if a switch has been flipped inside him. Let's get moving. He walks to where I left the box on the floor, picks it up, and disappears down the hall into the kitchen. I wait until he's out of sight before I step out onto the porch, casting a glance in the direction of the brown blur in the forest. I'll admit what I'm looking at seems odd and out of place. There's no denying it. There's definitely something out there. Something moves in the distance near the far end of the driveway, catching my attention. Sweeping my eyes across the trees, I let out a quiet gasp when I see him. Clear as day, a man stands in the center of our unpaved driveway. I can't tell exactly what he looks like or what he's doing, but I feel his eyes directly on me as he looks up in my direction. Chills run down my spine, and for a moment I consider calling the police, just as Logan suggested. But what if this man is just a curious neighbor from down the road? This doesn't seem like a neighborhood that cycles through neighbors. Maybe this man is coming over to introduce himself. I hear Logan approaching behind me, and I turn toward him. Logan? I say with some hesitation. Logan scrunches his brows, sensing my concern. Babe? Without saying a word, I point toward outside. Logan's eyes follow my finger, then back at me.
What is it, babe?
I turn back toward the driveway, and the man is gone. Chapter 13. Sarah.
His name is Philip Spencer, and he is to remain untouched.
Logan and I sit in Alan Cross's North Tahoe office watching the recently recovered segments of Riley's video. I glance over at the kids to see if they are paying attention to the video, but they're not. They're playing the old board games Alan has stacked on the shelves in his office, completely distracted. And thank goodness they are. The video continues.
I don't have time to get into the minutiae of why, but taking up ownership of the lake house means you verbally agree to Phil. He and the property are sort of a package deal. By signing the house into your name, you will be agreeing to allow Phil to live on the property. There are no official legal terms to this agreement, and it's not something you'll find written down. But that's why I chose you, Sarah. Of all people, I knew I could trust you with this. If for some reason you cannot accept Phil, my wish is for the house to be sold to someone else who will. I've never asked anything of you, and the paperwork indicates this house is yours the moment you sign your name. But I need you to do this for me. You are the only one who could ever understand.
Logan leans over and whispers in my ear.
What the fuck?
For once, I agree with him. The video of Riley continues.
Don't be alarmed. I assure you Phil is harmless in every way. He mostly keeps to himself, and at times he can be quite helpful if you need assistance around the property. And when you don't,
he mutters at the end of his sentence.
You will grow to love him. I promise you. Everyone does.
Alan turns his monitor back toward him and sighs.
No missing pages or other versions of the written will have surfaced, but this is everything we were able to retrieve from Riley's video so far. The IT team I have working on this has indicated there are several minutes of this video that have yet to be accounted for, so we know there are more missing pieces that still need to be recovered. I have a few guys working on it, but I wanted to share this clip with you as soon as I received it.
He smiles.
I also realize you just got into town a few days ago, so thanks again for coming in today. Well, it would have been nice to know about the geriatric transient we'd be taking in before we moved, Logan snaps.
I shoot him a scathing look, then give my attention back to Alan. I think what my husband is trying to say is, while we have no problem letting this man reside on the property since it sounds like he's been there a while.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Logan chimes in, but I speak over him. Phil obviously meant a lot to Uncle Riley, and despite it not being official, accepting him was part of the agreement when we got the house. However, realistically, is Phil going to be a liability for us? For example, who would be responsible for him if he hurt himself on the property?
Or dies, Logan blurts.
I let out a sigh.
What?
He shrugs.
The man looks like he's in his mid-60s if I had to put a number on it.
He justifies his response.
I imagine he'll age fairly quickly living in those harsh outside conditions.
He's in his late 70s, actually, Alan says, peering up from a stack of papers on his desk.
Late 70s?
Logan gasps.
No way.
Alan nods.
It's true. I've known Riley for a long time, and knowing him meant knowing Phil. We don't have any proof, but at one point, Phil's age was mentioned in conversation. At the time, I remember doing the calculations and concluding that Phil was exactly 19 years older than me.
He looks up as if in deep thought, reassuring himself.
That would make Phil's current age 79.
While Alan just sent Logan's mind into a scramble, I too am left scratching my head. but not about Phil's age. You mentioned knowing my uncle, and he mentioned trusting you to be the executor of his will. How was it that you knew Riley again? Alan hesitates, and I sense worry in his expression. His eyes shift back and forth, and I notice he starts tapping the desk with his finger in a nervous way. I knew your uncle because... He begins, but Logan interrupts, blurting out another question. Is he really 79? Because if that's true, Phil looks damn good for his age. Maybe living outside is some sort of youth fountain secret. He chuckles. Perhaps I should give it a try. You might not have a choice when it comes to living outside if you keep interrupting me, I spout, and Logan rolls his eyes. Taking a deep breath, I try to clear my head. Okay, Alan. So what you're saying is that by taking ownership of this house, we are not legally bound to Phil living on the property, but honoring my late uncle's wishes would mean to allow Phil to stay? Correct, Alan confirms. It's such an odd request from Riley. Why did he keep saying that I'm the only one who could understand? Why did he choose me? I don't want a stranger living on the property, especially not when my kids will be playing outside. But Riley was the only family I've ever had, and that counts for something. There's a reason why he left this place and Phil to me, even if I don't know what it is yet. After everything Riley's doing to help my family, the least I can do is honor my uncle's last wishes. And this man is harmless and will leave us alone? From my experience with Phil, I find this to be the case. Alan agrees. I feel a little better about it. Alan pulls a form from his stack of papers and sets it on the desk in front of us. No, you asked about liability protection. North Tahoe sits in 2 states, California and Nevada. The laws might be different if we're talking about a property in Nevada, but your property sits just on the California side of the border. That's where things get tricky. I tilt my head to the side, listening intently. Alan continues. In the state of California, the laws can be quite complicated. Property owners can be held liable if someone gets hurt or dies on their property, but there are loopholes. Logan is bursting at the seams. He has something he wants to say, but he's holding back. I'll remember to give him kudos later for his self-control. Since Phil is more of a guest on your property in this sort of informal living situation rather than a tenant, I'll need you to sign this agreement. Alan hands me a document, and my eyes trail down the page as I read it quietly. Hold harmless agreement. This paper serves as a legal document that releases a property owner from liability in case of injury or death. I flash a look at Logan. Of someone living informally on their property. I take a moment longer to finish reading through the fine print. When my eyes reach the bottom of the page, I look up at Alan, and he must sense my need for clarification. While I doubt it would ever happen, this agreement should relinquish any chance of Phil attempting to sue you in the future. Alan remains confident. I pick up the pen and look at Logan, who has a semi-permanent scowl on his face. We live on 2 acres. We'll leave him alone, and he'll leave us alone. Logan shakes his head in disagreement, but tosses his hands up to surrender. He doesn't want to argue, but I sense he's fuming inside. To soften the punch, I add, we just inherited a large, paid-off home without ever meeting my uncle. Can we do this one thing for Riley? It's not a huge ask in the grand scheme of things. Let the old man live out the rest of his days in peace, undisturbed. Fine. Logan reluctantly agrees. But for the record, I don't like it. With that, I sign the agreement. What's the worst that can happen? Chapter 14. Sarah. The drive back home is quieter than usual. The kids are glued to the handheld single gaming devices that Alan so kindly let them keep after they found them tucked away on a shelf in his office. Logan's eyes are locked onto the road as he drives, but I know his mind is spinning a mile a minute, because mine is too. For the first time since arriving here a week ago, I'm not sure if we made the right move. I might have played it cool on the outside for Logan's sake, but the day we saw Phil watching us really freaked me out. The day after, Logan decided that he would march down there and talk to the man face to face. He wanted to see what the man was doing on the property. Of course, he didn't march down there without tucking his Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol into his pants, concealing it with the flap of his shirt. But Logan said that when he got to Phil's tent, Phil wasn't there. Logan attempted to enter the tent, but there was a small lock looped through the top and bottom zippers of the doorway, so he couldn't get in. The lock was small, and Logan could have broken it with a rock, but he decided against it. While neither of us has seen Phil since that day, Logan insists Phil is still out there, watching us. And it scares me that I can't confidently agree or disagree with him about this. Now that we know a little bit more about Philip Spencer, I should feel better about the situation. Only, I don't. I can't stop wondering if we would have made a different choice about moving if we had known we'd had a permanent neighbor on the property. Would knowing about Phil have changed anything? Honestly, I don't think so. Our family was out of options. Inheriting a home when we couldn't afford our mortgage felt like destiny. And you can't fuck with destiny regardless if there is or isn't a stranger living on the property. Right? We pull into the driveway and everyone is quick to get into the house. Both kids have to pee, Logan is hungry, and I'm eager to finish some more unpacking. I open up a box labeled kitchen and remove its contents. A few pots and pans, some eating utensils, and a tea kettle, all padded and packed in the box with dish towels. When I unroll one of the dish towels, something falls out and hits the floor. A familiar small box. When I see it, I tuck my lips inward and sigh as I shake my head with disappointment. He promised to quit. "Logan!" I shout from behind the stack of unpacked boxes in the living room. "Can you come here?" He comes trailing into the living room with a peanut butter sandwich in hand. I want to give him the chance to explain. I want him to use our fresh start to tell me the truth. So I hide the box and ask, "Have you been smoking again?" Logan stops chewing and his body stiffens. Deep down, I know my answer. He has taken up smoking again. And from his widened eyes, I'd guess it happens pretty regularly. Now the question isn't, is he smoking? It's, will he confess the truth to me? He stalls a moment, shoving another sticky bite of sandwich into his mouth, contemplating his next move. His action takes me back to our wedding day, when I asked Logan why he invited one of his sleazy ex-coworkers to our wedding. He didn't know what to say, so he stalled until eventually he claimed that the female coworker must have been crashing the wedding. A lie I wouldn't find out about until years later. This moment right now feels just like that day. Come on, Logan. Be the great husband you once were and just tell me the truth about something for once. We will talk about it and move on. Make the right choice. Finally, Logan swallows his food and says, "No, I haven't been smoking. I'm not sure how that got into the box." His words are like a pin popping the hopeful balloon inside me, and I deflate. I'm not mad, just disappointed. So disappointed. He cocks his head slightly and looks at me as if he's gauging my next move. I could confront him,
and let this turn into the full-blown argument I know it would be. But I shouldn't have to beg my husband to be honest with me. And quite frankly, I'm tired of us arguing. The move is still new. Maybe things will change the longer we live here. So I bite my tongue and move on as if this one small lie never happened. Okay. Scanning the room, I ask. Anyway, have you seen my cedar chest? A look of relief washes over Logan's face, and he eagerly jumps on board when I switch the topic. That secret box of yours that you've never let me look in? I grin. Yep, that's the one. I've searched everywhere. I'm worried I might have forgotten it. He takes another bite, and with a mouthful of bread, he responds. No, but I'm sure it's here somewhere. Maybe the kids brought it in and put it somewhere. I look around at each box, resting my hands on my hips when I don't see it. Yeah, maybe you're right. I could have sworn I remember being the one to bring it in. The contents of that box are extremely precious to me. There's no way I left it behind. There was a lot going on when we moved everything in from the truck that day. Maybe one of the kids did take it in. I continue searching when I know it's not here. Guess I'll just keep an eye out for it. Logan nods, swallowing the food in his mouth. It's here somewhere. I nod along. Yeah, I sure hope so. My life is in there.
Chapter 15. Logan. I shuffle to the kitchen, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I turn the corner to see Sarah sitting at the table with a cup of coffee. Good morning, I say, grinning at my wife. I must have been out like a light because I never heard you get out of bed. She peers up at me from behind her cup and takes a long sip before responding. Couldn't sleep. Her words are short and tense, and I know why. It's been less than a week since Sarah found that pack of cigarettes in the moving box. I'm not exactly sure why I lied to her. It's obvious she caught me taking up the bad habit again, but for some reason, neither of us is choosing to acknowledge the smoke around us. I walk toward the freshly brewed pot of coffee and pour myself a cup. The move is still fresh, but life is starting to get back into routine again. We've officially enrolled the kids in school, and they start next week after spring break, the same time that Sarah's online classes resume. Still stuck on my hiatus from work with a pending harassment case against me, I'm taking this week to focus on my family's needs. My priority is to help Sarah set up her office. I'm working on being a better husband, so whatever it takes to see my wife smile is what I'm going to do. Sarah claimed one of the 2 large rooms on the 3rd floor to be her office/classroom. She's been getting back into her weekly lesson planning routine again and seems relieved to not have to teach from a temporary folding table in the garage. The room had some built-in shelving and an old desk already in it. Sarah nearly cried with happiness when she saw it. Other than getting Sarah situated, I'm doing everything I can to help around the house. Just this week, I've already removed the boards and replaced the front 2 windows. I switched out the several harmful mercury vapor light bulbs around the house and put in new LEDs. I put oil on the squeaky door hinges and tightened loose cabinet handles. But my most significant, self-appointed, and secretive task has been to watch for Phil. No one else seems to notice Phil lurking around, but I do. Sarah's uncle made it clear in his video that Phil is important to him and harmless to us. But there's something about Phil that doesn't sit right with me. A person who chooses to live in a tent in a forest has to have something wrong with them. Every time I look out the window, I see his beady eyes peering up at the house. Sometimes he's hidden by the trees in the forest, but sometimes he's standing in the open driveway as if he's challenging me, daring me to do something about it. I tried to approach him several times, but the man knows exactly how to make himself invisible in the forest between us. Phil may be watching us closely, but I've got my eyes on him, too. I pull out a chair opposite Sarah and sit with my coffee in hand. I manage to get one sip in, before we hear Frankie's voice bouncing off the floorboards around the house.
Mom! Dad! The bathroom is clogged again!
Sarah and I lock eyes, and she raises a brow. It seems the plumbing issues have followed us from West Virginia to California, she says in a light-hearted tone. A smile tugs at the corner of my mouth, and I carefully place my cup on the table before standing up. The Harrelsons are destined to have shitty luck with toilets forever. I chuckle at my witty pun, and Sarah rolls her eyes. I'll go take a look. Making my way down the hall, I enter one of the many bathrooms this house has on the first floor and find Frankie standing on the edge of the bathtub. He's balancing his feet on the porcelain, attempting to stay away from the thick puddle of water spilling out from the toilet onto the floor. Frankie looks up at me in panic. "I just flushed the toilet, Dad, and it started pouring out." His worried expression grows more intense when he adds, "I didn't use too much toilet paper either. I used a regular amount, like we talked about. I promise." "It's okay, Frankie," I reassure him. "This is an old house. This isn't your fault." I mask a smile at my son when my true feelings cross my mind. Thank goodness I'm wearing my rubber-bottom Crocs, because this is fucking disgusting. I walk slowly through the inch-thick layer of water on the floor, ensuring I don't step too hard and splash toilet water onto the legs of my pajama bottoms. Crouching down, I reach behind the toilet and turn off the water, stopping the constant flow. I stand up and lift my son off the edge of the bathtub. I carefully lower him just outside the door where the water hasn't quite spilled over the lip. "Towels, buddy. Go get some towels," I say, and Frankie scurries down the hall. Turning back toward the mess, I sigh. Okay, let's figure out the issue. I spend the next hour cleaning up the bathroom and taking apart the toilet. As I learn more about our plumbing, I learn that this house runs on a septic system. Having only ever lived in places connected to the city sewer, I guess I assumed this house would be the same. Luckily, I know a little about septic tanks. Between the septic systems I've seen at work in the past and a quick search on YouTube, I have a snapshot of what the issue might be. A backup like this could mean the tanks are full. This would mean we need to call a service to come out and pump the tanks. But that sounds expensive. We might not have a mortgage to pay anymore, but we still have to pay bills to keep the lights on and 4 human mouths to feed. It's not lost on me that we're living on Sarah's part-time paycheck. Maybe it's a different issue. The internet tells me a septic backup could also be caused by a clog somewhere in the drain. A simple do-it-yourself remedy could be as easy as snaking the drain. DIY is my middle name. That sounds like the cheapest route. Better start with that. All I need is a drain snake. Hopefully Sarah's uncle left one in that dusty shed out back. Fortunately, after a few minutes of digging around, I find a rolling metal drain snake. Now, where is the clean-out pipe so I can drop this snake in it? "Where's that map of the house plans Alan gave us?" I call out when I walk into Sarah's office. "I need to see where our septic pipes are." Sarah is wearing safety goggles and gloves as she moves her science chemicals into their spots on the shelves. She glances at me through her lenses and replies, "Third drawer down to my desk." She doesn't stop to ask questions, and I know not to bother her when the chemicals are out. So I grab the plans and get back downstairs onto the second floor before I take a look. Okay, let's see here. I look at the map, ready for a scavenger hunt, but I lower my tense shoulders when I see it. I thought the drain was going to be difficult to find. However, according to these plans, the snake drains are about 30 feet outside this window. I glance over at the small window on the wall in the open room that my kids have deemed a playroom. Walking toward the window, I get ready to sneak a peek outside, keeping my fingers crossed that the drain is visible and not buried beneath the thick layer of crunchy pine needles. Inching my face toward the glass, I peer outside and never expect to see what I'm looking at right now. The location of the drain is obvious because it's open. The metal lid sits just beside the open hole, right next to Phil, who is kneeling on all fours, arm deep into our septic drain. "What the fuck?" I whisper to myself. Frozen in shock, I watch a little longer as Phil lowers himself toward the ground, pushing his arm deeper into the drain. When he finally pulls his arm out and rests his butt against his heels, he shakes his head with disappointment. He's frustrated for some reason. Just when I think he's going to stick his hands in the drain again, he doesn't. Instead, he cups his hands together and uses them like a shovel as he begins to dig in the dirt around the drain. He's fucking with our plumbing. I knew it. I knew something was off with this man. I'm going to talk to him. This stops now. Marching as fast as I can, I make my way downstairs to the first floor and rip open the front door. Half jogging as my feet pound against the wooden wraparound porch, I turn the corner and shout when I see him. Hey, you! What are you doing? For once, I feel like I'm finally one step ahead of him. Phil jumps when I call his name. He's completely startled when he hears my voice. Phil tries desperately to stand up quickly and get away before I reach him, but his movements are restricted. He has a limp in his walk, and it's slowing him down. His efforts are persistent as he moves as fast as he can go, but he's not fast enough. I'm closing in on him. Stop! Hey, I want to talk to you! Phil, stop! It's not until I say his name does he finally stop in his tracks. As if in slow motion, he turns toward me and locks his gaze on mine. I study him, standing about 20 feet from me. This is physically the closest we've been since moving in, and I finally see the details of his face. He wears denim coveralls with worn-in knees. On his head, a faded baseball cap, but it looks as if he may be bald underneath. There's a dull shine to his leathery skin that makes him look younger than the age Alan Cross had claimed Phil to be. He has wrinkles around his eyes and lips, and there is definitely evidence of aging in his appearance, but not what I would guess for a 79-year-old. Something about his eyes draw me in, and I can't look away. I've seen these eyes before, though I'm not sure that's possible. I don't know anything about this man. I've never seen him before in my life. At least, I don't think I have. He looks intimidated by me, maybe even scared, so I take a note from my wife's lingering words in my head, and I choose to soften my approach. Holding my hands out in front of me, I calmly say, "Listen, I'm not going to hurt you." Phil's fixed stare leaves both of us on edge. His body remains stiff, cautious, like a feral cat sensing fear. If I didn't know about the limp in his walk, I would assume Phil would take off running at any moment. I continue. It seems like we're neighbors now, and we don't know much about each other. I add, obviously, you're Philip Spencer. I slowly move closer and rest my palm against my chest when I introduce myself. I'm Logan Harrelson. I have a wife and 2 kids. Riley Kent left this house to my wife, Sarah, and I'm sure you can see that we live here now. My eyes catch the open drain hole in the ground. You want to tell me what you were doing in my septic drain? I raise a brow. Are you messing with us? Phil opens his mouth to respond. I tried to. He speaks with such a stutter that it's difficult to understand what he's saying. Just when I think I'm finally getting somewhere with this strange man who lives on our property, I hear a high-pitched scream coming from inside the house. I swivel my head toward the house, then back at Phil. My heart rate picks up. Just stay here, would you? We're not finished talking yet. With those words, I run back to my house to find my daughter. Once inside, I hear sobbing. Alexis! I shout. Alexis, where are you? I hear Sarah's footsteps echoing against the floorboards as she calls out our daughter's name too. We nearly barrel into each other when we turn a corner. Completely red-faced with watery eyes, Sarah pants, trying to catch her breath. I can't find her. I searched everywhere. I hear her, but her cries are echoing off the walls. I can't tell which direction her cries are coming from. I don't know where she is, Logan. The panic in her tone mirrors her worried expression. She's here somewhere, I reply quickly. I'm not sure if my attempt to reassure Sarah was to calm her nerves or mine. Where is my daughter? Closing my eyes to focus, I listen to my daughter's loud sobs and try to follow the sound. Her cries reverberate around the house, bouncing off the hard floors and walls. Down the hall, I say definitively. Alexis's cries grow louder as I hurry down the hallway. I don't stop moving until her sobbing is so loud that it sounds like she's right next to me. Suddenly, I find myself standing in front of the basement door where my daughter is on the other side. Why was Alexis playing in the basement? I grip the handle, ready to yank it open, but the door won't budge. I twist and pull again, but despite the handle turning in my hand, the door won't move an inch. It only takes me a second to notice the lock. A single keyhole carved into the metal plate above the handle, the sort of locks one might see throughout an old castle in a movie. There isn't a deadbolt to turn on this door, but the door is locked. The only way to lock this door is with a key that a person has to manually turn from my side of the door. "Sarah, grab the keys!" I yell, then lean closer to the door. "We hear you, baby girl," I say to my daughter through the heavy wooden door between us. "Mom's getting the keys right now. Stay right there close to the door, okay?" Alexis is crying so hard, I can't understand her when she tries to respond. As panic rushes through me, it crosses my mind that somehow this is my fault, as if this is some sort of karma coming to pay me back for all the fucked up things I did in my childhood. Realistically, I'm not sure how I would be responsible for this. Accidents happen, and it's possible this was indeed an accident. Doors close sometimes, and people get locked in places here and there. But like a page from a creepy Riley Sager novel, I have an uneasy feeling about what's happening here, and I'm not sure I want to find out. Sarah runs down the hall with the large ring of keys in hand. She's trembling as she begins trying each key in the lock. Thankfully, she gets it right on the fourth try when we hear a click. Tugging the door open, Alexis runs into Sarah's arms, and both of them have tears in their eyes. I wrap my arms around them while keeping my eyes peeled on the door. How did this happen? "Sweetheart, why were you playing in the basement?" Sarah says when she pulls back from Alexis. "We agreed when we moved in, no one plays down there until we can clear it out. There are a lot of old, rusty, unsafe things down there that we have to sort through first." Alexis sniffles and wipes her tears. "Frankie and I were playing hide and seek and—" she begins, but her voice fades at the mention of my son's name. "Frankie? Where is Frankie?" I leave the two of them and look around the house. "Frankie!" I call out, but there's no answer. "Frank?" I try again and check upstairs on the second floor. No answer. I rush past the playroom, but something outside the window catches my eye, bringing my forward-moving body to a complete halt. I glare out the window with utter disbelief at what I'm seeing. Sheer panic rushes through my veins. Frankie is outside, standing near the septic drain. He's talking to a man. I'd feel a little better at this moment if Phil were the person standing a few feet away from my son. But it's not Phil. Phil is in the distance, walking away nearly at the forest's entrance. Standing in the place where Phil was once crouched down near our drain is a large older man holding a sickle in his hand. I'm downstairs and out the front door as fast as I can. But by the time I reach Frankie, he's standing alone beside the open drain. "Frankie! Who were you just talking to?" I say, looking over my shoulders. "Who was that? Did you talk to that man over there?" I motion toward Phil, who is making his way into the forest. "Who was the other man, and why did he have a sickle? Was he trying to hurt you? I thought I told you not to talk to strangers." The words spew out of me faster than I mean for them to. Frankie looks up at me with a curious look. With all the innocence in the world, he scrunches his eyebrows as if he's confused and says, "I wasn't talking to anyone, Dad."
Chapter 16. Sarah. I have never had my own office before. I should feel great about my new workspace. I should have a clear, fresh mind to write out my lesson plans now that I'll be working from a room with a big window to let in the light. The morning glow shining through the window should wake up my creativity and pump me full of energy. I should be excited. So why don't I feel that way? The conversation I had with Logan last night remains at the forefront of my mind.
"I'm starting to think it was a bad idea to move here, Sarah,"
he said, pacing back and forth in our room.
"The strange man in the woods, Alexis getting locked in the basement, Frankie getting approached by a man with a sickle, then denying that he ever talked to the man. I don't like any of it. Mortgage-free or not, something isn't right with this place."
I'm used to Logan blowing things out of proportion, but I'll never forget the intensity behind his unwavering gaze last night. He was acting rational for once, and I actually agreed with everything he was saying. Something is off about this place, but I'm not sure what it is. On paper, everything looks perfect. A paid-off house, 2 acres of land, beautiful scenery, great weather, happy kids. Even my marriage has taken a step forward, albeit a small step, but a step nonetheless in the right direction. However, for a reason I can't place, there's static in the air. It's as if I've been on the edge of my seat from the moment we arrived in Tahoe, just waiting for the shock. I lean against the back of my office chair and lightly bounce as I think. If I decide to go along with Logan, essentially confirming everything he's saying, would we be packing our bags right now with nowhere to go? Probably, but I know in my heart that we are here for a reason. And until we can get out of this financial catastrophe we're in, we don't have a choice about where we live. We need to live here or risk not having a roof over our head. And I will never put my kids through what I went through as a child. I might have agreed with Logan last night for the first time in a while, but I held back saying so. I had to. Our family needs to figure out a way to get comfortable here, because we're not going anywhere. Staring at my computer screen, I scroll aimlessly as my mind continues to wander. I have no idea what really happened out there between Frankie and the alleged man with a sickle, but I make a mental note to deal with that soon, because another thought consumes my mind. Phil. Why can't I get Phil out of my head? There are so many questions surrounding him. How was Riley connected to him? Why was Riley so adamant about protecting Phil, even in death? Logan mentioned Phil had a limp. How did Phil get the limp? Did he always have it? Did someone hurt him? Old age? Or did he himself try to hurt someone, and they fought back? Riley and Alan say Phil is harmless. But is he? So many questions, so few answers. Something inside me is drawing me to this man. It's not until I recall Logan mentioning Phil's stutter that it clicks. Phil reminds me of a student I had in the past. One of my favorite students of all time. Charlie. Charlie was shy and soft-spoken, like Phil. Charlie kept his distance, but I got the impression he always wanted to be around me. He would choose to spend his lunchtime eating at a table in the back of my empty classroom rather than in the cafeteria with friends, though I can't remember him having any. Oddly enough, Charlie had a speech impediment just like Phil. While speech therapy improved his communication skills, Charlie's stutter was still evident throughout his high school career, and he was often made fun of. I wonder if Phil had a similar past. If my uncle had the same calling inside him to nurture as I do, it would explain why he felt a need to protect Phil. I have an overwhelming urge inside me to find out more information about Phil. Uncle Riley could have left this lake house to anyone else, but he chose me, the niece he hardly knew. I know he had a reason behind his choice, and I'm starting to believe that Phil is my reason. I won't be able to settle the unease I feel living here until I get some answers. Opening up a new search browser on my laptop, I prepare to scroll the internet for as long as it takes to find more about Philip Spencer. My fingers hover over the keyboard when something stops me. The natural light shining in through my window flickers briefly, as if something got in between the sun and the glass, casting a blip of a shadow in my office. If I blinked, I would have missed it. Typically, I wouldn't think twice about it because the light dipped only for a second as if someone walked by the window. It's just that my office is on the 3rd floor. No one should be walking by my window. I get up from my desk and slowly move toward the window, not sure what to expect. A simple bird passing by? A man with a sickle climbing the roof? My heart rate picks up as I peek through the glass. I see Frankie kicking a soccer ball around down below, and I let out all the air I'd been holding on to. Oh, thank goodness. He probably kicked the ball up high near my window or something. I watch my son for a moment longer when my eyes drift toward the shadowy forest and unease washes over me. The downside to living on such a large amount of land is that we don't have a smaller, designated fenced-in backyard for Frankie to play in. I should be able to let my kids play outside my home without fear of random people approaching them. But what am I supposed to do? Not let Frankie outside? That would be ridiculous and unfair. Having a fence built around the house is financially off the table at the moment, but perhaps there's something else I can do to feel better about letting my kids play outside. Closing my laptop, I hurry downstairs and round the family up. "Kids, get in the car," I say, and Logan looks at me curiously. "We're going to adopt a dog." Chapter 17. Sarah. "Bye," I say, but no one looks back at me. Hello? I'm leaving," I repeat, and still no response. I'm not mad, though. They have a good reason not to care about me leaving to go into town. My family is too obsessed with the black lab puppy we recently adopted. Even Logan can't peel his eyes away from the tiny pup wagging its tail, running around the living room with a toy in its mouth. She truly is adorable. We found a pet adoption center and followed our phone navigation to get there. My intention was for us to adopt a full-grown dog, one who had already gone through their teething, puppy phase, and who we could trust to love and protect our kids. But when we walked in and saw a 6-month-old lab, every one of us fell in love. And I knew we were taking that precious baby home. The kids came up with the name, and it rolls off the tongue. Baby Girl. Baby Girl is everything our family needed in this fresh start, and the first step in having a little extra protection at home until we figure things out. Granted, she can't do much right now, but she'll eventually become large enough to intimidate intruders. Along with Baby Girl, life is continuing to shift in positive ways for our family. The kids started school recently, and so far they both seem to enjoy it. Smaller class sizes are just what they need, not to mention the school's policy on hosting classes outside on days with good weather. I wish I could teach outside, but I'll settle for having my first home office. My classes are going well. However, no matter how well the lessons play out, I'm still teaching intro courses, which is not what I was hoping for when I got my degrees. I'm okay doing what I have to do for now. I can't complain that I still have a job, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that things get better and hope that someday soon I'll get the job I want. As for Logan, well, he is trying, and right now that's all that matters. We've been so busy getting settled since the move that we've hardly had time to explore the area. I'm taking the day to run some errands and become more acquainted with the place I want so badly to call home. I asked if anyone wanted to come with me, but then accepted defeat to Baby Girl. Heading out alone, I turn the key on my 2013 Dodge Grand Caravan, and the engine hesitates. I know you want to give up, but you haven't failed me yet. Don't die on me now. I rub the dashboard and talk to my caravan with sensitivity, as if that's going to prevent my vehicle from keeling over. Another turn of the key, and she fires right up. Atta girl. First stop, the post office, to send a package to my best friend. I didn't realize how many articles of clothing I had borrowed from Holly and never returned to her until I unzipped my suitcase. It took some time to separate her clothing from mine while unpacking, so I started piling her clothes on the bed. When I finished sorting through, I couldn't believe the mound of Holly's clothes on top of the bed. But what are best friends for if you can't swap clothes with them? Using a packing hack I saw on TikTok, I folded the clothes as efficiently as I could and shoved them into the smallest leftover moving box I had. Because who can afford to buy new shipping boxes and send out large packages on my salary? Before I roll down our dusty driveway, I open my phone navigation and search for the closest post office. A list of locations pops up. My phone usually categorizes the list by distance, the top location being the closest, so I automatically select the first one and begin my route there. In 11 minutes, I arrive at the destination. I pull into the parking lot and look up at the dated building. The sign reads, Old Post Office. That's the truth. The outside of the building appears to be run down, like it could be condemned any minute. Assuming I'm in the wrong place, I scan the full parking lot. No, this has to be it, I whisper aloud. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this crowded. I turn off the engine and make my way inside. One step through the glass doors, I raise a brow at the sight and mutter under my breath, What the hell? The entire room is filled with chairs, tables, booths, food, and people eating. What kind of post office serves food? There's a short countertop where a few guests sit at a bar drinking coffee while reading newspapers and chatting. When the door closes behind me, the murmuring in the room stops, and everyone pauses their conversations to look back at me. I stand in the doorway holding the box I'm sending to Holly. It's eerily quiet as several pairs of eyes look me up and down. Well, this couldn't be any more awkward, I mumble under my breath. I purse my lips together, force a smile, and nod back at the people. Unless eating in the post office is some sort of weird California thing I've never heard of, I assume I'm in the wrong place. Slowly but surely, the murmuring commences, and heads turn back to their respective conversations. How many? A young woman wearing an apron speaks to me without looking in my direction and begins stacking menus in her arms, as if she's done this a million times. When I don't respond right away, she stops to look me in the eyes. Eating alone? With furrowed brows, I pull out my phone and look at the location on my maps. Right there on the screen, it says, You have arrived at your location, the old post office. So I know I'm not mistaken. This is the old post office, right? I ask hesitantly. Yes, ma'am, she replies. I open my mouth to say something when she elaborates. This is the old post office cafe. Cafe? I repeat softly. Then she leans in as if we're friends sharing a secret. Though I should warn you, she lowers her tone. Your tourist is showing when you call this place by its formal name. Locals refer to this cafe as OPO. She beams back at me, proud that she invited me into her secret inner circle. I glance down at the brown package in my arms. So, this is a diner, not the post office, I clarify, even though I already know. She lets out a light chuckle before giving me a sympathetic sigh. Sorry, hun. Well, I feel like a jackass right now. If it helps, you're not the first one to mistake OPO for the actual post office, she adds. In fact, this place was once a functioning post office. You could ask the owner, but I'm pretty sure it didn't make the switch to a diner until like 1977 or something. Just a few decades late then. I grin. How about a cup of coffee on the house? She says with a charming smile. I can hold your box up front, and you can sit right there at the coffee bar. I'm sure one of the locals will be able to give you directions to get you where you want to go. This wasn't on my list for today, but there's always time for coffee. Like every other teacher I know, coffee is life to me. That sounds lovely. Thank you. She happily guides me to my seat at the coffee bar and tells the person behind the counter to bring me a free hot cup of joe. Seated between an older man and woman, both lean to their sides to make space for me as I slide into my seat. Thank you. I nod to each of them with a thin-lipped grin. I haven't even received my coffee yet before the man on my right starts talking to me. Haven't seen you around here before. You're new or just passing by? I struggled to find the right words to say. I used to be proud of my ability to carry on conversations, but after years of working from home, I haven't had to spark up a chat with a stranger in a long time. I'm out of practice, and it's going to take a minute for me to get warmed up. New, I respond and wipe my clammy hands over the pair of knee-length jean shorts I'm wearing. I'm new and, just getting to know the area. We just moved here from West Virginia. I bob my head, giving away more information than I should. It's my first time at OPO, I reply, using the code word I learned from the hostess. Seems like a place I'll be coming back to with my family. I let out an awkward laugh to break the tension. Both the man on the right and the woman on the left lift their brows with a sense of relief at the mention of OPO. Thank you for the tip, young hostess. It's the woman on the left's turn to speak. You said you moved from West Virginia, huh? That's quite a distance from here, isn't it? Quite the culture shock, she adds. You have no idea. I smile politely. One coffee on the house? The man behind the bar calls out, louder than necessary, before sliding the hot mug in front of me. I glance up to thank him, but when I see his face, I freeze. He looks familiar. I can't place it, but my stomach flip-flops, automatically rejecting this man's presence. But how could I reject a person without knowing them? I don't know this man. Do I? No. Well, I suppose it's not impossible, but highly unlikely. How could I know someone who works at a small diner in California when I've hardly ever left West Virginia? Maybe this man just has one of those familiar faces. Yeah, that has to be it. He locks his gaze on me, and suddenly, I get a bad feeling that he recognizes me, too. I'm not sure where I know him from. But by the way he's staring at me, I know if our paths ever crossed, our interaction wasn't a positive one. Whereabouts are you living? The woman on the left's voice saves me from my stare down with the man behind the counter. I turn my attention toward her. Scrunching my brows, I say, I'm sorry. You said you just moved. The woman nods insistently. Where are you living? Hyper-aware that the man behind the counter is still standing there staring at me, I watch him out of the corner of my eye. I don't want that man to overhear or have the slightest clue where I live, so I purposefully stall when responding to the question. Here, I reply. I live in town. She smiles. Yes, dear, we know you live here in town. She chuckles. It's not a hugely populated place. Where in town? Oh, where? I repeat and draw out the word as I force an awkward laugh. I live, As I'm giving my response, I see the man in my peripheral vision. Someone calls for him and he walks into the back kitchen. I let out an exhale once he's gone and answer the woman's question. My uncle just passed and I inherited his place. I use my thumb to motion in the general direction of the house, somewhere behind me. It's on 2 acres out that way near the lake. The woman's eyes narrow in on me and she lifts a brow. Dear, was your Uncle Riley Kent? Yeah, that was him. I grin while bobbing my head excitedly. You knew him? She shoots a look at the man on the other side of me, and they exchange a message without saying a word. You both knew him? I can't believe I found people who knew Riley. There are so many questions I have about him, and I would pile them on right now if there wasn't something being left unsaid. I can't say for certain, but I could almost swear the mention of my uncle has soured our conversation. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with the first locals I've met since moving, so I let the awkwardness about Riley pass, then move full speed ahead. Maybe you know the house then, I add hesitantly. She inhales deeply and lets out a long breath before she finally says, "Let's just say we know all about the house you live in." She picks up her cup of coffee and stares straight ahead, giving nothing else away. Okay, this conversation is getting weird. Note to self, don't bring up Riley and don't bring up the house. I subtly chew my bottom lip, deciding the next words out of my mouth. I almost don't say anything, but I can't leave here without asking. So, if you know my house, then you must know my neighbor? Yes, Artemis Bradford. The man on my right joins in. He lives in the house on the property beside yours. A couple of acres away, but still your closest neighbor. He and I go way back. He smiles at a memory he doesn't share. Harmless, but keeps to himself nowadays. A bit of a recluse. His smile fades. I haven't heard from him in years. A great man nonetheless. How is he? Maybe Artemis Bradford was the man who approached Frankie. Oh, sorry. I was actually referring to Philip Spencer. He's the man living on my property, but has apparently been around here for a while, I say with uncertainty. The woman sets her drink on the counter and turns toward me once again. She's difficult to read. Is Philip Spencer another name thou shalt not speak? But after a moment, her expression softens and relief washes over me. Oh, Phil, she replies enthusiastically. God bless him, nice man, she recalls with a slow head nod. Is he? I perk up, thankful that someone other than my dead uncle and Alan Cross can vouch for this man. I haven't had a chance to chat with him yet, but it's such relief to hear you speak so highly of him. The tension in my shoulders relaxes, and I sink against my seat back. Funny enough, if I'm being honest, I was a little worried about him when we moved in because I start to share the stories of some of the interactions my family has had with Phil when the woman cuts me off. Yes, Phil, she continues on as if she didn't hear me. Such a nice man, with such a tragic past. She puts her hand over her heart and briefly closes her eyes, lost in a memory. Tragic past? I spout, interrupting her before I lose her. I've been searching everywhere to find more information about Phil. Please, tell me what happened. Time to go, the man on my right blurts. The woman glances up at the analog clock on the diner wall. Oh my, how did I let it get so late? She opens her wallet and removes enough cash to pay for her bill and tip, then says, Thanks, Doug. She smiles at the man beside me. You got it, Sue, he says with a smirk and also pays his bill, then stands up. I swear I'm late to all my appointments when Doug isn't around town to remind me. She chuckles and turns to leave. See ya around, Sue, Doug says and marches out the door. I feel the opportunity for answers to my questions slipping away. Wait, please. I try to stop Sue before she leaves. What happened to Phil? But she's gone. Little do I know, I'll never cross paths with Sue again. Chapter 18. Sarah. What was all that about? How did I leave that cafe with more questions than when I went in? My mind rattles as I sit in my caravan, typing in the address of the actual post office that a waitress gave me before I walked out the door. Even though the address pops up, I take a quick look at the street view images of the place before leaving the parking lot. Don't want to make the same mistake twice. As I'm driving, questions float around loosely in my mind, and I'm trying to grab one to make sense of it. Was my uncle a nice person? Sue didn't seem to think so. What's wrong with the house? What was Sue insinuating when she said she knew all about my house? What tragic thing happened in Phil's past? What about that man behind the counter? Why was he so familiar? I pass by a billboard almost hidden in the trees and it draws my attention. It reads, "Harassment comes in many forms. Call the law office of Richard Pence and we'll fight for you today." Typically, a sign like this wouldn't catch my attention, but the main word on the sign sticks in my mind like a bug on my windshield. Harassment. I think of the open harassment case against my husband. Then the harassment case I caused when I was 16, working at the burger place. Harassment. Burger place. Suddenly, the answer to one of my questions becomes clear. "Oh my God," I say aloud to myself in my car. The man behind the counter at the old post office cafe who gave me my coffee was the manager from the burger place I worked at in high school. The same manager who got fired because I claimed he was harassing me when he wasn't. Beep beep. A car honks. Shit. I gasp and yank the wheel in the opposite direction, overcorrecting my mistake when I realize I've drifted into another lane. The other car speeds past me, but not without first holding up his middle finger in my direction. My heart is left racing. I can't tell if it's because I nearly got in a car accident or because of my realizations about the man from the cafe. Either way, I'm too frazzled to be on the road. I need to pull over. When I see the next gas station, I turn into the parking lot, roll to a stop, and turn off the engine. "Oh my God, that was him," I whisper aloud. The man who slid me my coffee was Carl Snide. I stare blankly, straight ahead, as I recount the details about Carl. When I met him, Carl was the young manager of the burger joint. If I was 16 when I knew him, and I'm 39 now, that means 23 years have passed since I saw the cops take Carl away in handcuffs. He was 26 when he was arrested. Only 26. That makes Carl about 49 today. 49? That doesn't seem right. How could the man who once held a managerial title and had such profound aspirations to move up in the restaurant industry be the same man I just witnessed pouring coffee for a living, more than 2 decades later? There's nothing wrong with a career in the restaurant business, but I can distinctly recall hearing Carl mention over and over how much he wanted to move up the ladder. He wanted to make something of himself for his wife and kids. His words stood out because he said them at a time when I hated working in the food industry. I couldn't believe someone would choose to spend a lifetime working in a business where rude customers could get away with treating staff like garbage and throwing fits, yet somehow still ending up with a comped meal. I can't believe that was him. I've matured so much over the years. I'm embarrassed by my actions. Passionate people should not be faulted for their ability to love and enjoy something. Carl was passionate about his career path, and I criticized him for it. Now, Carl's taken multiple steps backward when it comes to his goals, and perhaps he's plateaued in life, and it's all because of me. What was he thinking when he saw me? Of course he would recognize me, the one who got him fired. A person doesn't forget someone who changed their life. My stomach aches and I feel like I'm going to be sick. I always felt bad about what I did, but I made myself feel better by using Carl's young age against him. He had a whole life ahead of him. I never thought what I did would stick with him. I assumed he'd bounce back after the mess I put him in. because he was only 26. But he never bounced back. He regressed. I ruined that man's life. Something inside me wants to turn around and march back into that cafe to apologize for everything I did when I was a naive teenager. I should tell him how terrible I feel and how sorry I am that I single-handedly changed the trajectory of his life. But something else inside me is holding me back. What good would come of this? How would I like it if the person who shook up my life came into my new place of work to bring up the horrible events that occurred in the past? Carl must have heard me proudly sharing about moving into a gorgeous new lake house. Where is he living now? And what about his family? Are they still around? I spend some time flip-flopping back and forth, but ultimately make the decision not to go back. I don't want Carl to have to relive what happened when he has moved on and accepted his life as of now. I can never go inside OPO again. Taking a deep breath, I start the car once again and continue my pursuit of the post office. The navigation says I have 5 minutes left until I reach my destination. I sift through the conversations I had with the locals, and I pull out the facts. The person who lives in the house next door to me is named Artemis Bradford. Good to know. Phil is also a well-known man with some sort of a tragic past. Also good to know. Both Artemis and Phil are well-liked in the community, and both have been referred to as harmless. All that counts for something, I think. Logan might hate the idea, but I'm starting to feel like I should take some time to get to know Phil on a more personal level. He's going to be around, so wouldn't getting to know him better make things easier between us? Everyone keeps saying Phil is a nice man. Shouldn't we give him a chance before we judge him? He's old. Who knows how many more years he has left? Phil deserves respect. If Uncle Riley kept him around, Phil can't be a bad person, can he? What is holding me back? Phil is harmless, right? Chapter 19. Sarah. Finally! I look up at the door to the post office, the actual post office, and get out of the car with my package for Holly in hand. When I enter, I let out a sigh of relief. This place is just like any other post office I've been to. People wait in an uncomfortably close line while silence fills the air. Sniff too loudly or lightly clear your throat and prepare to have daggers shot in your direction. When I join the line, heads turn to look at me with eyes that say, "I'm so glad I got here before another person got in line." Just like home. With only 2 workers behind the counter, the line doesn't appear to be moving anytime soon. I stand behind the last person, lower my package onto the floor in front of me, and wait, just like the 20 other people in this line. Like most post offices, there's not much to look at while you wait. It's only natural that my eyes draw toward the one bulletin board in the room. It's a large board, covered from top to bottom with squares of paper. There are so many tiny papers pinned to it that it's almost impossible to see the cork underneath. It's difficult to make out what is printed on the paper until the line moves forward and I get a closer look. I squint, focusing on the contents of the papers until finally I recognize what each paper is. Inhaling a quiet, sharp breath, I whisper, "Oh my God." Missing people. I've seen a few missing persons flyers posted in store windows and tacked to wooden phone poles, but I've never seen as many as this in one place. Hundreds of slips of paper are pinned on this board. Each one contains a small picture and a description of a missing person. Stacy Atwood from Ohio, missing since 2001. Eric Bento from Kentucky, missing since 2015. Ashley Watt from New York, missing since 1998. Michael Vogue from North Carolina, missing since 2022. Scanning the papers rapidly, I attempt to read each one before the line moves again. Ever since one of my students went missing during my first few years in the classroom, I have made a habit of taking the time to look at the names and pictures on boards like these. A kind soul had taken time to read the missing person flyer, and from that, they were able to recognize my student when his captor brought him into a store. It blew my mind that my student was found because of a single person who gave the flyer a second glance. Since the day I watched my student reunite with his family, I haven't walked or scrolled by a missing person's notice without glancing at the details. If anything were to happen to me, or God forbid, my family, I would hope someone out there would be willing to simply check the paper to help recognize me if they could. They never take them down until the person is found, the woman behind me says when she sees me scanning through the pictures and names. I look over my shoulder at her and she continues, "The number of missing persons cases has grown at an alarming rate this past year." She shakes her head in disbelief. "It's very sad. They rarely get to take these down, and sometimes even the ones they do take down don't get the happy ending they deserve." "That's awful," I respond in a whisper, as I let the woman's words linger. Trailing my eyes across the board faster now, I read through several names before my eyes finally settle on a paper slightly sun-faded and yellow. One of the oldest missing persons cases on this board. The line budges forward and the picture becomes clear. A young boy, age 6, looks back at the camera in this black and white photo. There's something about the way he's looking at the camera that sends shivers down my spine. There's terror in his eyes, fear written all over his face, almost as if the boy was scared of the person taking the photo. Poor little guy. So young, so scared. When I glance to the left of the picture to read the description, I let out a gasp that makes everyone turn in my direction. But I don't pay attention to the people around me because I can't stop running my eyes over the words. Philip Spencer from North Tahoe. Missing since 1952. Chapter 20. Sarah. PHILLIPSPENCER. I type his name into the search bar, and a list of hundreds of Philip Spencers populates on the screen. Okay. Let's try this. I filter my search by typing in Philip Spencer from California. This narrows my search from hundreds to about 50. I sigh. Better, but still not great. Knock, knock.
Mom! The puppy peed in the living room and Frankie won't clean it up!
Alexis shouts from behind my office door, and baby girl yips in the background. Frankie argues.
It wasn't my fault that the puppy peed. Why should I have to clean it up?
Be out in a minute, I say loudly. Focus, Sarah. Find Phil on this list. He's here somewhere. He has to be. Alexis wiggles the handle on my office door. I typically work with my door open or unlocked because I want my kids to know that they come first before work. But today, I've locked myself in because I need to focus. Knock, knock.
Mom, can I come in? Are you working? Do you have chemicals out? Is that why the door is locked?
Alexis's persistence weighs in.
What do I do about the pee? It's soaking into the wood floor.
Without peeling my eyes from the screen, I speak loudly when I respond again. Yes, I am working. Go find your father. I feel bad for quasi-lying to my daughter, but technically I am working. I'm just not working on what she thinks I am.
Okay,
she shouts, and I hear the patter of her footsteps fading down the stairs. Luckily, the interruption goes in one ear and out the other. My focus is back on Phil as I relentlessly search for answers. When I saw Phil's name on the missing person flyer in the post office, I started connecting bits of information. I remember Alan Cross taking a stab at Phil's age, saying he would be around 79 now. According to the missing person post, the boy in the picture was 6 years old in 1952, making him about 79 now, the same age as Phil. It seems like a no-brainer that Phil is the boy in the photo, the missing 6-year-old from all those years ago. But my confidence doesn't last long as I start second-guessing myself. Some things aren't adding up. It seems that Phil is well known in this town. Wouldn't people know who he is from the flyer? If the post office pulls down the flyers of people when they are found, wouldn't they have proudly pulled down Phil's flyer by now? What about the woman from the cafe? She knows all about Phil's tragic past, yet Phil still lives in a tent on someone else's property. Wouldn't that woman and anyone else who knows Phil's story be inclined to help him? Phil has been a missing person for 73 years. Has anyone ever found him? There are so many unanswered questions that my brain is starting to hurt. I lean back in my office chair and momentarily close my eyes. I need to start fresh. I'm making assumptions before I even know if Phil is the boy from the photo. I need to go back and start at the beginning. Was Phil even born in North Tahoe? If he were born somewhere else, I could stop right here in my tracks before I dive into this rabbit hole. Scanning through the list of different people named Philip Spencer populated on my screen, I filter my search one more time by typing in Philip Spencer, born in North Tahoe. I click the button to refresh the queue and watch as the list of 50 names disappears, leaving just one single listing left on the screen. I hold my breath as I click into the profile and read the details. Philip J. Spencer, born in North Tahoe in 1946. Philip Spencer went missing at the age of 6. His mother reported to police that Philip was outside with her, playing in their backyard as she was hanging laundry on the line to dry. She went inside for 1 minute to grab some more wet clothing from the washer, and when she came back, Philip had vanished without a trace. Search parties were conducted immediately in the surrounding areas, but there was no sign of Philip. While there is no evidence to support this claim, it is assumed that Philip was a victim of kidnapping. Philip's whereabouts remain a mystery to this day. Although a body was never recovered, Philip Spencer is presumed to have died several years ago. I bring my hand to my heart. Wow, I exhale. That poor man, ripped from his home 73 years ago, and somehow ended up living here in a tent on this property. He was so young, I doubt he remembers any of his life before being taken. I can't imagine the amount of trauma that has impacted him. Now that I know more about him, he's starting to make more sense to me. The nurturing teacher inside me is screaming right now. Does Phil even know who he is? What does he know about his past? I need to help this man. And that's exactly what I plan to do.
Chapter 21. Logan. Sarah turns the corner and shuffles her way into the kitchen. The plastic bottom of her slippers brushes against the floorboard, making sticky squeaks, until she stops in her tracks. She rubs her eyes and squints when she sees the kids already dressed for school and calmly eating breakfast at the table. What's going on in here? Her eyes dart toward the clock on the oven. Am I running late? I chuckle. Not at all. I told the kids if they hurried up and got ready for school that I would make them my special pancake breakfast. I grin over my shoulder at her before pouring the last of the pancake batter into the pan. The pan sizzles when the batter hits it, and a fresh pancake smell permeates throughout the house. I made a fresh pot of coffee. Have a seat, babe. Let me pour you a cup, and your pancakes will be done shortly. She looks at me curiously, probably wondering why I'm in the kitchen this early. Sarah doesn't say anything when she lowers herself onto a chair at the table, but she keeps an eye on me. I put a fresh cup of hot coffee in front of her and smile down at her. The half smile that tugs at the corners of her mouth feels forced. She's leery, extremely suspicious, and she has every right to be. In all the years we've been together, I can count the number of times on one hand where I was up before her with the kids, cooking breakfast. Usually, a holiday or special occasion warrants this kind of action from me, but never a regular weekday. Maybe what I'm trying to cover up is slightly obvious. Now that our life here is a little bit more settled, I'm starting to notice the effects that being out of work is having on me. I didn't realize how distracted I was by the move and fixing up the house, and never knew how much I relied on those distractions every day. Now the house is functioning and livable, Sarah is back to work, and the kids are in school. That means there are 5 days a week when I'm left alone with my thoughts for the majority of the day. Having peace and quiet with nothing to do may feel calming to some, but those people don't have the same horrendous thoughts running through their minds as I do. My mind is perpetually spinning, and it's starting to weigh heavily on me. As with any house, even with a move-in ready home, the house projects are never finished. This is a good thing for me. House projects are the only things keeping me from losing my mind as I wait for the harassment case against me to go away so I can work again. Well, house projects and one other thing, the thing that has become my obsession. I flip the pancake and listen to the sizzle. Like the pancake, my life might burn up and crumble if I sit in one spot for too long. I have to make a move to make my life right again, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get that. Turning on the faucet, I place the batter bowl in the sink and rinse the mess. As I move the bowl back and forth under the stream, scrubbing the sides, I aimlessly stare out the kitchen window. For a moment, everything feels normal again, like it used to be years ago. But when my eyes land on the darkened forest, the normalcy is gone, replaced with a heavy knot twisting in my stomach. No sane person would want a stranger living in a tent on their property. For a while, I thought Sarah and I were on the same page about Phil. Then she went around digging for information, and all of a sudden, it seems like she's growing a soft spot for the guy. Sarah has always been a more understanding person than I am. That's part of what makes her so great. But I draw the line when it comes to Phil. Sarah and I are officially on opposite sides of the fence, and I doubt that will ever change. The man is not right in the head. It's not normal to live in a tent in the forest. It's not normal to fuck around in someone else's septic drain. It's not normal to live on someone else's property and never talk to the owners. Sarah might have her reasons for accepting Phil. She might be upholding a promise to her dead uncle, or feeling bad for him, deciding it is her moral obligation to help him. But I sure as hell can't come up with any reason for Phil to be here, unless, of course, he has ulterior motives. Is it money Phil's after? Is it revenge? Did Riley Kent screw Phil over somehow, and now Phil's sticking around to take what he thinks he deserves? What about property? Does Phil have a special connection to this land? He could be out there searching for buried fucking treasure for all I know. I will get to the bottom of it. Sarah will try to stop me, but if my family is going to live here forever, that man has to go. Phil is my obsession, and while it isn't necessarily a secret, I'd rather Sarah not know about my intentions to drive Phil away. Okay, kids, bathroom, then brush your teeth, Sarah says. Alexis leaves her half-eaten pancakes on the table and bolts down the hall. Frankie holds back. He tugs on the bottom of his shirt. Dad? He mumbles. Can I talk to you? Not now, Frankie. We're leaving in 5 minutes, I respond, and Sarah looks up at me. I'm taking them to school today, I confirm for Sarah. Frankie disappears down the hall, and I look at my wife. Just stay here and enjoy a relaxing morning before work. I flash her my widest smile, but swallow hard when she shifts her eyes at me. Okay, enough of all this. What's the catch? She motions toward the coffee and pancakes. You and I both know you're doing all this for a reason. Spill it. What's going on? Nothing, I chuckle awkwardly. I'm not working right now, so it's the least I can do. I hold my hands up, playfully surrendering. Honestly, I should be doing more around the house. She presses her lips tightly together. She says, unconvinced. Dad! The bathroom is flooding again! Frankie's voice echoes through the house. My eyes meet Sarah's, and her head looks like it's going to explode. And it looks like I have my work cut out for me today, I add. I'll shut off the water and fix it when I get back. Without saying another word, I kiss her on the forehead and walk out of the room. By the time I get back to the house from dropping off the kids, Sarah is upstairs, deep into teaching. Earlier, she mentioned she would be doing a live experiment for her students today, so I know there's little chance of her leaving her office during work hours. She won't come down to grab lunch when she's busy. She won't even leave the room to use the bathroom. She says she has a teacher's bladder, whatever that means. And today, I'm thankful for her ability to hold it, as Sarah would say. She doesn't need to be around when I pay Phil a little visit. Through the trees and from a distance, I've been keeping a close eye on Phil's habits and routine. Every day, Phil leaves his tent at the same time and disappears somewhere beyond the property line. He's gone for about an hour, and when he comes back, he walks immediately into his tent and zips it closed behind him. He stays in his tent until it gets dark, and what he does after dark is beyond me. My plan today is to go for a light jog around the neighborhood and happen to arrive back on the property at the same time as Phil, confronting him in a casual, non-threatening way. I'll subtly ask him the burning questions I have, and then lay out my expectations of him, including the expectation that he finds somewhere else to live. We'll part ways, and Sarah will wonder why Phil decided to leave. I'll be right there to assure her that it was probably for the best. I glance up at the clock. 9:30. I use the thrift store binoculars we bought for Frankie last year to peer out the window into the woods. Like clockwork, Phil walks out of his tent, zips and locks it behind him. And then he's gone. I have 1 hour. Chapter 22. Logan. If I'm going to pull this off, I need to be convincing. As time ticks down to about 30 minutes, I pull on some running sneakers and head down my long driveway to the street. I begin jogging up the slight incline up the road, and before I know it, I reach our closest neighbor's house. I haven't officially met Artemis Bradford yet, and neither has Sarah, but we looked him up after Sarah got his name from some of the locals. There wasn't much floating around online about him, just basic information. He's about 74 years old and has lived alone on his property for the past 50-plus years. A lonely life for some, but a dream for the recluse we hear that Artemis is. Like us, Artemis lives on several acres of land, so I almost don't see him in the distance when I jog past. I come to a full stop and stretch my gaze across his property when I see him standing outside in his yard. I might be able to catch him. If he's lived here all this time, surely he knows more about Phil. The trees on his property are dense, and the shrubbery is overgrown. It's almost as tall as him. He's standing far back on the property and doesn't see me cocking my head to the side, observing him. One moment, Artemis's head is up over the tall shrubs, and the next, he's disappeared. When he pops up again, he's moved to another spot. He makes his way around the yard in a steady rhythm. He's working on something, but I can't see what it is. "What are you doing, Artemis?" I whisper to myself. Curiosity takes over, and before I know it, I'm using this opportunity to scan Artemis's property. What a mess. Metal yard art scattered all around the house. At some point, maybe this looked nice, but the thick layer of rust and inoperable windmills give the house a run-down appearance. Several old tractors are parked around the lot. but by the flat tires and weeds growing to the sides, it's evident that none of them have been in operation for a long time. A few flatbed trailers almost camouflage under layers of pine needles, and untouched, corroded yard tools everywhere. As I look around, I can't help but think that this property would be a perfect setting to film a horror movie. Artemis is busy. Now is not the time to introduce myself. I'm about to continue my jog up the street when I notice something. A small square of land has been cleared out on the front half of his property, closer to the street. If I were to catch a glance at this in a fast-moving car, I might have thought my neighbor has quite the green thumb by the number of things growing in what looks like his thriving vegetable garden. But I'm not passing by quickly in a car. I see exactly what this is, and this patch of land is not a garden at all. Holy shit, I mutter under my breath. Lined in multiple perfectly straight rows are hundreds of plastic baby doll heads, each head ripped from a child's toy and strategically placed on the ground with the others, making the scene look like hundreds of babies are buried up to their necks. Most of the dolls have big round eyes and stare in my direction as if they know something that I don't. But on several of the doll heads, the eyes are missing. Eyes or no eyes, the sight is the most disturbing thing I've ever seen in real life. What am I looking at? What the fuck is this? I mutter. A graveyard for babies? A literal take on the Cabbage Patch dolls my sisters had growing up? Before I let my mind drift into the possibilities of why someone would do this, I hear the sound of a riding lawnmower being fired up. I glance up to see Artemis sitting on his sun-faded red mower, holding a sickle in his right hand. My body tenses. The man with the sickle that I saw through the window. The man who approached and talked to my son. Is everyone in this neighborhood deranged? I say under my breath. Artemis casts a sharp glance in my direction, and even at this distance, his eyes cut me like a knife. He knows I'm watching him. I consider my options. I can either play it off and go introduce myself in a breezy way that says, I wasn't just judging you for your baby death garden, or I can move forward and leave this crazy fuck alone for now. It only takes me a moment to decide. One crazy person at a time, and I can't deal with this one right now. I pick up a light jog and continue, making a mental note not to tell Sarah about this. I don't want to freak her out. But then again, she probably wouldn't believe me if I told her. It's unreal. Continuing with my original plan, I jog a little further down the street and find 3 more houses. 2 are dark as if the owners aren't home, and 1 is empty with a for sale sign out front. Great, maybe we'll get some more fucked up neighbors, I mutter to myself. Checking my phone for the time, the hour is almost up. I need to pick up the pace and head back home. By the time I reach my property, I expect Phil to come back any minute. I use all kinds of tactics to stall and linger in the area where I expect him to show up, pretending to tie my shoe, acting like I dropped something and am now searching for it, etc. But after 5 minutes, there's no sign of Phil. After 10 minutes, there's no sign of Phil. 20 minutes, nothing. I keep looking up at Phil's tent close by, but there's no movement. Maybe he got back early, and he's already zipped himself inside. I'm tired of waiting around. I need to address this now. Before I second-guess myself, I'm outside Phil's tent, yelling for him. Phil! Hey, Phil! Could you come out here, please? We need to talk. I stand still, listening for any movement inside, waiting for him to unzip the entrance to talk to me man to man. Philip Spencer, we have a few things we need to discuss. Can you come out here? I wait a moment longer. Nothing. The tent is quiet. He isn't here. I rest my hands on top of my head and let out a loud sigh of frustration. I'm almost ready to walk away when a thought pops into my mind. The tent is empty. Looking over my shoulder, then down at the zipper, It's unlocked. Empty and unlocked? I mutter under my breath. Should I? My curiosity is at an all-time high. It wasn't my plan to rummage through Phil's personal belongings, but what kind of protector would I be for my family if I didn't at least take a look? What if Phil has something incriminating in here? He could get us in a lot of trouble by having it on our property. Or what if I find something worse? I have to know what's inside this tent. I have to know who my family is dealing with. Against my better judgment, I look over my shoulder for Phil one last time, and then hold my breath while I unzip the tent. I'm going in. Chapter 23. Logan. Darkness. That's all I see when I zip the tent closed behind me. No lights. Not even the sun can grace me with an appearance, because the only zip-up plastic window has been taped shut and blacked out. I get up my phone and squint when the screen illuminates. Turning on the flashlight feature, I cast light around the space, and my mouth falls open as I take it all in. The room is packed from top to bottom with junk. Other than the narrow path that leads from the entrance to the back of the tent, there's not much wiggle room in here. One person's trash is another person's treasure, but I'm not so sure there are any treasures in here. Look at this garbage. Massive wooden console televisions and pairs of rabbit ear antennas. At least 4 rotary phones, stacked in the corner beside both metal and ceramic ashtrays. Old paint cans and empty boxes for old-timey model cars. If the 1950s through 70s could come back in one room, this would be it. I move deeper into the tent and feel a crunch under my foot when I take a step. Shining the light on the floor, I see a pile of Pez dispensers with Tweety Bird and Charlie Brown tops. I suddenly feel my frustration transitioning to sympathy. Is this it? Is Phil truly an innocent old man who simply needs a place to live? Is this why Riley made this arrangement to let Phil live on the property? Because he felt bad for the guy? Have I been reading too much into the situation? Am I in the wrong here? Carefully stepping over the pile of old candy containers, I move deeper into the tent. A few boomboxes with cassette players on the front. A stack of Sears catalogs, Spring Edition. Broken lava lamps. A beaded car seat cover, a slide projector, and a deconstructed Polaroid camera. When I finally reach the back of the tent, a gut-wrenching feeling washes over me when I see a retro TV tray sitting beside a tiny, dingy cot. The cot holds a caved-in outline of a person. The outline creases the thin mattress. It's more than worn. Anyone looking at this cot would be able to see the outline of a man who has been sleeping here for decades. How did I get this so wrong? Maybe it's time I stop obsessing over Phil and just let the poor man live on the property. As I turn to leave, I bump into something and feel a sharp pain at my side. Inhaling sharply through clenched teeth, I quickly shine the light down to check my side. What the hell? I gasp, stumbling backward. My mind reels when I see it.
Chapter 24. Sarah. Missing person, kidnapped, taken from his backyard, never found, believed to be deceased.
Flashes from the news articles I read circulate in my mind.
I can't stop thinking about Phil and his tragic past. No one deserves what he went through as a child. I can't imagine everything that must have happened to him. Has Phil ever had anyone in his corner rooting for him, encouraging him to keep going? The more I think about it, the more questions I have. Has he ever been married? Does he have any kids, friends, siblings, any living relatives at all, biological or not? Why has no one come looking for this man if he's been right here in the town he grew up in all along? Locals know about Phil, but do they really know him? I remember what Logan said about Phil's stammer and limp. Has he always had those? Or did something happen?
Closing my eyes, I rub the bridge of my nose.
I want to help Phil, but where do I start? Buzz, buzz. My phone vibrates against the oak desk, and I'm thankful for the distraction. However, I'm disappointed when I see that it's a number I don't recognize. Ignore. I roll my head back on my shoulders, looking up at the ceiling while bouncing lightly in my chair. Where to start? Where to start? I say under my breath. My phone buzzes again, but this time I'm annoyed. Come on, I mumble. Stop calling. Ready to ignore the call again, I stop when I see that it's not the same number calling back. It's Holly. It's been so long since I had a chat with Holly, and typically when we talk on the phone, we could go on for hours. She's that kind of friend, and I miss her dearly. Sliding the green button to the right, I take the call. Are you too good for me now that you own a fancy lake house? Holly's sarcasm takes a shot at me when I answer. Did you forget about me or what, you rich bitch? Hey, Hall. I smile when I hear the familiar playfulness in my best friend's tone. You know you're on the top of my list, but we kind of had a few things going on. I chuckle. I'm fucking with you. She laughs. But seriously, can we finally catch up? I have so much to tell you, and I want to hear everything about life in Tahoe. I'm already distracted from work. Why not? Sure, you go first, I say, knowing that whatever she's going to tell me can't be more complex than mine. Okay, remember that guy I was telling you about? Boom! The sound of the front door slamming shut downstairs echoes up 3 stories and through my office door. It startles me, and I drop the phone when I hop up from my chair. I quickly pick it up and bring it back to my ear when I hear Logan yell, Sarah! His voice is panicked and shaky. Even when Logan's in the hottest of water, his voice never quavers. This must be serious. Sorry, Hall, I say quickly. Gotta go. Call you later. She says something in return, but I can't understand her because I'm rushing toward my office door. I hurry downstairs. Logan? I call out for him, eyes scanning the rooms when I pass by. Logan, where are... I turn the corner to the kitchen and freeze when I see Logan standing by the kitchen sink, his torso covered in deep red blood. Part 3. Who is Philip Spencer? Chapter 25. Sarah. And when I turned to leave, this happened. Logan blurts in a quick, shaky tone while looking down at the bleeding wound on the right side of his torso. I can't believe I was starting to feel sorry for that man, when it's so obvious what's happening here. We need to call the police immediately. I listen to my frazzled husband as I tend to his wound. I'm trying to be a supportive, attentive wife, but for some reason his overreactions over the years have become routine and consistent. When he gets started on a rant, everything coming from his mouth sounds like white noise to me. Right now isn't any different, and I can't help my mind from wandering. I'm so glad we kept this first aid kit when we moved. I can't believe we debated tossing it out into the garbage before we left West Virginia. Sure, in the 10+ years we've had it, I think we've only needed it once, and everything inside it has probably expired by now. But I wasn't sure when we would be able to replace it and insisted that we bring it with us. And I'm glad I did. The medical tape from the kit is so old and brittle it's ripping off in tiny pieces, making it difficult to keep the white gauze from falling off Logan's skin. It's even more difficult to adhere because Logan is breathing so heavily. Hello? Sarah? Are you going to say anything? I was just sliced open, for God's sake. We need to call the cops. One thing at a time, I say, resting a hand on his chest to calm him. We need to stop the bleeding before we do anything else. Baby girl whimpers outside the bathroom door, and Logan takes a deep breath and sighs. He's resisting the urge to argue with me about this one. He knows I'm right. He rests his palms on the bathroom counter and calms his body as I finish cleaning him up. The silence in the air gives me time to recall everything Logan was spouting when he came bolting in, Before, I assumed he was overreacting. Phil's tent, blood, sharp objects? 15 minutes ago, I thought my husband was dying. There was so much blood. I was ready to call an ambulance, but when Logan removed his shirt, we saw that the wound was only a little deeper than a scratch. It still seemed like a lot of blood for what it was, but Logan insisted we didn't need to call for an ambulance.
"Police, Sarah! We need the police, not an ambulance,"
he yelled. That's when I grabbed the first aid kit. Our marriage hasn't been the best lately, but something about seeing him so vulnerable makes me realize that despite our tiffs, miscommunications, and all the lies, I still don't know what I would do without him. I need to start trusting him. There, I say when I finish patching his side. Done. We move into the living room and he sits on the couch, carefully so the tape doesn't pull away from his skin. Baby girl can sense the heaviness in the room and chooses to lie beside Logan on the couch. Once Logan is settled, I say, "Walk me through this again. For some reason we'll get to later, you entered Phil's camp when he wasn't there and ran into something sharp?"
I close my eyes and rub my temples with my fingertips, trying to remember all the details. "A sickle, Sarah," he says insistently. "I turned around in his dark little shanty out there and was sliced open with a rusty old sickle."
His body tenses, and I see him wanting to move, but I stop him with a gesture of my hands, and he sinks back into the couch.
"But there wasn't just one. He had several."
"Sickles?"
"Yes."
He raises his eyebrows and nods rapidly.
"And every single one of them was covered in dried blood,"
Logan says, getting himself worked up again.
"There wasn't just blood on the blades. There was dried blood on the tent's walls, on the pop-up folding table on the floor."
His voice trails off and a flash of fear runs over his face. I'm doing my best to keep Logan calm, but it's getting harder to hide my discomfort with everything he's saying. Logan continues,
"You know how many people I've met who own sickles in real life during my 45 years on Earth?"
he asks rhetorically.
2, Sarah, and both people live right here in our neighborhood. Artemis and Phil.
I could argue that it's because we've never been able to afford living in a house with land where one might need a yard tool such as that, but I hold back. My ears are perked and all my red flags are waving, but right now, one of us has to remain calm or we risk both of us freaking out.
"There's something wrong with them."
Logan shakes his head in disbelief.
"What if the two of them are in it together? What if they have some sort of pact to scare us away from here using their bloody sickles as a scare tactic?"
Logan's losing it.
"Or what if Phil killed Artemis, stole his sickles, and he's the man I saw in Artemis's yard today? It makes sense. The person I saw earlier was doing something I couldn't see from the street. What if it was Phil burying Artemis's body? It would explain why he had Artemis's sickles coated in blood."
"Stop, Logan!" I interrupt his downward spiral. He closes his mouth and locks his gaze on me. "I agree with you," I say, and he raises a brow. "Something weird is going on here. But what if it's not what you think?" Logan's body tenses as if he instinctively wants to argue, but he holds back. "I've been doing a little bit more research on Phil," I continue. "We both know it was not a coincidence for me to inherit this house, and I think I finally know why. Uncle Riley chose me because I can help Phil." Logan tosses up his hands and drops them in his lap.
"Here we go again. I'm the crazy one for being suspicious of a man with a pile of bloody knives in his tent."
His sarcasm rings.
"I'm the terrible one for thinking it's odd for a stranger to live on our property. Fuck me and everything coming out of my mouth, right? Is that what you're about to say? Huh? Am I right? You're siding with a man we know nothing about over your husband. Is that what this is about?"
His tone grows angry. That's not what I'm saying, Logan, and you know that. I take a deep breath and let some of the tension fizzle before continuing. I'm starting to learn more pieces of Phil's story. I think he's sticking around here because he went missing as a child. I have Logan's attention now. Kidnapped from his own backyard. Could you imagine? He strokes baby girl's fur as he stares back at me. What if Uncle Riley wanted me to figure all this out so I could help Phil? I plead my case. What? Logan says unconvincingly. Riley mentioned in the video how he kept tabs on me. He knew I was a teacher, so maybe he assumed I could help. Maybe the caveat of letting him live on the property was all a roundabout way to link me to Phil, so I can get that poor guy the help he needs. Logan tilts his head to the side. If that was the case, why wouldn't he just say that? He could have saved everyone the headache and simply mentioned this in his video. I shrug. That's a valid argument. Some of the footage is still missing. Maybe he did say it, and we just won't know it until they recover that part of the video. Logan rolls his eyes and parts his lips slightly as if he's ready to combat my claims, but I continue before he gets the chance. Don't forget my past. I was homeless at one time, too. I would have loved for someone to devote time to helping me, especially after my mom died and I was officially on my own, when I needed help the most. I could do this for Phil, I say, unable to hide the thrill building inside me. I could help Phil reunite with lost relatives and get a real roof over his head. Sarah. I'll have time, I interject. Summer classes were canceled, remember? I'll have lots of extra time, even after having to take up a part-time job. To clarify, you're finding a way to justify this man's odd behaviors and choosing to let him live on the property while also getting involved in his complicated past? Sounds like a terrible idea when you put it that way. Yes, I reply confidently. Logan smooths his eyebrows with one hand and sighs. I need to help him, Logan. Helping Phil will bring peace and comfort to our lives here in Tahoe. Logan shakes his head disapprovingly. I know in my heart that this is something I have to do. And whether you like it or not, dear husband, I'm going to save Phil.
Chapter 26. Logan. Sarah is back in her office working, and I'm staring at myself in the bathroom mirror. I can't stop the wild thoughts from taking over my mind. What is she thinking by wanting to help this man? It feels like we keep taking one step forward together, then 2 steps back in our marriage. Just when I feel like we are getting on the same page, she sides with a stranger faster than a harassment rumor spreads in a small town. Sarah claims to stand by my side, but in reality, she rarely does. It's frustrating. I wish she would just trust me. Holding a hand over my injury, I grab the wrench with my good hand and carefully crouch down to take a look at the broken toilet. Everything seems to be intact, so I'll have to dig a little deeper to find the reason that this toilet keeps overflowing. I prop myself up against the side of the bathtub, and my mind slips to where I left off. I saw the look in her eyes when the toilet overflowed again. Sarah doesn't even trust me to fix things around the house. But am I really that surprised she doesn't trust anything I do or say right now? As much as I want to place the blame on her, deep down I know this is all my fault. I gave Sarah many reasons over the years not to trust me, then turned around and put myself into a position to get slapped with a harassment case and eventually suspended from my job. We've always relied on both our incomes, more mine than hers. We would have never moved here if I still had my job and got that promotion, regardless of the status of Sarah's job. We would have sold this lake house and financially secured ourselves for a life wherever we wanted to settle. But we're here now because of me. I have no choice but to be supportive of my wife's decision to get involved with Phil. I hate everything about this, but if I try to stop her from doing what she thinks is right, it will only come back to bite me. She's going to do what she thinks is right, and for the sake of my marriage, I have to let her do this without interfering. It's not the first time I've had to hold back in our marriage. Like the time when Sarah insisted that she could fix the air conditioner by herself because we didn't have the money to pay to get it done. I held back while she fought with that thing for a week, until one morning the AC kicked on and worked. She was so proud of herself, and I gave her all the kudos in the world. She had no idea I worked overtime to pay and have someone come out in the middle of the night to fix it, and I'll never say a word about it. I held back in our marriage again when I set up a day date for us to go to a live performance of Wicked, the musical she really wanted to see, but astronomical ticket prices made it impossible. I told her I got free tickets from work when I didn't. I worked a side gig after my day job for 6 weeks just so I could buy them for her. I held back then. I hold back when I get up early once a week to fill her car with gas so she doesn't have to be conscious of how far she drives each day. She says wasting gas is wasting money. My wife deserves to be able to drive anywhere she wants without thinking that a full tank is going to break the bank. Now she thinks her car gets great mileage, and it's one less thing for her to worry about, all because I held back. When it comes to Sarah helping Phil, I'll hold back because I know I have to. I make my way into the living room, and baby girl paws at the front door. We've been working with her on asking to be let out to go when she has to pee. I guess the potty training is starting to work. I reach for the front door handle and step back when I crack it open, expecting baby girl to bolt into the yard to do her business like she normally does. But she doesn't. She steps out into the porch and freezes. "Baby girl, go potty," I say. But she doesn't move. "Baby girl, what's the problem here? Do you really need me to stand out there with you?" I yank the door all the way open. "Why won't you—" I step onto the porch and lose my words when I see what she sees. The air is still. It's eerily quiet. With wide eyes, I stare out at the area in front of our house, and my jaw drops. Rusted yard tools fill the space from the porch to the entrance of the forest. Each tool is spaced out with exactly the same distance between them, and vertically stabbed into the ground. Shovels straight up and down in the ground. Rakes straight up and down. Hoes straight up and down. Pickaxes, shears, wheelbarrows, chainsaws, pitchforks, all stabbed into the ground, standing straight up before me, each looking like a marker for a grave. And there, just below the bottom porch stair, a sickle, covered in dried blood.
Chapter 27. Sarah. What to do? What to do? I wrap my fingers over and over on my desk from pinky to index. Uncle Riley needed me to figure this out. He wanted me to help Phil. But how? I told Logan I had to catch up on some work things. I'm behind with all the interruptions today. I wasn't in my office for more than an hour before Logan came running in, rambling on about some yard tools out front. He was speaking so fast, none of what he was saying made any sense. He practically had to drag me away from my work. When we got downstairs to the porch, there was a single shovel lying on top of a pile of pine needles in the yard. Nothing about this shovel on the ground seemed odd to me. I swear, this whole being out of work thing is starting to get to Logan's head and mess with his mind. I still don't understand why in the world Logan chose to go into Phil's home in the first place. Hard labor construction better get their shit together and give Logan his job back before things get worse. The rest of the day consisted of me picking up the kids from school, cooking and eating dinner, and then getting the kids situated. Homework, clean clothes laid out for the morning, bathing and tucking them in. I never made it back to my office until 8 this evening, and I've been sitting behind my desk ever since. It's late. The moon and stars have long passed their peak brightness, and they faded into a dull, ominous glow through my office window. The overhead lighting in this office is incredibly bright, so I turn it off and let the glow of my computer screen be my light while I work. Only, I'm not working as I should be. I'm thinking about Phil. I need to figure out how to help him. I've already decided I want to help track down any remaining relatives Phil has. But what if the relatives are skeptical or refuse to get involved with him? I need more options if I'm going to offer him my assistance. If it were just me and Logan, I would consider letting Phil stay in the house. There's plenty of space and several empty rooms, but we have kids. Strangers occupying the same space as our kids is non-negotiable and off the table. I could get Phil set up with a local shelter. I could contact Habitat for Humanity and see if he qualifies for a home. I could bake him fresh meals every day. I could do more than just sit in my office thinking about hypothetical things I can do. My eyes are starting to sting, urging me to go to sleep. I give them a quick rub and know I need to stay up a little longer. What is it about Phil that makes me want to drop everything to urgently help him? Perhaps I'm drawn to Phil because his current situation is so relatable. While Phil might have a cloth roof over his head, society would consider him homeless, just as I once was. Homeless at the age of 79? I shake my head. My heart goes out to him. If I were homeless at his age, I would hope someone out there would help me. Phil has only a thin material separating him from the elements, and it's heartbreaking. At least Mom and I had a car to sleep in when times were tough. I don't let myself think about Mom too often, because when I do, the thought comes with a bout of nausea. There had to be a time when Mom was a good person, but perhaps I was too young to remember her in this way. The mom I grew up with would look away when her random boyfriends would look me up and down, licking their lips and touching themselves, because she claimed those men were our lifeline. A good mom would never let that happen. If Uncle Riley often helped people like Phil, it's starting to make more sense why he and Mom stopped talking. I can imagine the reason why Riley would have refused to help Mom. Mom was a capable person when she put in some effort, but she didn't try. She never tried. In the few times she took any steps forward, she quickly cowered at the first sign of resistance. Mom quit things over and over in my life. Essentially, she chose to live how she did, how we did. When it seems like Riley spent his efforts helping people who didn't have a choice in life. Just because they were related by blood doesn't mean they were the same. Riley was a generous, kind person. Mom was not. Some days I wonder if Mom ever had a kind soul in her body. An owl hoots outside and I lightly shake my head to clear my mind. It's too late to go down this road again. On a stressful day, I could look inside my cedar chest and everything would feel right again. But I can't do that now. My cedar chest is still missing from the move. The chest is old, with worn leather straps around it that buckle to help keep its contents safe. I need it. For a while, I wasn't sure if I brought it in, but yesterday I found one of the buckles on the floor beside the basement door. It must have slipped off the leather strap when it was being moved. Now I know for sure that the chest is in this house somewhere. But where is it? Chapter 28. Sarah. It's the weekend and I think we all need some time out of the house, I say, nodding insistently at Logan. We've lived here for several weeks and haven't touched a toe in the water. Let's take the kids to the lake. Logan looks down to where the bandage is taped to his skin beneath his shirt. I suppose I can figure out a way to waterproof this. He looks up at me. Okay, let's do it. Great, I say, almost too eagerly. Kids! I call for the kids before Logan changes his mind. "We're going to the lake today. Get your swimsuits on." Immediately, we hear the pattering of feet running around on the second floor. I smile and bring my gaze to meet Logan's. "I'll get the kids packed and ready, load them into your car, and meet you there." Tilting his head slightly, he says, "Wait, what? You're planning a family day at the lake, but you're not coming with us?" "I'm coming." I run my hand down his arm. "But I still have a few work things to get caught up on. It won't take me long, especially when I have the house to myself." Smiling at him, I wrap my arms around him for a hug, avoiding his injury. We need to get out, but I don't want everyone wasting their Saturday waiting for me to finish working. I kiss him on the cheek and pull back. "Just a couple of hours and I'll be there." Logan gives a light sigh. "Yeah, okay. Sounds good. A couple of hours. Meet us there." 30 minutes later, my family is out the door and I'm alone. I have the peace and quiet I need to finish up work. But that's the little white lie I had to tell to get my family out of the house. I don't want them here when I meet Phil today. I stayed up all night with thoughts whirling around about what to do. It wasn't until about 5 in the morning that it finally came to me. I don't know what to do because I've never officially met Phil. We've had no interactions, no scenarios where we could have sparked up a conversation. Of course, I don't know how to help him. I don't know the type of help he needs. It was after this revelation that I made the decision to talk to him as soon as possible. Unlike my mother, I'm putting in effort. I'm trying to help because if I don't try, I'll never be able to focus on anything else. Getting my family out of the house was the first step. And surprisingly, the plan worked like a charm. I only have a couple of hours before I need to meet them, so I waste no time slipping on my boots. I'm determined, and this is the only way to move forward. Walking into foreign places is unlike me, but I've been through scarier things in my past. I can do this. Closing the front door behind me, I begin my descent into the forest. Crunch. The carpet of pine needles makes loud sounds under my feet when I walk. If I weren't moving on pure adrenaline, the sounds of the forest might have sent me running back to the house scared out of my mind by now. Luckily, it's early enough that the sun slices its way into some of the gaps in the branches above me, so it's not too dark as I get closer to Phil's. I reach Phil's place faster than I think. It's my first time seeing it up close, and the sight is overwhelming. The rope holding up the tent is old and tied so tightly to the tree that it's worn through the bark. The makeshift fire pit just outside the tent's entrance smolders from recent use. The nearby tree branches are being used as a clothesline. The sight sends my heart into overdrive. Gotta help Phil. Gotta save this man. Knocking on the tent wouldn't make a sound, so when I approach it, I simply call out for him. "Hello? Phil?" No answer. "Phil? My name is Sarah Harrelson. I live in the house just beyond the trees over there." I motion behind me just in case he's watching. "I'm Riley Kent's niece, the one who inherited his home." I hope to coax Phil out by name-dropping Riley, but there's still no sound of movement inside. "Well, anyway," I continue, "I came down hoping we could meet and talk a little, get to know each other a bit better." I wait a moment longer. It's possible he truly isn't here. I have a couple of hours, so I can try again in a short while. I'll just come back. Before I turn to walk the forested path back to my home, I call out one last time. "My husband may have come on too strong, but I can assure you we mean no harm. I'll be home for a little while, so I'll come back in an hour with some iced tea and snacks. Maybe we can talk then." As I walk away, I hear the faint sound of movement inside the tent, but I don't turn back. Deep down, I knew he had to be home. Like so many of my troubled students, it makes sense that Phil would not be used to being put on the spot or prodded to talk. Chances are, he needs time to process my request and decide if he wants to communicate with me. And I hope he will when I come back in an hour. I imagine us breaking the ice with tea and snacks, then slowly diving into all my burning questions. Back in the house, I fill the tea kettle and set it on top of the stove. I'm still getting used to cooking on a gas stove, having only ever lived in places with electric, and I'm loving it. I don't know why, but there's something about the bluish flame that makes me feel rich in life. Like I finally made it. Thank you, Uncle Riley. Turning the knob, the gas clicks 3 times, then ignites. As the water heats up, I scan the kitchen for snacks. Even though we don't have a mortgage to pay anymore, we are still a family of 4 humans and a puppy living on a single part-time income at the moment. I've gone to the local grocery store a few times, but it's difficult to keep extra food stocked away with all the mouths I have to feed. I open the door and enter the massive walk-in pantry. This room is larger than the master bedroom was in our old house, so the few food items on the shelves make it feel empty. Looks like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with a side of potato chips it is. Steam is starting to seep out from the spout of the tea kettle, but without hearing its whistle, I still have time. I chop the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches into 4s, and that somehow makes the sandwiches feel classier than they actually are. Opening an overhead kitchen cabinet, I stare up at the collection of random paper plates we kept during the move. A rather large selection of plates that grew over time, used during a period of life when we couldn't afford to run the dishwasher more than once a week. Thin plates taken from pizza places, slightly thicker plates with a bubbly edge purchased on discount, sturdy plates with a blue ring around the edge, left behind after a neighborhood barbecue at our old place. I opt for the sturdiest plate. Don't want to drop the snacks on my way back to Phil's walking over the uneven forest ground. I arrange the snacks on the plate in a way that says, I brought these snacks for us, but they are actually for you because I'm worried about how often you get to eat. I don't know what Phil is surviving on, but I doubt he gets fresh food every day. Knock, knock. I glance up from the snack plate, eyes shifting immediately to the clock on the stove. Logan and the kids have been gone for less than 2 hours. They can't be back already. But if not my family, who's here? Making my way to the front door, I crack it open a little at first. Then all the way when I see Phil standing on my porch. I've never seen him up close before, and I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. An older man who looks great for being the ripe age of 79 stands on the porch holding his baseball cap tightly in his hands. His skin sags a little, but he has an overall muscular physique. He's tall. I would guess slightly taller than Logan without seeing them side by side. He bends the bill of his cap in an anxious way as his dark brown eyes bore into mine. It's almost as if I can feel the weight he's been carrying for all these years through his stare. Phil, I say politely. He nods once, then opens his mouth to speak. I want to talk. His speech impediment is evident, and it only makes my heart grow fonder. A single bead of sweat trickles down the side of his forehead. I consider the situation. We're nearly in summer and it's getting hotter every day. Phil must be incredibly uncomfortable during the summer, seeing how he's living in a tent without air conditioning. I probably shouldn't do what I'm about to do. But Phil truly seems harmless. Giving him a sympathetic smile, I say, Hey, would you like to come inside? Phil's body tenses as he hesitates. No pressure, I add, tossing my hands up in a non-threatening way. At this moment, the tea kettle whistles loudly behind me. I look over my shoulder at the kitchen, then back at Phil. Take your time and decide if you want to come in or talk outside on the porch. I'm going to go turn off the stove and grab the tea. but I'll leave the door open if you decide to follow me inside." He responds with a quick nod, then glances nervously down at the floor, remaining still. I hurry back into the kitchen. As I turn the knob on the stove, I hear the sound of the front door click when it shuts. I move the tea kettle to an unused burner, then grab the plate of snacks, ready to meet Phil in the entranceway. I turn around and place a hand on my heart when I see Phil standing in the kitchen doorway. "Phil," I gasp, then chuckle awkwardly. "How did you manage to walk to the kitchen without stepping on a single squeaky floorboard?" I force an uncomfortable smile. Every floorboard creaks in this house. It's like he knew just where to step to avoid making noise. He's staring at me without blinking, in a way that makes me feel very aware of how we are alone in my house right now. The air thickens, emitting a sense of claustrophobia, and the massive kitchen suddenly feels cramped. What is it about Tahoe that's making me feel so removed from the real world of crime and dishonesty? It doesn't matter if Phil is good-hearted or not. The reality is that I just invited a stranger into my house, knowing my husband won't be back anytime soon. I would have never done something like this back in West Virginia. I just need to remain calm and keep my phone close by, just in case I need to call for help. As discreetly as I can, I pat my back pocket, but it's not there. I don't have my phone on me. Where is it? I do a quick scour of the room for my cell phone, but it's not here. I don't know where it is. Anxiety is trying hard to take over my mind, but I can't let it. I need to have this conversation with Phil. I need to know what he's been through so I can do what Uncle Riley needed me to do. Don't panic. You heard from more than one person that Phil is harmless. You wanted to talk to him. You invited him into the house. Well, he's here now, so get to it. Shaking my head to clear all the negative hypotheticals running through my mind, I offer Phil a smile, but his face remains emotionless. Well, since we're already here, I motion toward the adjoining dining room. Let's talk.
Chapter 29. Logan.
"Watch this!"
Alexis says as she leaps from the dock into the water, and baby girl jumps in behind her, happily wagging her tail. Sitting on the dock with feet dangling off, I watch my kids enjoying some lake fun.
"Nice!"
I call out to Alexis when her head resurfaces and give her a thumbs up.
"You should get in, Dad. It's so fun."
"Maybe once your mom gets here," I reply. But Alexis is already on the dock preparing to jump in the water again. Frankie walks up beside me and mumbles, "Dad, I need to tell you something." "Not now, Frankie. I'm getting ready to text your mom to find out what's taking so long." I wave my hand toward the water. "Just go jump in and play with your sister, okay?" He lowers his chin to his chest. "Okay." I was worried about getting in the water with my kids today, having such a fresh wound. But Sarah made such a good point about us needing family time, so I concocted a waterproof cover for my bandages using medical tape and a plastic bag just so I could take part in our fun. I have my doubts about my shoddy medical craftsmanship and don't want to risk my cut getting infected, but I have every intention of splashing around with my kiddos today. Initially, when Sarah saw the cut on my side, she kept suggesting I go to the hospital. I made such a big deal about not going, but in all honesty, I should have gone. When we arrived at the lake, I was relieved to see life jackets available to borrow for free. My kids can swim, but I feel a lot better about them getting in with life jackets on when I can't get in with them. With the life jackets, unless there is an emergency, I'm able to sit this one out. Frankie and Alexis splash each other as they swim in the area just in front of the dock, and baby girl walks back up the ramp, shaking the water off her fur before plopping down beside me. I double-tap my phone screen to check the time. It's been 4 hours since we arrived. I thought Sarah would be here by now. Just the thought of leaving Sarah alone at the house, knowing Phil is lurking nearby, makes me uncomfortable. I send a text to check in. Me. Babe, where are you? Are you on your way? She must be on the road and can't respond. As I wait for my wife to respond or show up, I run through everything going on with Phil. Things are not adding up. I can't stop thinking that there is so much more to this scenario than we were led to believe. Why wouldn't Riley elaborate about the Phil situation? I understand that part of the video is still missing, and there's a chance that part could contain the answers to all our questions. But things still don't make sense. The entire process of transferring the house into Sarah's name felt rushed. It felt like Alan Cross was eager to hand this property over to someone else, as if it were a burden he needed to get off his chest. It's as if Alan knew something was wrong. And something is wrong here. The kids and baby girl are now lying in the sun on the blanket Sarah packed for us. Glancing at my phone again, I start to worry when I see the time. Closing in on 5 hours now, and still no response from Sarah. I sent 3 more texts in the past hour, and I double-checked to make sure they went through. They did. This time, I call. 4 rings before I hear, "This is Sarah, leave a message." I end the call and try again. 4 rings before I hear, "This is Sarah, leave a message." Come on, Sarah, pick up your damn phone. I call one last time. Only this time, the call is cleared and goes straight to voicemail. "This is Sarah, leave a message."
Chapter 30. Sarah. Hours. It's been hours since we first sat down at the table together. Most of our conversation replays in a cycle. First, I ask Phil a question. He responds, but because of his speech impediment, it takes a while for the words to come out. Then we stare each other directly in the eyes from across the table while I try to figure out what he said. Eventually, I move the conversation forward and the cycle begins again. Luckily, patience is a virtue I possess. Like one of my past students, I give Phil all the time he needs to get his message across. By keeping the conversation light, I avoid overwhelming him with questions, and fortunately, I haven't seemed to scare him away yet. As a bonus, I've been able to confirm some of the facts I've heard about him. For example, Phil actually is 79. At least, he believes he's 79, despite not having any birth or medical records. I still can't believe how physically fit he is at this age. But then again, he lives outside. It's not like he has a comfy couch to lounge on to lazily pass the day. This man is exercising every minute of his day out of pure circumstance. Another example. Phil can't remember when he first arrived on Whispering Pines Loop, but he guesses he has lived on this property for decades. Multiple decades living in this way? I can't begin to imagine what it must feel like to permanently not have a roof over your head. Phil says he hunts for food most days. He told me that on occasion, he might accidentally leave some bloody hunting tools out, which explains the sharp, bloody blades Logan told me about. But even if he catches nothing during his hunt, Phil said he eats hot meals 4 nights a week at a local homeless shelter. I was surprised to hear that he volunteers to serve food at the shelter, and only after everyone has a plate does he make one for himself. He has nothing, and still gives everything he can to help. I'm starting to see what the locals said about him. Phil hasn't mentioned much about his past. I'm not sure if he hasn't brought it up because he's avoiding the topic, or because he simply doesn't know that he was, and still might be, a missing person. I briefly take a look over Phil's shoulder at the grandfather clock that's tucked away in a corner of the dining area. I told Logan that I would be quick to meet them, but here I am, sitting with Phil, and it's been 5.5 hours. My family is waiting for me at the lake, and I need to get to them. Everything in me is saying, "That's enough, Sarah. Let Phil go home. You've had this man in the hot seat for too long. He needs a break, and you need to get to your family." But I can't leave yet. This could be my only chance to talk to Phil one-on-one. I need to find out why my uncle chose me to connect with Phil, and I'm sensing we've only scratched the surface. So right now, I'm choosing to stay and see this through. I probably should have called or texted Logan by now, but I still can't find my phone. I swear I had it just before Phil knocked on the door, but it's not here now. Typically, I stay actively involved with my kids. I arrive at places when I say I will. I keep my promises. So just this one time, I'm sure my family will understand why I didn't call or make it to the lake on time. More tea? I grin at Phil and he nods graciously. I walk to the kitchen where I fill the kettle once again and return it to the stove. I place my hand on the knob, ready to turn on the gas, but freeze when I see Phil's reflection in the rounded silver kettle. He's standing in the open dining room area looking around. At first glance, it looks as if Phil is innocently admiring the inside of this house, like it's the first time he's ever been inside. But as I keep my eyes fixed on him through the reflection, I notice a dark expression washes over his face. In a flash, his once innocent admiration is gone and replaced with a look of determination. He's looking for something. I fire up the stove and make my way back toward him. Phil's eyes dart toward me. We're standing on opposite ends of the table. After sitting for so long, I somehow forgot how big he is. Tall, broad, fit, but harmless, right? Yeah, I'm sure he's harmless. He opens his mouth to speak.
Bathroom?
Oh, you need to use the restroom? I lower my shoulders as tension leaves my body. My eyes briefly fall to the floor as I smile and chuckle to myself. I'm not sure why I keep feeling uneasy around Phil. The poor guy is over here about to pee in his pants, and I'm over here deciding whether or not I can trust him. I need to relax. Of course you can use the bathroom. I lift my gaze. It's just down the... I raise a hand to motion toward the hallway, ready to tell Phil which one of the several doors is the bathroom, but I freeze when I see him. Phil is already walking down the hall. He knowingly passes 3 similar closed doors, and when he reaches the 4th one, he opens it, walking right into the hallway bathroom. When the door slams shut behind him, I hear the subtle sound of the lock clicking into place. Chapter 31. Sarah. Another hour passes, and I've been keeping a closer eye on Phil. It's become clear that Phil has been inside this house before. And when I think about it, it makes sense that he's been in here before. Phil was a part of my uncle's life somehow. I imagine Phil spent lots of time talking to Riley in this house, and he probably did the same with whoever owned this house before Riley. That's the only reason why Phil would know where the bathroom was or how to avoid all the squeaky boards on the floor. It's the only reason Phil would know which kitchen drawer to open to grab a spoon to stir his tea. Because if that's not the reason, what reason would he have for being in this house? Why else would he be so familiar with the inside of this place? Can I ask you about your past? I say hesitantly. Phil crooks his head and doesn't respond right away. After a moment, he nods once in agreement. I've got the green light, but how do you go about asking someone if they know they're a missing person? Or if they know that they were kidnapped as a boy? Easing into it, I smile widely and say, Do you remember much about your past? He scrunches his brows and shakes his head.
No.
Phil stops for a moment, clenching his jaw. He sighs heavily, running his hands over his head. He's been struggling to get his words out this entire time, but his stutter appears to have gotten worse the moment I brought up the past. Frustration has taken over right when he has something important that he wants to say. I hold up a finger. Hang on, I have an idea. Quickly running upstairs, I grab a notebook and pen from my office to bring to the dining table. I set my notebook down in front of Phil, beaming at him as if I were winning an award for my cleverness today. I'm sure you have a lot to say, so here. I hand him the pen. Now you can write everything down. But Phil doesn't eagerly take the pen as I suspect he would. Instead, he wraps all his fingers around the pen in a grasp that any good teacher would be horrified by. It's obvious now. Phil doesn't know how to write. It's not my intention to embarrass Phil, so I quickly kibosh the idea. Actually, we don't have to do that. I slide the pen and notebook away. Let's try something else. Back upstairs, I swap the notebook for one of the printed articles about Phil's missing persons case. I specifically choose one of the articles that doesn't display a photo of the boy. I don't want to scare Phil by showing him a picture of himself, assuming he recognizes himself. But my thought is that maybe if Phil reads through one of the articles, it might trigger some recollection of his past. I hand the paper to Phil. He takes it and runs his eyes down the page, raising a brow. It takes him a while to look up from the paper. I wait patiently, and when his gaze meets mine, I ask, "What do you think?" He pushes the paper to the center of the table and says,
Sorry, I can't read.
"Oh," I say louder than I intend to. A dull, relentless pain settles within me. All these years, and no one has ever taught him how to read or write? How could that be? He truly is a lost boy, a forgotten man. Riley was right to bring me here. I have so much to offer Phil, and so much more to uncover about his past. We need more time together, and I'm willing to do anything to make that happen. Would you like to learn? I blurt as soon as the idea pops into my head. To read and write? I add. I can tutor you. Phil's eyes widen in surprise. I continue. I'm going to take up tutoring individual students in a week when the school year ends. I can add you to my roster, free of charge, of course. I add in case it's not obvious. The sessions would be just me and you, one-on-one, I say, nodding insistently. I just want to help. Phil seems just as hesitant as he was when I first invited him inside the house. The wheels in his mind are spinning. He's considering my offer. Silence fills the air almost too long, and I start to second-guess myself. Have I offended him? Asking a 79-year-old if he wanted a tutor? He's survived all this time without knowing how to read or write, so why would he want to learn how now? I just couldn't leave it alone, could I? I had to go and say something.
Yes.
I finally hear Phil say confidently without a stutter. Yes? You want me to work with you? I clarify.
Yes,
Phil says again and nods to confirm. Trying to keep my composure and not look completely taken aback or too excited, I slowly bob my head up and down. That sounds great. Other than the broken promise to my family today, I don't typically make promises I can't keep. There's no going back now. I'm officially going to work with Phil one-on-one. Logan is going to hate this idea. He's going to kill me when he finds out. Logan has already decided in his mind that he hates Phil. There's nothing I can say or do to change his mind about Phil now that he's formed an opinion. My husband is going to try to put a stop to my interactions with Phil. But until I fulfill this unresolved debt to Uncle Riley, I can't live here with a clear conscience. So for now, working with Phil will be my little secret. Chapter 32. Sarah.
You picked up a tutoring job?
Logan scrunches his brows and wipes a hand over his forehead. He's looking at me as if I lost my mind. And in a way, I have. Nodding slowly, I remain as calm and collected as I can, and give him steady eye contact when I reply. I did. He studies my reaction carefully, running his eyes across my face. Technically, what I told him is true. I picked up a tutoring gig for the summer to supplement the unpaid summer months we're about to endure. I signed up with an agency that connects students and tutors around the world. If I take on enough clients, I could make more than I did when I taught summer classes in West Virginia. The tutoring sessions are held online, and I can set my own schedule. Both factors played a key role in my decision to apply. I assumed this job would give me the time and freedom to be with my kids. But now I have an additional way to spend my extra time.
Why didn't you just tell me?
Logan flares up.
The kids and I wouldn't have had to pack up from the lake and come back early if you simply told me you had an important interview.
He sighs heavily.
You weren't answering your phone. I thought you were in trouble.
He runs his hand over his head.
I thought something terrible happened to you.
Logan was in full panic mode when he burst through the front door yelling my name. He had something in his hand, a flashlight from the glove compartment of his car. He held it, battery side up, ready to use it as a weapon. Ready to save me. From what or whom, I'm not sure. But when I saw how amped he was, I knew I had to say something other than how I had been meeting with Phil for all that time. Logan saw red in that moment, and if I mentioned Phil's name at all, I'm not sure what he would have done to the man. When I opened my mouth to tell him what happened, only a partial truth came out. Insert my small, white lie. I needed to sort through everything by myself. True. I didn't want to say anything to you until after the interview in case I didn't get it. Lie. Logan plops down into a chair at the dining room table. He takes a deep breath, and I can almost see the tension separating from his body as he calms himself. I'm not sure what to expect from him. Either Logan is going to let it go, or he's going to question everything.
You said you got the job, right? Tell me more about it,
he says. Okay, I see you're going with the latter. Well, I begin. All the tutoring sessions can be held online or in a public place if you're matched with someone local. The tutor and the parent of the student decide if the meetings will be in person or online.
And yours are?
He draws out the words, waiting for me to fill in the gaps. Online. I smile confidently, and relief washes over Logan's face. My sessions will be online. I repeat, anxiously rubbing my hands together. Yep, all of them will be held via streamed video calls, except for one. I add casually, then speed up the rest of my explanation. And I'm going to meet that client here at the house, so I'll need you and the kids out of the house for a couple of hours a day, 2 days a week, okay?
What? You're tutoring here?
Logan raises his brows. I nod to confirm, but sense what's coming.
You know how I feel about privacy and safety.
Logan's voice deepens. Here we go.
Come on, Sarah. Bringing strangers into our home?
He continues.
Does this agency run background checks on the families? What's their screening process? We've got enough people with eyes on this property. We don't need anyone else casing this place.
Yes, I snap. Everyone is screened. Don't make a big deal about this. My words come off more defensively than I mean for them to. But guilt is eating at me after I purposefully omitted critical details. I need this conversation to end before I have to make up more lies. Using one of my defensive strategies, I flip the point of focus from me to him. Remember why we're in this situation, Logan. At least one of us has to work, and it's not like you're in a position to do so right now, are you? Logan goes silent. I'm not one to harp on the past, but I keep finding myself in positions to have to drop that bomb on him. Softening my tone, I say, Look, we may have a paid-off house, but don't forget that we're still trying to make it. We're doing what we can. After letting my words soak in, Logan finally responds.
Okay, fine. I'll take the kids to the lake on days you need the house.
And the dog? I add, still seething inside. I can't have baby girl here scaring Phil.
Yes, and the dog.
I lean forward and kiss his cheek. Thank you.
If you only knew, my client is Phil.
Chapter 33. Sarah. Holly Haston is coming to California! Holly yells with a high-pitched scream into the phone. I can't wait to come out and see you in a couple of weeks.
I want to hang with those sweet kids of yours and take them out for ice cream to celebrate the beginning of summer.
Oh, and I need to meet that adorable pup you've been sending me pictures of. She adds to her ramble. As if she knew we were talking about her, baby girl peeks into the living room where I'm sitting on the couch with my earbuds in. She pops in long enough for me to pat her stomach, then exits the room when she hears the kids running down the hall.
I've been so preoccupied with everything else that somehow I forgot that Holly was planning a trip out here.
It'll be nice to see a familiar face from back home. We're looking forward to it. Alexis told me to remind you that you owe her money. I chuckle. She was all secretive about it. You're in debt to a 10-year-old? What's that all about? Holly laughs. Tell her I haven't forgotten. I owe her $5 for helping me organize my closet on the last day I babysat for you, but you moved before I paid up. Although, she should be paying me, to be honest. Alexis convinced me to give her some of my old dresses so she could use them to play dress-up. I knew those dresses looked familiar when I hung them in her closet. I respond in a playful, sarcastic tone. What good are honorary aunts if we can't pay our nieces to take our clothes? Holly laughs. What's mine is yours. And hers. Her words trigger something inside me. That reminds me, do you still have the early intervention reading books I gave you when I left the elementary classroom? Of course. I use them all the time in my classroom. Why? I, picked up a summer tutoring job and need the physical copies of the books for one of my clients. Okay. She draws out the word with suspicion behind her response. Why'd you say it like that? You're hiding something. If there's anyone I can tell everything to, it's Holly. But this is more of an in-person conversation. I don't want to talk about Phil over the phone. It's too complicated. I'll have to tell you the details when you get here. I breeze past the issue. Anyway, I didn't happen to leave my cedar chest at your place, did I? I found a piece of the strap and could swear it's in this house somewhere, but I've searched literally every inch of this house and can't find it. I'm worried I lost it in the move somehow. The cedar chest? She confirms. It's missing? Yeah. Oh, geez, she says sympathetically. Sorry, Sarah Bear. It's not at my place. The only other person who ever looked inside the chest was Holly. She's the only other person besides me who knows the importance of everything inside those 4 small cedar walls. I force an exhale. I didn't think so, but thought I'd ask.
I can't imagine how stressed you must be not to know where it is.
You have to find it, Sarah. What if someone else got a hold of the... Don't say it, Hall. I interrupt. I know. That exact thought has crossed my mind 1,000,000 times. I'm trying hard not to freak out. I'm just saying, the contents of that box are irreplaceable, and some of the things inside... She gently clears her throat. Sure as hell can't get into the wrong hands. That's the truth. Shaking my head, I scan the room and reply, it's moving up my priority list. I have to find that chest. Chapter 34. Sarah. Knock, knock. Without a clock, I'm not sure how he has arrived exactly when I asked him to. Maybe Logan's car rolling down the driveway was his sign that I'm alone. I shake the thought away. It doesn't matter how he knew. He's here now, and we're doing this. I'm doing this. I swing open the front door with a pleasant smile on my face. Right on time, Phil. Phil looks down at me, and a smile tugs slightly at the corners of his lips. Not once did he smile in the hours-long conversation we had just over a week ago. Looks like we're already making progress. Please. I open my stance with my back against my front door. Come in, and let's get started. Unlike last visit, Phil doesn't hesitate at all to come inside the house. Instead, he pushes right past me with confidence and marches down the hallway toward the kitchen. It should feel good that Phil's already comfortable with me. I should feel the satisfaction of sparking a connection and getting through to the man whom the world forgot. So why do I still feel hesitant? Just like every scenario that's led up to this point, there's a knot of unease churning inside me. Was this a bad idea? As I watch Phil disappear into the kitchen, I hold my breath that I'm not wrong about him and close the front door. Now that summer is in full swing, my husband has volunteered to take the kids out twice a week so we can meet here without interruptions. I begin as I shuffle about in the kitchen.
This first session is going to look a little different from the rest, I warn him. Like last time, I start by making us some tea. Phil sits at the dining room table, quiet as a cold tea kettle, hanging on my every word.
I continue. My friend Holly is coming out next week. She's going to bring me some of the reading curriculum I loaned her years ago.
I hope you won't be embarrassed by us using an elementary curriculum.
Phil remains quiet. It's just that the curriculum is one of the fastest routes to reading. I would have kept it myself, but I left the elementary classroom and didn't need the books when I became a professor at a junior college. Phil's blank stare is piercing through me so intensely that it's uncomfortable. Anyway, all that is a roundabout way to tell you that I don't have an official curriculum to follow this session. Nevertheless, we're going to improvise with what we have. I blabber on for a minute longer, not because what I have to say is important, but because Phil's gaze is making me nervous. I don't know what else to do to get comfortable. His blank stares are tough to read. From one angle, he looks intrigued by every word that flows from my mouth. From another angle, he looks utterly confused. And from another angle, there is something dark and ominous behind his eyes. The kettle whistles and I pour it into 2 glasses over ice. As I watch the condensation form on the outside of the glass, I think of how fortunate I am in life. It's easy to forget the luxury of having a cold drink on a warm day. I wonder if Phil remembers the last time he had ice. 1 glass of fresh iced tea before we get started, I say when I slide his glass to him. Phil snatches the glass and brings it to his lips. He sips the drink non-stop until he's tossed his head back onto his shoulders, and I hear the clink of empty ice hitting the bottom of the glass. "Oh my," I blurt. Can I refill you before we begin?" Phil says nothing but slides the glass back to me. Okay, I guess that's a yes. Back in the kitchen, I refill the iced tea and prep another glass. Before I walk back to the table this time, I make sure to grab the stack of Frankie's old homework assignments I took from his backpack on the last day of school. 2nd grade material is probably too difficult for Phil at this point, but it's all I had time to get my hands on. I put the tea and papers down in front of him. "Here you go." Pulling out the chair beside him, I have a blip of hesitation to sit down. Sitting next to someone is an intimate, vulnerable position. Being hip to hip is a simple action that shows how one person is not above the other, and that the 2 people are equally on the same level. A non-threatening approach I learned working with kids who struggle. It feels weird being this close to a grown man who is not my husband, but proximity is something I'm going to have to get used to if I'm going to work with him. This was all my choice, remember? I was the one who wanted to help Phil. I was the one who invited him in. I sit down beside him. We're close. I feel the heat radiating from his body underneath his sun-kissed, leathery skin. I briefly turn away as I reach across the table to slide my iced tea in front of me, but when I do, I hear Phil inhale through his nose, like he's sniffing the air. I roll my head around to look at him, and that's when I catch the tail end of Phil smelling my hair. Oh God, tell me you weren't just smelling my hair. My body momentarily freezes as I look at Phil. He turns his head away from me briefly and sneezes. Whew. A sneeze.
That's all that was. It wasn't something creepy.
I want this arrangement to work out. I want to help him and fulfill my unwritten debt to Uncle Riley. I'll never be able to do it if I can't focus on that end goal. I can't keep doubting Phil and his intentions toward me and my family. Phil is the good guy everyone in town says he is. He has to be. He might do things that society would deem as odd, but how normal could Phil be with a past like he has? Odd things are bound to happen because he doesn't know any better. This is all new for Phil. Stop letting Logan plant seeds of doubt in your head, Sarah. Give Phil the same courtesy you give anyone you meet for the first time, innocent until proven guilty. Okay then, I say with a widened smile, clasping my hands together. Let's get started.
Chapter 35. Logan. 5 minutes! I shout, knowing my voice will echo upstairs where my kids are taking their sweet time getting ready. Today's out-of-the-house activity is venturing down into South Lake Tahoe to walk around and find a good ice cream shop. This is only the second time I've had to leave the house to give Sarah the space to work with her tutoring client, and it's going to take some time getting used to. Don't get me wrong, I love spending time with my kids, but I feel bad that the three of us are about to create lots of summertime family memories without Sarah. I can't stop blaming myself for everything that led us to now. Here we are, living in a gorgeous place in an astonishing home, but Sarah is stuck inside working because I can't. It's not fair to her. I'm doing my best to keep my wife's stress level down, and so far I think it's working. Not only am I giving her time when I take the kids out, but I also give her space on her days off. Anyone married to a teacher long enough knows that most of their job is done at home when they're off the clock. Teachers should be paid more for what they do. I'm doing my best to give Sarah what she needs because she's doing everything she can to get us through this hurdle. 2 minutes! I call out once again. The kids scurry around until, finally, I hear them clomping down the stairs. I still need to talk to you, Dad, Frankie says. Not now, Frankie. We're about to leave. We already gave goodbye hugs and kisses to Sarah about an hour ago. She has an early online tutoring session today and has been in her office preparing for it all morning. When I hear the kids making their way downstairs, it's my cue to go start the car. This summer heat is no joke, and cooling down the car before we get in has become a must. Swinging open the front door, I step outside and temporarily freeze. You've got to be kidding me, I mumble to myself. Phil stands a few feet away from the porch. My gut reaction is to grab something to use as a weapon and chase this man off our property for good. But Sarah wouldn't like that. Her words flash in my mind. Be nicer to the man. You don't know what he's been through. As much as I don't want to, I reconsider my initial response and attempt to be more understanding. Can I help you with something? I say reluctantly with a clenched jaw. Phil doesn't respond. Do you need something, Phil? I say again, this time showing my annoyance at his presence. Once again, Phil doesn't respond. He just stands there and stares in the same way he's been looking at me since we first arrived. It's as if he wants me to know he's there. Like he's mocking me because he knows he's here to stay and there's nothing I can do about it. I ball my fists. The kids make noise from inside the house as they get closer to the door. I'm distracted for only a second when Phil turns to leave. Unclenching my fists, I watch him limp away. That's odd. His limp seems more profound than usual today. Once Phil is far enough away, I press the button on my key fob to unlock the car doors. The kids zip past me, and I turn around to lock the front door. When I walk down the porch steps, I look over at Phil one last time as he is just about to enter the forest. It's as if he senses my eyes on him. Phil looks back at me over his shoulder, and a slow smirk spreads across his face.
Chapter 36. Sarah. I'm officially impressed, I say, tossing my hands up in front of me. Here we are, wrapping up our second session together, and you've already recognized and read several words. I beam at Phil when I refill his tea. Imagine how fast you'll pick things up when we have the curriculum in our hands, which, by the way, I'm getting today when I pick up my friend from the airport. For the first time, Phil gives me a full, unreserved smile, and the sight of it settles the unease in my heart. We're making progress at such a rapid pace. I wonder if it's too soon to dig deeper. Phil, I say as I slip into the chair beside him, I need to tell you something, and it might be difficult to hear. The smile fades from his lips, and he looks back at me with a seriousness hidden somewhere behind his dark brown eyes. Maybe it's too soon to toe this line, but summer's only so long. If I want to help him, we have to start here. Clearing my throat gently, I begin. I know about your past. He raises a brow. I'm not sure if you know this already, and if you don't, I'm sorry to be the one who has to tell you. I shift in my seat and inhale deeply before I say, when you were 6 years old, you were playing in your backyard beside your mother. In the few minutes when she went inside, someone took you. Phil furrows his brows. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I ask as respectfully as I can. In 1952, you were kidnapped as a child and declared a missing person. Phil doesn't need to say anything for me to know he had no idea. He widens his eyes and straightens his back against the chair. He looks just as confused as anyone might be if they heard this life-changing news. But his confusion quickly turns to sadness when it hits him. His eyes grow watery, and he drops his chin to his chest. I hate how I'm making him feel by telling him this. I shouldn't have said anything. Reaching for anything constructive to say, I add, I'm not telling you this to ruin your day. I have a reason. Before I know what I'm doing, I find myself patting and rubbing his back to soothe him. I'm going to help you in every way I can. We will start by locating and getting you in touch with any relatives you may have out there. Then we can— No! Phil shouts, and the boom of his voice startles me enough to retract my hand and slide back in my seat. My heart races. He must have misheard me, because why else would he respond like this? You won't have to do anything, I reply confidently. I'm offering to do all the research and digging that it takes to find your loved ones. It'll be worth every second of my time to do this if it means you'll get to be brought together with family. My watch vibrates and I glance down to see my alarm going off. The sound cuts all the tension in the air. Thankful for the distraction, I decide to end my session with Phil. Listen, I hate to cut this short, but my family's going to be back soon, and we'll need to go pick up my friend from the Reno airport. I'll get started on the research and let you know what I come up with during our next session. Don't! Phil slams his hand on the table and sends the chair flying backward when he stands up abruptly. His breathing grows heavy, and there's a flash of fire in Phil's eyes that I haven't seen before. It's terrifying. My heart pounds against my chest as we engage in a 5-second stare down before he eventually breaks eye contact to storm down the hall and march out the front door. I close my eyes briefly and focus on calming myself. After this, I should stop all communication with Phil. He's a stranger to me, and I know nothing about him. Logan could be right. Phil could be out of his mind, maybe even dangerous, and this last outburst was a prime example of that. But I just piled life-changing information on his plate. Would I respond in a similar way if the life I knew was a lie? I suddenly understand and forgive Phil's outburst. It doesn't matter. I got what I really needed from this session anyway. Picking up Phil's drink from the table, I used the cotton swab from the Find Your Ancestry kit I received in the mail to extract a sample of his DNA from the glass. I carefully placed the cotton swab in the special tube from the kit and slide the tube into the pre-addressed envelope it came with. Car tires crunch over pine needles out front, and my family comes rushing through the door with stories from the day. I hold up a hand to stop them. Wait, stop. I silence the room. I want to hear all about your day, but I need to get on the road if I want to pick up Aunt Holly on time from the airport. Your dad is staying behind with baby girl to finish fixing up our toilet issues. So if you want to ride with me, you can tell me everything on the way. Alexis and Frankie look at each other, then rush back outside and wait beside my car. And I've timed it right. We have just enough time to stop by the post office to make sure this DNA sample gets in the mail today. Project Help Phil Find His Family is officially underway.
Chapter 37. Logan. I cross my fingers and hope this works, because I don't know what else I can do if this doesn't work. 3, 2, 1, I mutter as I slowly press the handle down. Flush. The water in the bowl swirls around and empties in the way a toilet is supposed to, but I expected as much. It's not the emptying that I'm worried about, it's the refill. As the water begins trickling into the bowl, I hold my breath and watch as it nears the line where it's supposed to stop. Don't overflow, you son of a bitch, I say through gritted teeth. We have a guest on the way, and my family is tired of having bathroom issues. Don't you dare spill over the top. The sound of constant running water is my trigger. Of all the skills I sharpen while working in construction, plumbing was not one of them. Though I'll never say it out loud. Clenching my fists, I'm ready to rip this toilet out of the wall. But when the water fills to the appropriate level, it stops running. Holy shit, I did it! I say proudly, yet not hiding how completely surprised I am. Sarah is going to be thrilled. No more bathroom floor floods. No more sound of running water in the background. Just a regular working toilet in a quiet bathroom. I close my eyes briefly and revel in the success of actually fixing a plumbing issue in our home. The sound of silence before the family gets back from picking up Sarah's friend from the airport is my trophy. All I want to do is embrace the silence for a few more moments. But it's not completely silent. A dull thumping sound repeats in a pattern somewhere in the distance. Thump. 5 seconds later, thump. 5 more seconds and thump. I open my eyes, irritated that my moment of joy has been stolen from me. Listening closely, I can't tell what the sound is. A ball being bounced or thrown against the outside of the house? A woodpecker doing some damage? Fear runs through my veins. Did something else in the house break? Please, not today. Can't we just have one day where everything in the house is running smoothly and my wife is happy? I follow the sound. Out of the bathroom, down the hall. Thump! Thump! While the noise is still distant, it grows slightly louder as I approach the front of the house. Into the living room, closer to the front door, thump! It's coming from outside. Swinging the door open, I inhale deeply and peer out. Phil, I mutter under my breath on my exhale. He stands a few yards away, just before the forest entrance, with an axe in his hand. I step onto the porch for a closer look at what he's doing, and when my foot meets the first board, it creaks loudly under my foot. Phil glances up at me when he hears the sound, but he doesn't look surprised to see me. Our eyes meet once again, and when they do, the same mischievous smirk that I've caught him with several times now curls over his lips. That's when I know he's been waiting for me. He stares me in the eyes as he swings the axe over his head and brings it crashing down on the tree stump in front of him. Thump! The sound I heard from inside the house. His brute strength is surprising. 5 seconds later, he swings the axe again, then again, and again, never breaking eye contact with me. It makes sense that Phil would be out here chopping wood. It is his source of heat, after all. But when I let my eyes fall to the tree stump where the blade of Phil's axe hits, there are no pieces of wood to be seen. Not a single log on the stump. No growing pile of wood nearby. Nothing. It's just Phil, alone, swinging an axe, looking at me. Chapter 38. Logan. Not tooting my own horn or anything, but you guys are going to die when you try my salsa. Holly beams from the kitchen, with her hand on the blender as she presses the pulse button. I got the recipe from my new favorite Mexican food restaurant back in West Virginia. Which one? Sarah yells over the loud sound of the blender. Is it the one they were building when we left? That's the one, Holly replies in a sing-song tone. It opened about a month ago, and I knew from the moment I sat down that it was my new favorite restaurant. You can tell everything about a Mexican restaurant based on how good their salsa is. So when I brought that fresh, spicy blend to my lips, it was love at first bite. Sarah chuckles, and the two of them engage in a back-and-forth banter about nothing in particular. My wife is giddy about her friend being here, and I love seeing Sarah so happy. I don't mind Holly. She's been around forever and has always been nice enough to me and the kids. But if I'm being totally honest, right now, I couldn't give two fucks about Holly's salsa or how she judges a restaurant by its salsa. My only concern is Phil. From the moment my family got back from picking up Holly, I haven't had a chance to get Sarah alone to talk about Phil. I don't want to discuss anything about him in front of the kids. I'm not sure if Sarah has mentioned anything about Phil to Holly yet, but I'd rather not hear Holly's opinions about the situation either. I need to talk to Sarah alone. I hear a burst of belly laughs coming from the kitchen, and I glance over at the two of them. Holly has forgotten to hold the lid on the blender, and when she presses the pulse button for the last time, she paints our kitchen and Sarah a spicy shade of red. Sarah's having such a good time, I don't want to ruin it with the serious discussion we need to have about Phil. Can it wait? Yeah, I suppose I can table this conversation until tomorrow, even though I don't want to. Shortly after the mess is cleaned up, the five of us are sitting at the dining table. Every time I close my eyes, I see Phil staring at me, smiling as he swings an axe over his head. I'm having trouble focusing on anything other than him. Hello, Logan. Holly's voice replaces the images of Phil in my mind. What's that now? I ask, coming back into the conversation. I asked how you were doing, Holly replies, then bites into one of the two overstuffed tacos on her plate. With a full mouth, she adds, How are you liking it out here? Oh, right. Don't say a psychopath is living on your property and he's consuming your every waking thought. Don't say you're obsessed with Phil. I'm loving it, I blurt when I muster up the only words I can think of to say, then shove a bite of food into my mouth, avoiding further follow-up questions. Okay, Holly chuckles. Never been a man of many words, have you, Logie? She turns her attention to the kids. So, I want to hear more about the story you two were sharing with me in the car. Something about cookies and magic? She winks. Alexis has a mouthful, so Frankie eagerly weighs in. Yes, I'd asked Dad if I could hang out with him that day because I had something important to tell him, but he was too busy. So, when he left the house, we got to make cookies with Mom instead. Frankie's face lights up when he tells the story. I raise a brow, vaguely recalling the day Frankie's talking about. I remember him asking to talk to me, but he always has something to tell me. The cookies, however, I don't remember anything about cookies. At any other time in our lives, I wouldn't blink an eye over my wife and kids baking in the kitchen. But I can't remember the last time Sarah made cookies for or with the kids. It's been at least a year. Was there a special occasion I missed? I never saw any cookies in the kitchen. When did they bake them? Was it when I went to the hardware store for tools to fix the toilet the other day? And magic. Sarah is all about facts and science. She openly despises magic, and the kids know that. How did they manage to get Sarah on board for that? Baby girl wanders underneath the table and lets out a soft whine as my son continues. The cookies were so good. Mom said they were too good not to share. So we put some on a plate, wrapped them up, and left them on a tree stump near the forest. By the time we walked back to the house and looked back, the plate was gone, like magic. I drop the remainder of my taco on my plate when I hear it. Excuse me? You took them to leave cookies by the forest? My question is directed at Sarah. Her mouth opens slightly as if she is going to reply, but Holly interrupts. Wow, Holly says. That is magic, she says, nudging Frankie. Do you think an animal took them? Baby girl's whines grow louder and more frequent. Frankie shrugs. Could have been. Then he leans over and lowers his voice as if he's telling a secret that everyone at the table can hear. I think it was the man in the forest who took them. Man in the forest? Holly tilts her head to the side. Kids, we forgot to feed baby girl, I interject, stopping this conversation from happening. Both of you, I motion toward the kids. Go fill up her bowl now. The kids jump up from their seats and leave the room, baby girl following behind. An awkward silence falls over the three of us at the table. Sarah, tell me you are not getting the kids involved with that man. My words come out slowly in a low tone. Wait, there really is a man in the forest? Holly chimes in. When Sarah doesn't respond to Holly, I see it in her face. She purposefully hid this from me. Logan, it's not what you're thinking. Phil wasn't there. We didn't go into the forest or anything. We just put out a plate of cookies for a neighbor. It was no big deal. Holly exchanges glances between Sarah and me. Phil? The man's name is Phil? Are you kidding me? Sarah, I rub the bridge of my nose and sigh heavily. You know what? I can't talk about this right now. As I push my chair away from the table, I stand up and leave the room. I need air. The last thing I hear before I slam the front door is Holly calling out again. Seriously, who is Phil?
Chapter 39. Sarah. The benefit to being with someone as long as we have is knowing each other so well that you can play out an entire argument from start to finish without ever having had it in the first place. That's why when he got up from the dinner table and left half a taco on his plate, I knew we weren't finished yet. Of all the things Logan could freak out about, finances, finding a job, getting charged with harassment, I never suspected leaving a plate of cookies would be the line. As I watch him pace around our bedroom, I can tell Logan's feelings about Phil run deeper than I ever imagined. It was a plate of cookies, I begin. It's not the goddamn cookies I care about, Sarah. Logan fires back at me. It's the kids. You got our kids involved. Forgive me if I'm the only parent here that doesn't want our children talking to a man who lives in the woods. His sarcasm shines through despite trying to keep his voice from traveling through the walls. I turn down the bedsheets, shaking my head. You're acting like I took them inside Phil's place and sat them down for tea and fucking crumpets. It was a plate of cookies that the kids and I made together. Your kind-hearted, caring, nurturing 10-year-old daughter suggested we bring some to, how did she put it? That lonely man who lives outside. I slide in between the sheets, resting my back against the headboard. Logan stops pacing. Alexis asked to give him cookies? I nod aggressively. Yes, you should be focusing on how aware and kind-hearted our kids are. You should be proud that our kids understand these complex emotions at such a young age. They offered to do something nice for someone less fortunate, but you can't see all that. You're too blinded by your obsession with Phil. I'm not obsessed. Bullshit. I've seen you obsess over things 1,000,000 times, and for some reason, you've locked into Phil this time. Let the man live his life, I say, utterly exhausted from going rounds with Logan. You've been on edge ever since we moved in. For once, just let it go and get some sleep. You need it. Logan inhales deeply, and I know where this conversation is headed. An excuse to leave the room. An excuse to go outside and, not so secretly, smoke. Right on cue, Logan mumbles, I need some air. And there it is. But in an unexpected twist, he grabs his pillow from his bedside and an extra blanket. I'm sleeping on the couch. With that, he closes the door behind him. I do everything for my kids, and I'd be crazy not to be offended at Logan's accusations that I don't. Secretly working with Phil is giving me insight into the man who's going to be around for the foreseeable future. Isn't it better that I get to know him rather than sit back and wonder? I'm not the one in the wrong here. Am I?
Chapter 40. Logan. Tapping my phone screen, I see it's 4 in the morning. I've been sitting on our porch staring out into the blanket of darkness for so long that even the moon and stars have gone to bed. I thought I'd find peace sitting alone in the quiet, dead of night, on the porch of a house surrounded by wildlife. But I haven't felt peace since we arrived. If Sarah walked out here right now, she'd be met with the empty bottle of cheap whiskey I picked up from the liquor store and a pile of cigarette butts near my feet that I don't care enough to hide anymore. She's not stupid. She knows I smoke, but my smoking habit is not the biggest problem here. Sarah was right. I should sleep. But I can't. Not with Phil out there, lurking in the shadows. Shaking the carton, I slide the last white stick from the box and light it up. The dull porch light above me doesn't do much for visibility out here. I can't see anything beyond the porch where I sit. Yet still, I can't stop staring into the darkness in the direction of where Phil may or may not be sleeping. "What the fuck do you want from us, Phil?" I mutter to no one, then take a drag. My eyes burn from tiredness, my vision blurred from the alcohol. Every once in a while, I rub my eyes to refocus my gaze, hoping it will help me see straight. I blink hard, keeping my eyelids pressed together slightly longer than normal. When I open them, I catch a glimpse of something in the darkness. A fast flicker of light just inside the forest entrance. The sight of it catches me so off guard that I pop up from the folding chair and rush toward the porch railing to get a closer look. I train my eyes toward the place where I saw the blip of light, but I don't see anything now. Is my mind playing tricks on me? The light pollution from the porch sconce behind me isn't helping, and instead is making it more difficult to see. I quietly open the front door and reach inside to switch the light off, then move back to the railing and cast my eyes over the darkness once again. Pitch black all around me, and the sounds of the wild grow eerily still when it happens once more. There it is again. The same flicker of light, in the same spot. 1 second, maybe 2, before it disappears. I squint, but it's way too far. I'll never be able to tell what it is by standing here. I need a closer look. I march down 2 porch steps, but hesitate when I reach the 3rd. After arguing with Sarah about leaving cookies in the forest and getting involved with Phil, am I being hypocritical by choosing to investigate this mysterious light in the forest at 4 in the morning? I might be. But I have enough liquid courage burning inside me right now to know that's not going to stop me from finding out what this asshole is up to. Without any further hesitation, I turn on the flashlight feature on my phone and march forward into the night. Crunch. Crack. The forest floor is loud at night. I shine my flashlight all around with each step, careful not to trip over fallen branches or tree roots popping out of the ground. "Come on, you bastard," I whisper, and my words come out slurred. "Show me what you're up to." A few more steps deeper into the forest, and my phone light bounces back at me when it reflects against something shiny stuck on one of the trees. My heart rate increases, and the cool night air sweeps across the sweat on my neck, sending chills down my spine. "No way," I mutter quietly as I stare in disbelief, shining my light over the bloody sickle wedged into the tree. I take another step toward the blade, then another. Never taking my eye off the blade, I can't stop staring at it. Both the handle and the blade are completely rusted, just like the one I saw in Phil's tent. But as I inch closer toward it, there's one obvious difference between the sickle I saw before and the one I'm looking at now. The blood on this sickle isn't old and brown. It's bright red. It's fresh. Streaks of blood are smeared all over the tree as if they have been marked with death. A single droplet of blood trickles along the blade and falls to the ground. When my eyes follow the droplet, I see something else, and my jaw drops. I stare up in horror at a message written at eye level on the tree in fresh blood. Leave now. At the same time I read the message, I hear a twig snap behind me. I whirl around, intending to point my flashlight at whoever is there, but I lose my footing when I turn. I fall to the ground, dropping my phone in front of me, flashlight side down. Scrambling as fast as I can to get up, I feel around for my phone in the dark. I'm completely disoriented, and it takes me a moment to see the dull glow of light cast by the flashlight underneath my phone on the ground out in front of me. As quickly as I can, I pick it up and shine the light all around me, searching for what or who made that sound. But no one is there. When I shine the light up at the blood-streaked message on the tree, I notice the sickle is gone. No, I gasp under my breath. My breathing quickens. No! And the last thing I feel is a sharp pain in my old wound before everything fades to black.
Chapter 41. Sarah. Last night's dinner was awkward, Holly says with her hands up as I round the corner into the kitchen at 5 a.m. There, I said it. Jesus, I gasp, putting my hand over my heart. You scared the shit out of me, Hall. What the hell are you doing up so early? She chuckles. Sorry, babe. I couldn't sleep knowing I might have caused this whole thing. She waves a hand out in front of her, and I scrunch my brows. You know what I'm talking about. She insinuates as she moves a hand in a circular motion. Everything that happened between you and Logan at the table? That was all my fault. Oh, that? No, you didn't. She interrupts. I should never have asked Frankie to elaborate about his magic. I had no idea about the boulder that story was holding on to. I would not have brought it up if I knew. I pull out a chair and join her at the table. I seriously hope you did not lose sleep over me and Logan's little spat. You know us. This happens all the time. Nothing you said or did caused any of that. Please tell me you're not regretting coming here after day one, I say with a smirk. Well, she playfully taps a finger to her chin. You know how much I love to stick my nose where it doesn't belong, she says, laughing inwardly. I did stay up thinking about it, but the real reason I got out of bed was because I thought I heard a noise and smelled smoke. Oh? Yeah, it smelled like cigarette smoke. Oh. My tone shifts knowingly. I think of Logan angrily tossing his pillow on the couch, making noise, then stepping outside for a long puff on some cigarettes, not only as a way to relieve stress, but doing so to spite me because he knows how much I despise it. Apparently, I was imagining it, Holly says with a smile, shrugging it off. When I came out and looked around, I didn't see anything. Since I was up, I went ahead and made a pot of coffee. I hope you don't mind. Of course I don't mind about the coffee, I reply automatically. Holly could have eaten through the entire pantry and I wouldn't have cared. What's more concerning is that she never mentioned seeing Logan. It's possible he slept in one of the several other bedrooms, but Holly is set up in the only other room besides ours and the kids that has an actual bed in it. With hard floors throughout the entire house, the couch would have been the only slightly comfortable option for Logan. Certainly Holly would have seen or heard him as she looked around. It's 5 a.m. If he's not here, where is he? You, didn't see Logan out here? I tilt my head in a way that says, answer my question and don't ask me why. She parts her lips to speak but holds back, answering with a simple, no. Logan and I have had worse arguments than the one we had last night. I can't imagine he'd be that upset. I sure as hell hope he didn't do anything stupid. Anyway, I've had some time to think. Holly babbles on. I know you have some tutoring sessions today, and it seems like Logan might need some time for himself, too. So, I was wondering if I could take the kids and the puppy to the south side for a little fun. I did a little research before I came here and saw that there's so much we could do. Did you know there's a roller coaster in town that travels through the mountain? Not to mention the amount of food places, water sports, axe throwing. Yes, I blurt too eagerly. Please, take them. That would be great. Thank you. Between the issues with Logan and my session with Phil coming up in a few short hours, I could use some time without the kids to sort through everything. Okay then. Holly grins and claps her hands together once. We'll leave first thing after they get up. Great. The kids are taken care of. Now, where the hell is Logan?
Chapter 42. Logan. Daylight slices through my eyelids, and I blink myself awake. When I fully open my eyes, I expect to see the same half-flat, half-popcorn ceiling that I've seen every morning since moving to North Tahoe. I expect to roll onto my side, check my phone for the time, then spend a few more moments in bed before starting my day. But I don't see the ceiling or feel the soft mattress holding me back from getting up. It takes me a moment to place where I am. A blanket of tree branches is all that separates me from the morning sky. A mattress of pine needles crunches beneath me when I roll onto my side. Cool air trails across my body, and the morning dew has left my skin sticky to the touch. I'm outside on the forest floor. Why? I couldn't sleep. I stayed up drinking and smoking all night, then went to bed. Wait, no. I didn't go to bed. I saw a spark of light in the forest and followed it. Suddenly it all comes flooding back to me at once. The sickle. The blood, fresh and trickling down the blade, dribbling down the tree. The message, "Leave now." I must have passed out. I spring up from the forest floor, and a sharp pain shoots through my side. Inhaling through clenched teeth, I glance down at the wound on my side. It was almost healed, but is now somehow ripped open once again. Dried blood stains my shirt. My side aches. Ripping a wound open the second time hurts even worse than the first. I try to lift the cloth and examine my wound, but the attempt is unsuccessful. I'm met with resistance when I tug on the bottom of my shirt. The bloody material has adhered to my skin during the night. Between losing blood and passing out, I spent the night on the forest floor. I need to get the hell out of here. Before I hurry toward the clearing, which in the daylight isn't that far ahead of me, I check my surroundings one last time. If I don't take a picture of this, no one is going to believe me. I look up at the trees around me and furrow my eyebrows. What the fuck? No sickles in sight. No blood on the trees. No message telling me to leave. Was it all a dream? I wasn't that drunk, was I? The sound of Sarah's car catches my attention when it crunches the gravel as it rolls down the driveway. With a hand carefully placed against my side, I quicken my pace and get out of the forest as fast as I can, waving my free arm to get her to stop. She doesn't see me. I run faster and get a little closer. Just before she pulls out of the driveway, she turns her head toward me, smiles, and waves. It's Holly in the driver's seat, not Sarah. I bolt back toward the house as fast as my side injury will let me. "Sarah!" I call out when I burst through the front door. But there's no answer. With my hands still cupped over my cut, I march up to the third floor toward Sarah's office door. She's working, but this is more important. I have to tell her what I saw. I have to tell her what's happening here. As I approach the door, ready to blow into her office, I freeze when I see a note taped to her door, addressed to me. Logan, I'm not sure where you ended up last night, but I cleaned up your bottles and cigarette butts from the porch this morning before the kids saw. None of what we discussed last night is worth getting that upset over. You're better than that. I have several online tutoring sessions this morning, so I'm locking myself in my office with my noise-canceling headphones on so I can focus. Don't forget, today is my in-person session with my client, and I won't see you until after that session is over later today. Holly is using my car to take the kids out for some fun, so you have time to yourself today to do whatever you need to do. But whatever you do, I still need you out of the house during my session. Besides, being out and about might be good for you. I've been doing a lot of thinking over the past couple of weeks, and I've found a solution that might help us get over our current problems. Don't freak out, but I'm inviting Phil to dinner tonight. I think it will give us both peace of mind to sit down with Phil. We will have a civil conversation with him by breaking the ice and enjoying a meal together. This dinner could be what saves us, our marriage and our sanity. So, do what you need to do to wrap your head around this idea before tonight. I'm not saying you have to be his best friend, but when Phil shows up, I'm going to need you to be nice to him. We want him to open up to us so we can get to know him better and feel good about him being around. Tonight, I'm going to need you to try, if for no other reason, do it for me. Let's get past this hurdle in our marriage. Remember, we're still in a battle, fighting for us right now. Show me that you're willing to do what it takes to save our marriage. I love you, Sarah. With my fingers still wrapped around the door handle, I consider Sarah's last statement. Show me that you're willing to do what it takes to save our marriage. I love you. I squeeze the handle one last time before letting go and retreating down the stairs. The truth is, I have no proof about what happened last night. The slash in my side might have been enough if it wasn't just the same wound reopened. I was drinking, apparently a lot more than I thought. I have no proof to show Sarah that anything happened, and technically I have no evidence to connect anything to Phil. But even more concerning, I have no proof to convince myself that what happened last night wasn't a dream or my drunk imagination playing tricks on me. If I interrupt Sarah's workday to tell her that I may or may not have seen something in the forest at 4 a.m, would she believe me? Or would this fuel the fire that's burning the thin bridge we have connecting us right now? Would I believe me if the roles were reversed? In this moment, I choose to say nothing. If having dinner with Phil is how I'm going to save our marriage, then there are no other options for me. I'll show up. I'll try at dinner tonight for Sarah. But I'll sure as hell have my gun in my back pocket.
Chapter 43. Sarah. You did great today. Lots of progress. I nod assuringly as I escort Phil onto the porch after our session. And I'm thrilled you're willing to join us for dinner tonight. I give him a wide grin from the doorway. Phil charms me with the most comfortable smile he's given me yet. It's working. We're starting to connect. Uncle Riley was right to choose me to help Phil. Now, if I can just get Logan on board, everything would be so much easier, and I wouldn't have to hide my connection to Phil. Okay then, we'll see you tonight around 6? I add, and Phil nods in agreement before descending the few steps back into the forest. As I shut the front door, I pull up the Lyft app on my phone and request a ride, a charge I will have to make with my credit card since Holly took my car and Logan took his. I hurry back upstairs to my office and finish what I was in the middle of when Phil came to the door. It could take several weeks, even months, to get the DNA results back from the sample I sent in. So in the meantime, I've been doing a little online research of my own. I believe Phil truly is the missing boy in the photo. A simple online search gave me the name of Phil's mother, and from there, I found that Phil's mother went on to have 2 more kids after Phil was kidnapped, Catherine and Michael. Even though the two siblings were younger than Phil, the records show that both are now deceased. However, the trail to find Phil's family hasn't gone cold. Michael had a child of his own. According to the online research, Phil has one single living relative left, a nephew named Gabriel Spencer, and Gabriel happens to live about 2 hours away from North Tahoe, just over the border in Nevada. Knowing that Phil's potentially only living relative is close by, it's clear what needs to happen. I need to make a trip out there to meet Gabriel as soon as possible. It was the perfect time for Holly to visit and offer to take the kids out. It's as if she knew I had something critical to accomplish. I purposely did not share my findings with Phil during our session because I want to have more concrete facts when I present the information to him. If I leave soon, I'll be back before dinner, and if all goes well when meeting Gabriel, I'll have some big news for Phil tonight. For $9.99 online, I can unlock the address for Gabriel Spencer in Nevada. It's a no-brainer. I retrieve the address and copy it into the Maps app on my phone. I shouldn't be spending frivolously, but in this case, I feel the $10 to buy an address along with the rideshare cost is justified. Almost instantly, my phone buzzes in my pocket. Notification: your ride is approaching. Tossing my purse over my shoulder, I quickly write another note to Logan before hurrying downstairs and out the door. We'll be back in time to make dinner. Had to run some errands. Love you. See you soon. I could just as easily send Logan a text message or call him to let him know what I'm doing or where I'm going. But if he knows what I'm about to do, he'll have something to say about it. I'm too anxious to let anything stop me from doing this. It's one of those cases where I will tell Logan everything right after I get back. "Where to, miss?" the driver says as he hands me a water when I hop in the back seat. "Nevada," I reply, showing him the address on my phone. The driver enters the address into his GPS, and we're down the driveway and on the road in no time. I keep my fingers crossed the whole time that I find Gabriel. Luckily, the driver isn't one to make awkward small talk. I need this 2-hour drive to prepare what I'm going to say when Gabriel answers the door. "Hi, I found your missing uncle. He's living in a tent on my property and I don't know anything about him. Can you help me?" "Hi, I know your uncle." "Hi, I'm Phil's neighbor." No matter what I say or how I spin it, nothing about this sounds or feels natural. I'm just going to have to wing it when Gabriel opens the door. After about an hour, I sneak a peek at the driver's GPS. Based on the map, it looks as if we're about halfway there. The flag symbolizing my destination is finally visible on the screen, and I squint to make sure what I'm seeing is accurate. This particular GPS has a detailed display, showing not only the path we're on, but also everything we're coming up on. Streets, buildings, gas stations, and even side roads that are off the beaten path. So why is the destination flag seemingly sitting in the middle of nothing? It's as if the destination is not only off the beaten path, but it hardly exists. Suddenly encompassed by doubt, I start questioning every decision I made that led me here. Should I go through with what I'm doing? What if I'm wrong about everything? What if Phil isn't who I think he is? I should have just called Gabriel and spoken to him over the phone. But no. Stubborn me had to meet face to face. I just had to make sure I could get into a position to read his body language when I tell him the news. I had to create the chance for me to be persistent if Gabriel denies knowing or supporting Phil. Am I being stupid by doing this? Should I have told Logan? He might have come with me, which in hindsight might have been a good idea. Like a few friends carrying a couch up the stairs, guiding and yelling at each other to pivot. Something inside me is screaming for me to do the same. Pivot. Pivot, Sarah. Tell the driver to turn around. This is a terrible idea. Something isn't adding up. You're about to undergo something that won't end well. Go back. I should call Logan, I whisper to myself. Taking out my phone, I select Logan's number and hit the call button. The call rings once before the reception bars on my phone go from 4 to 0, abruptly ending the call. Ugh, I hate spotty reception areas. I grumble and toss my hands up, then drop them in my lap. I wait until we're a little further down the road and one bar pops up. Then I try calling Logan again. This time the call doesn't even get to ring before it ends automatically due to no reception. You won't get reception out here, the driver says when he senses my frustration. Yeah? How do you know that? I reply, and for some reason my response to him comes out snarky. His eyes briefly meet mine in his rearview mirror. I drive full-time for a living, ma'am. I've driven in circles around all these areas. I'm telling you, the last gas station we passed was the last time you'll get reception for another 3 hours in this direction. I sit back against my seat in a way that says, I was wrong, you were right. And he nods before focusing his gaze back on the road ahead of us. None of what I'm doing right now makes sense. I'm never this impulsive. But life doesn't make sense right now. So in a way, driving into the middle of no-reception Nevada fits. Against my better judgment and everything inside me pulling me the other way, I say nothing to the driver, and we continue traveling in the same direction, toward Gabriel Spencer's house. I sure hope this was a good decision.
Chapter 44. Logan.
Mr. Harrelson, it's Caleb Connor from Hard Labor Construction.
I hold the phone to my ear and can't believe who's on the other side of the phone. Any other time in my life, I'd be ecstatic to hear the voice of the CEO calling me after so much time has passed. This man doesn't give out phone calls for fun, so any other person might assume a promotion was waiting for them on the line. But there's no way he's calling to give me a raise. There's been movement in the harassment case. I feel it. My best guess is that Caleb is calling to give me the bad news. He's the type to give a heads up before shit goes down. If I'm lucky, he'll like me enough to prepare me by giving me the court dates, then share the exact procedures and protocols for my situation. Sir, I say, nearly choking on my nerves. It's been a while.
Logan, you know I don't like unnecessary banter, so I'm going to cut straight to the point.
Scooting my body to the edge of the couch cushion, I brace myself. Here it comes, the defining moment of my life. Am I facing a months-long court battle with a jail sentence, prison, life with no parole, a financial settlement, community service?
After months of investigation,
He begins. I wince as if I'm about to be hit in the stomach with a golf club by a scorned wife, because I'm sure his words will slice me deeper than the wound on my side. He continues.
Rachel White has come forward and confessed to lying about the entire incident.
The tension in my body lifts, and I relax my shoulders. Wait, what? I reply, unsure I heard him correctly.
Rachel White,
Caleb clarifies.
She called off the investigation and dropped the charges.
I don't understand. Are you saying...
You can have your job back?
He finishes my question, then answers it.
Yes. We can pick up where we left off. You'll receive back pay for these past several months, and we can discuss that promotion we had been talking about before all these shenanigans began.
I'm glad no one is home to see me right now because I'm overwhelmed with emotion. Tears flood my eyes and stream down my face. Hearing this means more to me than just getting my old job back. It's the relief of not having to go to jail for something that I honestly did not do. It's the ability to work again, free of societal judgment. I can be the provider for my family again. But most importantly, it means we don't have to live here anymore. We can go back to West Virginia, where life was simpler, where Phil wasn't around. This phone call is the best thing to happen to the Harrelsons since we packed our lives into the moving truck several months ago. Wiping my tears and sniffling, I managed to get out the words, "Thank you, sir."
Sure thing, Mr. Harrelson. Call me next week and we can discuss the details.
I nod rapidly as I give him an eager, Yes, I will do that.
Assuming you didn't contact Rachel to cut some sort of deal and genuinely didn't do anything she claimed to have happened,
He adds.
I really am sorry you had to go through all this.
There's sentiment in his tone that I don't think I've ever heard before, and it unexpectedly touches my heart.
Talk to you next week.
Caleb says, as he clears his throat gently, then ends the call. I set my phone on the couch beside me and take a moment to let everything soak in. I'm excited, eager, relieved. Our financial woes are over. As much as I'd love to wait and tell her in person, I can't wait another second for Sarah to get home. I have to call and tell her the good news. I pick up my phone to dial Sarah when I see I've missed a text message from Holly. Holly. Hey, just wanted to let you know, the kids and I lost track of time. We're still out, and they're having so much fun. I'm just going to get them a quick bite to eat, and then we'll head back if that's okay with you. I texted Sarah but haven't heard back. Anyway, if I don't hear from you, I'll assume we're good to go. I'll let you know when we're headed your way. Reality strikes, and I remember Phil is coming to dinner very soon. I've never been happier to have Sarah's friend around. I'll do anything to keep the kids away from dinner with our special guest, so having her stay out with them tonight is the best case scenario. I sent Holly a brief reply. Me. Sounds good. Now, about dinner. I want to stay mad about being forced to have dinner with Phil, but how can I after the conversation I had with Caleb Connor? I no longer care about one night of interacting with Phil because if everything goes to plan, we'll be out of here by next week. Swiping the message app away, I scroll through my recent calls and click on the contact listed as Baby Mama, the nickname for Sarah's number, and dial my wife. This is Sarah, leave a message. The call goes straight to voicemail. Disappointed she didn't answer, I'm ready to try calling her again when I hear 2 loud pounds on the front door. Knock! Knock! Immediately, my eyes are drawn toward the time. Holly isn't bringing the kids home for a while, and Sarah would never knock before using her key to come inside. There's only one person who could be standing on my doorstep right now, and he's early. As quickly as I can, I send a text message to Sarah. Me. Where are you? Phil is already here.
Chapter 45. Sarah. Red and blue lights flash behind our car and the driver pulls over to the shoulder. So sorry, ma'am, I'm not sure why I'm being pulled over, the driver says to me apologetically. I assure you, this doesn't happen all the time. It's fine. I wave it off. Your taillight is probably out or something. Just do what you can to get us back on the road as soon as possible. The police officer gets out of his car. He looks younger than I expected, but the scowl on his face tells me he's a stickler for the rules. He slowly approaches the driver's window. Hello there. His deep voice booms throughout the car. He looks at the driver, then at me, then back to the driver. Y'all in a hurry? 'Cause you were doing 20 over the limit back there. Was I? The driver fumbles through his words. Sorry about that. You see, I'm a Lyft driver, and my rider needs to get to her destination as quickly as possible. I can't afford to get any more bad ratings or I'll lose my job. So I was trying to meet her demands by driving fast. Perhaps I got carried away. I'm sorry, officer. Uh-huh, he replies in a dull, unamused tone. Why don't you give me your license and registration while your rider tells me where y'all are headed, and why she needs you to break the law for her? The last thing I want to do is get on the wrong side of the law. Again. I could sit here and tell the truth by explaining the entire situation to this police officer right now, but that won't get us there any faster. We're only 15 minutes away from Gabriel's. I can't stop here. So when in doubt, keep it simple. Meeting a friend, officer, but I'm on a timeline. I let go of the awkward chuckle resting in my throat. Gotta make it back in time to cook dinner for my kids, I say, purposely mentioning my kids to layer innocence over the situation. The officer scans the driver's license, his lips drawn in a straight line. He looks at me through his dark shades, then down at the GPS.
Y'all are going out there? His brows raise above his glasses and he shifts his head, exchanging glances between me and the driver. Are you friends of the Spencers or something? His tone shifts from shocked to suspicious. They're, family, I lie. Not my family, of course, but you don't need to know that. Family, he repeats, and I nod too many times when I confirm. Is that right? He replies in an almost challenging tone. You don't say. His gaze lingers on me for a moment too long, like he's transfixed, studying me, memorizing my face. But why would he do that? It's uncomfortable. I suddenly feel guilty when I didn't do anything wrong in this situation. Instinctively, I break my dumbfounded stare on him and look away. Well then, I shouldn't hold you up any longer. He hands the license back to the driver. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Next time you drive through this town, watch your speed. He pats the driver's windowsill twice and steps back from the car. Why don't you two go ahead and get there safely, okay? You wouldn't want to keep your, family. He clears his throat, waiting. The officer retreats to his car quickly as if he were running away from something, then speeds away faster than I can understand what's happened. There was something strange about the entire interaction. Wow, the driver gasps. I'm not sure what that was or how you managed to get me out of that one, but thanks. He fires up the engine, chuckling to himself and shaking his head. Now let's get you to your destination. 15 minutes later, we're pulling off the main road and turning onto a private dirt road. The road is bumpy, and the car kicks up a dusty trail behind us as we continue moving ahead. A sinking feeling sits in my gut. I'm not sure what we're going to find at the end of this trail, but I've come too far to turn back now. Up a slight hill, and when we finally reach the other side, we see the house. And it's a nice house. My uneasiness momentarily subsides when I stare at the mansion sitting in the middle of nowhere. The driver brings the car to a stop just before the grand entrance. Tall, white pillars on either side of the porch and enormous double doors. 30 windows just on the front face of this place, and at least 7 luxury cars out front. So, should I wait, or are you staying? The driver asks as I pick my jaw up off the windowsill. Stay, please. I'm not sure how long this will take, but it can't be too long. I have to get back to my family, my, real family. I clarify. Back in Tahoe. No prob, you got it. He puts the car in park, turns off the engine, and pops in his earbuds. Swallowing the small lump in my throat, I put on my determined face and get out of the car. I walk up to the front door and ring the doorbell, making sure I refrain from doing anything out of character since it's clear I'm being recorded. The echoing sound of what I guess are high heels hitting the floor gets louder as someone approaches the door. The door cracks open and a gorgeous woman peeks out. Her hair is slicked back into a tight, flawless ponytail, and her stunning makeup complements the look. I was right about the heels. They're high and pointed and match the tight-fitted dress clinging to her curves. Shoulders back and head held high, her confidence radiates. Oh? She raises a brow and looks me up and down. I'm sorry, I was expecting someone else. Her lips curl into a tight, forced smirk, and she mutters to herself, loud enough for me to hear every word. I would have had the housekeeper open the door if I knew it wasn't Tiff. She's intimidating. Yes. I squeak and gently clear my throat. My name is Sarah Harrelson, and I was hoping to find Gabriel Spencer, I say, turning the last part of my statement into a question. She stares at me with a blank expression, so I elaborate. I'd like to talk to him about his uncle, Philip Spencer, I say hesitantly. I'm, a friend of Phil's and have some questions about him. The hardened look on the woman's face cracks, and she offers me a genuine, wide grin. Well now, why didn't you just say so? I'm Mary, Gabriel's wife. She opens her stance. Please, come in, I'll go get Gabe. So far, so good. She leads me into the house and I can't help but gawk at my surroundings. High ceilings, expensive art on the walls, chandeliers donning real crystals, custom staircases at either end of the pass. But what I find most impressive is the large floor-to-ceiling aquarium at the center of the home. Tropical exotic fish swim around, and I can't take my eyes off them. You have a lovely home, I offer her, but she doesn't need me to say it. Oh, you're too sweet, thank you. She walks me to a living room that's hardly lived in at all. The pristine white carpet makes me nervous just looking at it. Just wait here and I'll grab Gabe. And don't be alarmed if you see other people walking by. We're sort of in the middle of a get-together. Oh, I didn't mean to. You're not intruding, she stops me. We do this every other day, she says in an almost bragging tone. Gabe can be pulled away from his friends for a few minutes to talk about his uncle. He doesn't often get to talk with people about Phil. I make myself smaller. Okay then, thank you. Mary leaves the room and I can hear my thoughts again. Gabriel is loaded. If he's this rich, there should be no problem with him taking Phil in or helping him out financially. Two women and a man wearing matching uniforms whisper among themselves when they walk by the room. The whispering halts the moment they see me. I offer a smile and hold up a hand to wave, but instead of waving back, their cluster breaks up and scatters quickly to their respective positions of dusting and wiping down doorknobs and baseboards. Gabriel has maids and butlers, for goodness sake. And they appear to be very trained in the household rules. Talking on the job must not be allowed. In this moment, my conversation with Gabriel feels like it will be both easier and harder than I thought. It's taking an unusually long time for Mary to come back with Gabriel, but I suppose it would take a few minutes to walk from one side of this massive house to the other. I choose to nestle into the only dark-colored chair in the room, because I fear I'll somehow stain or ruin the lighter-colored furniture just by touching it. I've been in this room waiting for about 5 solid minutes when I hear a familiar voice approaching from another room. A male voice booms with laughter as he converses with someone else. Ah, you're hilarious. I'll catch you back outside by the pool in a bit, the man says, and I hear the other person's footsteps get further away. I stand up with a grin on my face and smooth out my clothes. I'm as ready to meet Gabriel as I've ever been. Gabriel, I greet the man when he turns the corner and enters the room. But when I see his face, every muscle in my body seizes up and I freeze as my mouth falls open. The man raises a brow. No? He replies and tilts his head to one side. I'm Carl, he says with eyes locked on me. But I know you. No, you don't, I reply quickly, trying not to panic. Yes, I do. You're the woman who came into the diner in Tahoe, who mistook the place for a post office. He nods insistently. I swallow hard, anxiously rubbing my hands together. Yep, that was me. You must know me from that, I add, and my voice shakes. Good memory. He takes a step closer to me and points directly at me while saying, But I know you from before that day. No, please don't remember. When you came into the diner, I thought I recognized you then. But now that you're standing here, I know for sure who you are. No. He places his palm against his chest. "It's me, Carl Snide. We used to work together at a fast food joint back in West Virginia over 2 decades ago." My breathing hitches, and all I can manage to do is shake my head in disagreement. But he bobs his head up and down confidently. "Yes, I'm positive it was you, Sarah Kent, right?" He glances down at my wedding ring. "Or maybe you go by a different last name now? But I know it was you. I could never forget the 16-year-old who made false claims of harassment against me and got me fired." He steps closer, and I instinctively take a half step back, sensing danger. "Yes, Sarah. You were the person who changed my life forever." Chapter 46. Sarah. My hands are trembling so badly in fear I physically can't stop them. I must have pissed the universe off so badly that it pulled all the strings it had to land me here in this room with Carl Snide. When Carl and I worked together, I was a naive teen who applied the only skill I had learned from my mother and chose to use people to get what I needed to survive. I know now that my actions back then were wrong. I feel terrible about what I did whenever I think about it. So for a long time, I chose not to think about it. I would let myself forget. But it's obvious now that Carl Snide never forgot. "I'm so sorry." I begin spewing an apology. It may not save me from this large, angry man, but at least I'll go down knowing I did everything I could to try and save myself. I was a stupid teenager. I'm appalled by my actions. I didn't know the monumental consequences that could happen by making those harassment claims against you. My eyes are welling with tears. I never meant to ruin your life. I'm so sorry. I blink, and a single tear trickles down my cheek. "Ruin my life?" he repeats, cocking his head to the side. "You didn't ruin my life." "But you just said—" I stumble through my words. "It's my fault you never climbed the management ladder like you wanted to. I'm the one who—" "Whoa. Slow down there, Sarah." He holds his hand out in front of him. "When I said you changed my life, I meant you changed it for the better." My racing heart begins to slow. "What?" "Of course, getting arrested for harassment when I was overly cautious at work was the lowest point of my career. Maybe even my life. But ultimately, I was released and went back to school when no one would hire me. I took an overload of courses and ended up with a degree in business management. I went on to become a franchise owner with multiple businesses and restaurants under my belt." "But I saw you working behind the counter serving coffee." I furrow my brows and shake my head in disbelief. To my surprise, he laughs. "You did," he agrees. "I was serving coffee that day because I was filming an episode of Undercover Boss. It's a TV show where different CEOs of large companies pose as workers within their own businesses to see what working conditions are like. Of course, there's more to it than that, but on the day you saw me, I was acting. I would have said something to you then, but I didn't want to bring up the past on national television." I can't believe this. "So, you're not going to get revenge and kill me right now or something?" I say in a low tone. Carl laughs again. "Kill you? Ha! I should be thanking you. I would have never gone back to school if I hadn't been forced out of that management position. I would have never been able to give my wife and kids the great life we have or enjoyed midweek get-togethers with my like-minded friends if it weren't for you." He opens his arms as if to say, "Look around." As those words leave his tongue, Mary and another man enter the room. "So sorry to keep you waiting, Sarah. I'm Gabriel. But please, call me Gabe. He extends his hand and I shake it. Is this guy giving you a hard time? He nudges Carl playfully. Still unsure what to make of this, I let a smile spread across my lips. Not at all. Carl and I start to tell Gabriel how I know Carl, but Carl finishes my sentence for me. We're old friends. He winks at me. For the first time since driving here, I relax. Yes, we're old friends. Carl pats Gabriel on the back and says, Well, let me get out of your hair so you two can talk. He looks at me with a genuine smile. It was nice to see you again, Sarah. Then exits the room. That could have gone a million different ways. I've never been so thankful for the unexpected, but needed closure in my entire life. My wife tells me that you came here to talk about Phil, Gabriel says, and his voice brings me back to the room around me. I nod. Yes, I have some questions about your uncle, if you wouldn't mind me asking. Not at all. I love talking about Uncle Phil. He gestures toward the two chairs in the room that face each other. Let's have a seat. Let me grab you two some tea and leave you to get acquainted. Mary chimes in. She leaves the room and quickly returns with 2 glasses of iced tea. It was nice to meet you, she says before leaving me alone with Gabriel. Gabriel sips his tea, then sets his glass on a marble coaster on the coffee table. So, what kinds of questions do you have for me? Chapter 47. Sarah. Just breathe and ask him everything you need to know. I hold the glass of tea in my hand, unaware of how I'm running my thumb back and forth along the condensation. I'm not quite sure how this is going to sound when it comes out, so I simply start at the beginning. I understand Phil experienced some trauma as a child. I began. Am I right to believe he was kidnapped and went missing for years? That's right. Yes. Gabriel confirms. Lost and then found. He smiles at his last words. Oh? So you knew about his past? The kidnapping? I ask, clarifying that I'm hearing him correctly. And since being found, you connected with Phil, sparking a familial relationship with him? Gabriel scrunches his eyebrows. Yes, of course. He is my uncle after all. All that happened so long ago it never really affected our bond. Oh. I widen my eyes. I see. I'm not sure he meant to do it, but the words rolled off Gabriel's tongue with a hint of annoyance. It's as if the information shared was so obvious that I shouldn't have wasted Gabriel's time asking such a stupid question. I'd better hold off on elaborating on the missing persons topic. I can't risk upsetting Gabriel and losing my chance to get more concrete answers. Anyway, I met Phil when I moved to North Tahoe. Ah, yes. He seems familiar with the situation so far. Gabriel adds, The lake house formerly owned by Riley Kent? Yes. I exhale my relief. Well, Riley was my uncle, just as Phil is yours. Gabriel nods along. I got to know Riley pretty well when Phil first set up camp on his property. Riley and I chatted weekly about Phil until the day Riley died. Such a nice man. I'm so sorry for your loss. The sincerity in Gabriel's tone is so genuine it touches my heart. Thank you, I mutter. For a brief moment, I wonder if I should stop prying while I'm ahead. Don't get distracted. Focus. What do I know so far? That Gabriel knew my uncle, and he is aware of the living arrangement Phil had with Uncle Riley. But it still doesn't quite make sense. There's more to all this. I know it. I need to get to the bottom of it. I continue. Riley left his home and property to me when he died, and I never had the chance to talk to him about Phil. Gabriel actively listens, nodding along. You see, I'm struggling to find the connection between our uncles. It doesn't make sense how Riley and Phil knew each other. And then for Phil to live on Riley's property, I let my words trail off as I shake my head side to side slowly. I mean, do you know why Phil set up camp on my uncle's property in the first place? Of course, he says, shifting in his seat. My uncle, Phil, had a tough life. He begins. He did, I agree, recalling every article I've read about Phil. After Phil's wife died, Phil's mental health took a turn for the worse. I let out a soft gasp. Wait, Phil was married? Uh-huh, and had a son. Gabriel adds, excuse me, has a son. Oh my God, I had no idea. Why would you? My cousin Jacob is a real dick. He never understood anything about mental illness, nor did he have the patience for it. As Phil's mind started to go, so did his son. Did you say mental illness? What mental illness? How can I adequately say this? Gabriel looks up, rubbing his chin. Uncle Phil started to get paranoid. He was talking about seeing aliens and became obsessed with the idea that the government was watching him. He started sleeping outside, refusing to live indoors, claiming it was unsafe to do so. He assumed there were hidden cameras in the walls that were monitoring him 24/7. I bring my hand to my mouth. Oh my. Yeah. Gabriel shakes his head slowly from side to side. It's sad when a loved one's sharp mind declines. It's a terrible thing to watch. Some people learn how to help their loved ones when they're diagnosed with schizophrenia. But my cousin Jacob refused to support his dad through this. My lips part and I inhale sharply. This is not how I predicted our conversation to go. All this new information just proves that internet research isn't always right. Phil was married? He has a son out there somewhere? He's schizophrenic? These facts justify all of Logan's claims about Phil's odd behaviors. Perhaps I've been too hard on Logan. That's awful, I say, bringing my hand to my heart. Gabriel's gaze falls to the floor and remains locked on the carpet as he shares the next part. Phil had a really bad episode one day, screaming nonsense at Jacob for no real reason. And that's what did it. Jacob had had enough and threw in the towel that day. I'm not saying what he had to endure was easy, but my cousin stopped trying. Jacob packed up his things and skipped town. No one's heard from him since. Gabriel sighs heavily. I would never forgive someone for leaving me like that if I were sick. I'll never talk to my cousin again, even if he shows up hungry on my doorstep someday. Jacob is an ungrateful parasite. Leaving his dad at his most vulnerable time is unforgivable in my book. As if I needed more of a reason to feel sorry for Phil. I can't believe Jacob would abandon him. Imagine your own son walking away when you so clearly need help. It's terrible. Poor Phil. Wow, I reply. This is quite shocking. There's a pause of silence between us before Gabriel's gaze lifts, and his eyes are locked back onto mine. Anyway, he continues, back to how our uncles knew each other. My cousin Jacob is the reason your uncle knew my uncle. Jacob and your Uncle Riley were, how do I say this? They were somewhat of an item. I scrunch my brows. What do you mean, an item? You know, Riley and Jacob were like lovers or whatever. Gabriel shrugs with a hint of discomfort. I raise my brows and widen my eyes. Uncle Riley had a lover? I didn't have that on my bingo card. Gabriel must sense my confusion because he begins to elaborate. There was a big age gap between Riley and Jacob. Jacob is a few years younger than I am. Your Uncle Riley had to be at least 2 decades older than him. However, for a while, it seemed as if they were both getting something out of the relationship. I call it an intergenerational relationship with a financial exchange, he says, and I scrunch my brows in confusion. A sugar daddy, sugar baby situation, he clarifies. Oh? I raise my brows. Gabriel adds, the connection felt unconventional to me, but it appeared to work for them. I scratch my temple as I move my head up and down slowly. Okay, I think I'm understanding correctly. Your cousin, Jacob, Phil's son, who abandoned him, was sort of my Uncle Riley's boy toy? That's one way to put it. Gabriel chuckles to himself. However, when Riley saw how Jacob treated his ill father, he broke it off with Jacob. Riley told Jacob he could never be involved with someone who would abandon a person like Phil, who so obviously needed help. The breakup only expedited Jacob's decision to leave town. I never assumed the layers would run so deep. Forgive me for asking, I politely interject, but if Jacob left, why didn't you step in and help Phil at that time? Gabriel continues. I wanted to help my uncle, but I didn't have the means or finances to do much at that time. I was living out of state in a studio apartment with Mary before we were married. All of this took place before I made my fortune. That's why when Jacob left, your Uncle Riley stepped in. His lips turn inward as he recalls the memory. Completely unrelated and totally unobliged, Riley vowed to take care of my Uncle Phil. He had a reason for doing so, mentioning something about how he had experienced a similar situation in his life, or whatever. But regardless of the reason, Riley and Phil were linked ever since. So Uncle Riley really was a good person. Is that when Riley let Phil set up camp on his property in Tahoe? I asked to clarify. You got it, Gabriel confirms with a head bob, then takes a sip of tea. Of course, Riley offered to let him live in the house first, but Phil was so far gone by then, and only wanted to live amongst the trees and under the stars. Gabriel turns his head slightly and gazes out the window, lost in thought. Talking about Phil's past has stirred up some big emotions for him. I can tell by the way his Adam's apple keeps bobbing up and down when he swallows hard that he's fighting to keep it together. Thank you for being so kind and answering all my questions about Phil, I say after taking a sip of my tea. It must be so hard for you to talk about. Gabriel's eyes remain trained on the window. He swallows hard and silently nods up and down, agreeing with me. I was so determined to get more information about Phil that I never thought about who might be impacted by my interrogation. I feel awful for doing this to Gabriel. It's time for me to go. You've certainly answered all my questions, I say, letting gratitude escape in my tone. I should probably let you get back to your friends. I stand up, tea glass still in hand, and Gabriel stands up on my cue. At that moment, I notice Gabriel's piercing green eyes. I just have to say this. My daughter has 2 different colored eyes, so I tend to notice eyes more than the average person. But yours are such a unique color. He grins proudly. Thank you. It's the only resemblance I have to Uncle Phil. I don't remember what color eyes Phil has, but I'm almost positive I would remember if his eyes were this color green. I'll have to remind myself to check during dinner. I take out my phone to check the time and see some missed text messages. The first is from Holly, saying she's keeping the kids out later and they may not make it back for dinner. The second is from Logan, saying Phil is already at the house. Yikes, I need to get going too. But because of you, I'll have a lot to talk about with Phil this evening during dinner. He tilts his head. You mean talking about Phil at dinner? Huh? I reply, busy putting my phone in my purse with one hand and balancing the tea in the other. He clarifies. You said you have a lot to talk about with Phil during dinner, but you meant talking about Phil. I look up at him, scanning his facial expression. No, I meant talking with Phil. I invited him to dinner. My phone connected to your Wi-Fi, and I just saw a text from my husband come through that says Phil is already there waiting for me to get back. Gabriel freezes and stares at me without blinking. That's impossible. No, it's not. I've been meeting with Phil every week. Tonight we're having dinner at 6, and apparently I'm going to be late. I chuckle and tuck my purse under my arm. Sarah, you're not hearing me. Gabriel's brows turn inward. It's impossible because Uncle Phil is dead. My vision narrows and the space around Gabriel fades to black. What? I say in a breathy whisper. Uncle Phil died 6 months ago, shortly after your uncle died. He says with an unwavering seriousness. There was a freak accident when he was using some of the yard tools. No one is sure exactly how it happened, but your neighbor, Artemis, is the one who found him, and I organized the funeral myself. He adds, What the... This can't be true. This isn't happening. Gabriel looks at me curiously. Are you okay? As if the world around me is moving in slow motion, the empty tea glass falls from my hands and bounces off the soft carpet beneath my feet. A knot forms in my stomach, twisting tightly. Suddenly, my blood runs cold. If Phil is dead, who the hell is at my house with my husband?
Part 4. Knock, knock. Chapter 48. Logan. Knock, knock! I avoided answering the door after he knocked once, but I can't ignore him twice, can I? Dread fills inside me. As much as I don't want to. Sarah would be pissed if I turned Phil away now, even if he is extra early. Sarah wrote in her note that she'd be back to make dinner. She can't be much longer, can she? Just open the door, invite him in, and turn on the TV or something. Make small talk so Sarah sees you trying. It's one dinner, and then I get to tell Sarah the good news about my job. I can do this. I stand up and walk toward the front door. I wrap my fingers around the handle and take a deep breath. Just be nice, I remind myself before twisting the handle. I tug the door open and force a grin. Phil! I greet him with the best fake smile I can muster. Phil nods once, then casts his eyes to the ground, avoiding eye contact. Sarah said dinner. God, I hate this. Pressing my back against the door, I open it further and step back, gesturing to him. Yes, dinner. We were expecting you. You're extremely early, but please, won't you come in? I say, and my subtle sarcasm is lost on Phil. Sarah should be home soon. Then we can get this whole thing started and ended as fast as possible. Phil widens his eyes and crooks his head slightly to one side. I think he expected Sarah to be here. He looks over his shoulders once, maybe searching for her car, before turning back toward me. As if he's entering a lion's den, he slowly steps over the threshold and into the house. Once he's inside, it dawns on me that I never had a chance to grab my gun from the safe. I'm completely unarmed. I suppose if push came to shove, I could take him. How strong could the old man be? Where is Sarah? How much longer could she be? Taking one last deep breath, I shut the door, not knowing what comes next.
Chapter 49. Sarah. Dialing Logan's number is pointless until the driver can get us back into an area with reception. I should have sent Logan a text message before I left Gabriel's place, but all I could think to do was get back home as fast as possible and get that man out of my house. "Can you go any faster?" I shout from the backseat to the driver. "I'm going as fast as I can, ma'am. Can't risk getting pulled over again." I grasp my phone so tightly that I'm not sure how it isn't shattering in my hands. I'm constantly checking for any reception bars to appear in the top right corner of the screen, but there are none every time I check. There are miles between where this car is currently and where it needs to be before I'll be able to call home. And there's nothing I can do about it. With time working against me, all I can do in this back seat is anxiously wait and try to figure out how any of this is possible. Uncle Riley mentioned Phil in his video. If Phil was still alive before Riley died, then other than the neighbor who found Phil's lifeless body, who else could have known Phil died? Who would steal the identity of an ill man living in a forest? Better question, why would someone do this? There's more to all of this. There has to be. The timing of Riley and Phil's deaths does not feel like a coincidence. Somehow, my family moving here doesn't feel like a coincidence either. But how are all these things connected? The mystery of Uncle Riley, inheriting the house, moving here, meeting a man pretending to be Phil? None of this adds up. I'm missing something. I think back to when Logan claimed he saw Phil and the neighbor standing outside the window near our septic cleanout. If the neighbor knew the real Phil, wouldn't he have known the person he was talking to was a fraud? Unless, of course, the neighbor is in on whatever this is. I recall Logan's mention of bloody yard tools, and a darker thought enters my mind. Was Phil's death truly a freak accident? Was the neighbor involved? Did Artemis have something to do with Phil's death? All I wanted was to give my family a safe and happy life, and I thought we were taking a step toward that life when we moved here. But now, everything is worse than before, and I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm sure there's an explanation for everything, and I'll sort through the details later. Right now, I need to get home and figure out who the stranger is in my house. Though I know it won't send, I write out a text to Logan anyway, so it will continue roaming until we come into range and it will send automatically. Me, don't open the door for Phil. Send. I drop the phone into my lap and rub my hands together. It's not enough. I need to get my point across, so I pick my phone up from my lap and send another text. Me, you were right to be suspicious of Phil. He's not who we think he is. Send. Still not enough. One more text. Me, do not let him in. Send. Shit, I hear the driver mutter under his breath, and I feel the car slow. What's going on? Why are you slowing down? He pulls to the shoulder of the road and turns off the engine. I glance at the time, then open my mouth to ask again, but stop. I don't need him to explain when I see the familiar flashes of red and blue lights behind us. The same cop who pulled us over on this road earlier is stopping us once again.
Chapter 50. Logan. I hate this. I hate that Sarah isn't here yet and that I'm alone with him. It's uncomfortable and awkward. Well, it is for me anyway. Phil, on the other hand, looks oddly comfortable. There was an arrogance floating around him when he walked in and plopped onto the couch. He sank into the cushion, leaned back, extending an arm over the cushion beside him, then parted his legs further than socially appropriate. The only time I ever sit like that is when I'm adjusting myself. I hate it. I hate having to be in the same room as Phil. I hate everything about this evening. I hate the way he's staring at me from across the room. If one of us doesn't start talking and break this silence, I'm going to go mad. But Phil doesn't seem like the type who enjoys sparking up a conversation. Maybe his speech impediment plays a factor in this, but still, no sane person can sit in silence for this long. It's up to me. I don't know what to say, but I have to say something. So, can I get you something to drink? We don't have many options, but we have water, cheap wine, and beer so light it's practically piss water. My attempt to lighten the mood is a failure when Phil simply shakes his head. Oh, okay then? If you don't mind if I have one then? I'm gonna need one to get through this torture. Phil motions for me to open the can in my hand. Without thinking twice about it, I pop the top and down the entire can, then head to the kitchen for another. I bring the new cold beer with me back into the living room where Phil is waiting. It's going to take a lot more than one beer to get me through this. I sit in a chair that faces Phil on the couch. So, Phil, tell me, how long have you lived here? I'm not the best conversationalist, but I know enough open-ended questions to get a conversation going. Phil's face remains flat and unchanged. He doesn't move his head. He doesn't acknowledge that I've said anything. Instead, he locks his eyes onto mine without so much as one blink and says, "Nothing." Okay, I mutter. Sore subject, I guess. I should shoot for something more neutral. Got any advice on things to do in this town? I know it's been 6 months since we got here, but we haven't had a chance to really get out and explore the town yet. Phil leans forward in his seat. Holla fucking Luya, he's gonna respond. I thought it was gonna be just me talking this entire time. But I'm wrong. Phil leans forward in his seat, props his elbows on his knees, and rests his head in his hands as he stares up at me with widened eyes. What are you doing, man? I blurt my unfiltered thoughts. Nothing I say seems to gain any reaction from Phil. It's weird, I utter. I'm sure you haven't been around people lately, but what you're doing, all this, I motion toward his unnatural position, it's odd behavior. Phil says nothing. I sense tension building in the room. If Sarah doesn't get here fast, one of us is going to freak out. And I'm not sure if it'll be me or him.
Chapter 51. Sarah. The police officer approaches the Lyft driver's window and glances down at the driver, then through the back window at me. It's the same officer who pulled us over on the way to Gabriel's house. As much as I wanted the driver to go faster, he wouldn't. I was watching the speedometer. We weren't speeding. What could he be pulling us over for? I'm so sorry, officer, the driver begins. I was doing everything I could to stay under the speed limit, but you caught me. I went 3 miles per hour over the limit back there. His voice cracks and he drops his chin to his chest. With self-deprecation in his tone, he says, "Spare me the anguish and just give me the ticket, would ya? Put me out of my misery." He shakes his head back and forth slowly. The officer peers through his dark sunglasses and locks in on the driver. "Sack up, kid. Stop being a little bitch. I didn't pull you over because you went 3 miles over the speed limit." The driver looks up, hope restored in his expression. "You didn't?" "No," the officer says, then looks at me. "I stopped you to talk to her." As if my heart hasn't been racing fast enough since finding out that Phil isn't Phil. Now the police are tracking me down? I don't have time for this. I have to get home. I have to get that man out of my house. The officer makes my driver roll down the back window. He rests his hands on the ledge and says, "Did you make it up there all right to see your family? Seems like it was a fast visit." Family? It takes me a minute to understand what he's talking about. Oh, that's right. I told this officer on the way up that I was headed to see family, albeit Phil's family. I promptly reply, "Yes, officer, just a quick visit. Now I've got to get back home." I've known the Spencer family for a long time.
the officer says, looking me squarely in the eyes.
The mansion, the parties, the food and drinks?
I don't think I've ever seen anyone have such a short visit, especially a family member. I'm not sure where he's going with this. He lowers himself to the window and removes his glasses. His eyes are a familiar shade of piercing green. He continues, "How was it that you were connected to them again?" Emotions running high. It suddenly feels like everything is moving in slow motion. "What are you doing, Sarah? This is a police officer. Tell him the situation. Tell him about the stranger in your house and he will help you." "I lied to you before," I blurt, like a boulder breaking through a dam. I unleash the truth. I'm not related to the Spencers, but there's a man living on my property who claims he was, Phil. But apparently Phil died. I thought he was alive. I've been talking to him and working with him, but it's not him. You see?
That man is at home with my husband, and I can only assume that if this guy stole Phil's identity, then he has to be dangerous.
The words are flowing so fast off my tongue that I didn't realize the officer had stepped away from the window with his police radio to his ear. He hasn't heard a word I said. "Roger that," he replies into the radio. He looks down at me.
"We're not finished here, but I need to run. If you're ever driving through here again, please stop by the station and ask for me, Jacob Spencer."
My mouth falls open. Jacob Spencer? Phil's son who abandoned him. Uncle Riley's boy toy? He's here in this small drive-by town and he's a cop? "I'll answer any questions you might have." He stares at me for a moment longer. There's hurt behind his eyes, and I imagine the stories he must have. Then he quickly turns on his heels and marches back to his police car. He turns on the siren and speeds away. Wow. Was it true? My driver's voice interrupts my whirling, spiraling thoughts. I meet his eyes through the rearview mirror and raise my brows. "Huh?" "The story you were telling the police officer. The story he didn't hear, but I did. Was any of it true?"
he asks again.
Not that I want to involve my Lyft driver, but there's no point in lying now. Yes, every word. A horror-stricken expression spreads quickly across his face, and he fires up the engine. "Ma'am, I'm going to get you home as fast as possible, even if I have to speed and receive a ticket along the way. Nothing good can happen from a stranger entering your home, especially with loved ones inside." The closer we get to the lake house, the more anxious I feel about the whole situation. I hold my phone, ready to call Logan as soon as we hit reception again. I'm not sure what's going to happen or what I'm afraid of. I just hope I'm not too late.
Chapter 52. Logan. What the fuck is he doing staring at me like that? It's been 30 minutes since he's uttered a word. I'm 3 beers in, but I'm not feeling anything. There's nothing that keeps a person sober more than engaging in a silent stare-off in your living room with a man you don't know. Where the fuck is Sarah? "I'm, gonna grab another beer," I mutter, knowing I won't get a response. As soon as I turn the corner into the kitchen, out of sight from Phil, I begin searching everywhere for my phone. I need to call her, but ever since I let Phil into the house, I can't find my phone. I'm sure I had it, because I sent Sarah texts right before I opened the front door. I must have set it down somewhere during this past hour, because it's gone. After a clear sweep of the kitchen, I verify the phone isn't in this room. The only other rooms I've been in since Phil's arrival were the living room and bathroom. It has to be in one of those. Although I suppose it doesn't matter. I don't think Sarah's called yet because I would have heard the loud chime come from my phone. Unless, of course, it's on silent. I sigh with frustration and yank on the refrigerator door. I take out a beer, slam the door shut, and on my walk back into the living room, I keep my fingers crossed that my wife will walk through the front door any minute. I call out from the hall before re-entering the living room. "It's been a while. Are you sure you don't want anything to drink?" It's the 4th time I've offered him a drink, but I've run out of things to say. I'm not surprised my question doesn't warrant a response, but when I walk into the living room, I know why. Phil's gone. I scan the entire room, blinking as if the over 6-foot man could hide in this open space. But the living room is empty. Phil isn't in here. Phil? I call out and hold my breath as I listen. Nothing. I walk down the hall and look for a light under the bathroom door, but it's dark. For good measure, I knock once and call his name before twisting the handle and peeking inside. As suspected, Phil is not in the bathroom. I make my way back into the kitchen, knowing I would have passed him in the hall if he had gone to get a drink. But if not in the kitchen, where else would he be? Entering the kitchen, no Phil. Maybe it's the alcohol finally kicking in, but there's a pit of discomfort in my stomach, and it's growing rapidly. I set my newly opened cold beer on the kitchen counter. Phil's playing with me. He's messing with me. I know it. I don't care anymore about this fucking dinner. Sarah can pack up food and leave it in the forest for all I care. When I find Phil, I'm tossing him out. My heavy steps echo as I march out of the kitchen and into the hall. And that's when I see it. The basement door, the one that can only be opened with a key, is wide open. I soften my steps as I approach the open door and peer down the stairs. The overhead light from the hallway illuminates the first 3 steps before darkness swallows the remainder of the staircase. Reaching my hand just inside, I flip the light switch. Click. Click. I move the switch up and down a few times, but the light doesn't turn on. Damn it, I grumble to myself. As much as I know I shouldn't, I have to go down there. Phil is down there, and this won't be over until he's out. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I take a deep breath and muster up the courage. There's no time to dig around my house for a flashlight, and without my phone, I have no source of light when I put my foot on the first step. Get this man out of your house! Get him out now! Clenching my fists, I make my presence known and stomp down into the basement. When Sarah and I came down here for the first time, we couldn't believe how large the basement spans. It's practically the size of the entire upstairs and runs almost the same size. There are walls here and there, and nooks, perfect places for someone to hide. When I reach the bottom step, I see a soft glow of light coming from behind a distant wall. Phil! I shout, but he doesn't answer. I inch closer toward the light. Phil, I need you to get out of this basement. Dinner is canceled. Once again, no response. Bracing myself for what I'm about to witness, I turn the corner and see Phil. His back is to me. He's bending down, reaching into something I can't see. I quiet my steps and get closer. Oh my God, Sarah's cedar chest. The one she's been looking for. The one that she keeps so private that I've never even seen inside it. Phil has it open and is rummaging through it. What are you doing? I say through gritted teeth. Phil stops rummaging and slowly rises from bending over the chest with his back still faced in my direction. He slowly turns around, smiling so wide I can see his teeth for the first time. They're not filled with decay like I would expect from a man living in the forest for decades without dental care. They're perfectly straight and nearly glowing white. Anger builds inside me. Who are you? And what do you want with my family? Phil holds something in his hands. When his eyes meet mine, he replies, Wouldn't you like to know? It dawns on me that this is the first clear sentence I've ever heard him say. You didn't stutter? I whisper. No limp either, he says with a snicker. Then charges toward me, completely catching me off guard. I try to back up, but I trip over something on the floor and lose my balance. The last thing I see before he brings the heavy item crashing down on my head is the devilish smirk spread across Phil's lips. Chapter 53. Logan. Bolts of excruciating pain shoot through my head. There's a dull, constant ringing in my ears. I attempt to lift my hand to wipe the drips of warm, wet liquid trickling down my face, but there's resistance. I try again, but my arms are stuck behind my back. I try to stand up, but my legs won't budge. Where am I? My vision is blurry when I open my eyes. The room is dark, and it takes me a moment to realize that I'm zip-tied to a chair, hands and ankles. My heart begins to beat in rapid succession, and the room suddenly grows hot as panic sets in. I tug and pull at the ties, trying to loosen them or snap them so I can escape whatever little game Phil is playing with me. But after the blow to the head, my body feels weak. Every move I make sends more surges of pain on a fast track straight to my brain. "Don't try to fight." Phil's voice fills the dark room. "You'll only make things worse." He strikes a match, and I see his face illuminate as he lights a 2-wick candle. The 2 small flames burn bright enough for me to look Phil in the eyes. I wish the amount of rage inside me was enough to bust out of these ties and attack this man, but despite the anger I feel inside me, my body is incredibly weak. I open my mouth to speak, but I'm having trouble getting out the words. Who are you?" My words come out slow and sloppy. What do you want?" My eyes dart back and forth between his. My brain feels like it's moving in fast motion, but my body and mouth can't physically catch up. Everything I say comes out in a way even I can barely understand. I take note of the darkness. This isn't the same place in the basement where Phil hit me. He's taken me somewhere. "Where am I?" Shh. Quiet now. There's no use in raising your voice. This is a soundproof room, and no one will hear you. Save your energy. Well, what's left of it anyway. You're going to want to hear what I have to say before the NRX 64 kicks in." I furrow my brows and let out a barely audible gasp. "NRX 64, he repeats. "Your wife, the science whiz, would know what it is," he chuckles. "But let me explain it in a way an idiot like you can understand. After I knocked you out, I injected you with an off-the-market neuromuscular inhibitor," he says. I stare blankly at him. My brain is too foggy to comprehend what he's saying. "Okay, let's dumb it down for you again," he says, and I pick up on the sarcasm in his tone. "It's a muscle relaxer. But not just any muscle relaxer, a black market muscle relaxer. You won't find this in the pharmacy." He chuckles as he holds up and flicks the tip of a nearly empty syringe. "NRX 64 was an experimental drug designed in the past for soldiers of war. It was supposed to be used to temporarily suppress the motor function of captured enemies so that the said people could be interrogated, or tortured, in efforts to gain information." Phil walks behind me, and I feel his breath on my neck when he lowers himself and whispers in my ear. "But this drug never made it past human trials. They said it was too inhumane," he snickers. "I'd say it was effective if you ask me. It really gets the job done. Just ask the real Philip Spencer. Oh, wait, you can't. He's dead." Fear, dread, panic, and anger rise to the surface, but I can't do anything about it. My fingertips are tingling as numbness takes over. My muscles grow heavier than before. My sudden, shallow breaths are concerning, and I have no way to stop what my body is experiencing. He reappears in front of me. He continues. "Within 2 hours after the injection, a victim goes from dizzy to numb, to weak, to unable to make any noises, to full cardiac arrest from respiratory muscle paralysis, while staying conscious the entire time." He pauses briefly and looks up with a hand on his chin. "At least That's how it went for Phil when I took his life. His gaze lands back on me. Do you hear me? His tone shifts from conceited to wrathful as he pats me on the head. With every touch of his hand on my head, I scream out in pain. From dizzy to dead, Logan Harrelson, he says, raising his voice. That's you right now. He pulls back, picking up a pack of cigarettes from a nearby table. The same cigarettes I smoke. Those are mine. I try to say something, but all that comes out of my mouth is an indecipherable noise. I've lost the ability to form words. He smacks one side of the cigarette box against his palm as he shakes his head. Tisk, tisk. Hiding such a dirty habit from your wife, he whispers and pulls out a stick. He puts the cigarette in his mouth and lights it using the candle. He inhales once, then blows the smoke in my face. Immediately, the smoke catches in my throat, and it sends me into a coughing fit. He belts out a hearty laugh as each of my coughs takes every ounce of my drained energy. My body aches. Killing you is going to be easier than killing that crazed old man. He laughs and puffs on the cigarette again. I bet you're wondering who I am and why I'm doing this. He rolls his head back on his shoulders and blows a ring of smoke in the air. Well, Logan, this all has to do with your wife. What does any of this have to do with Sarah? I raise my eyebrows, and that's all I can move. My shoulders sink, and despite using all my strength to hold myself up, my body is beginning to hunch. Let's start with why I took poor old Phil's life. He pulls out a folding chair and plops down in front of me. He takes a drag, then says, When Riley Kent died, I needed a way to get through to your wife. She needed to be here, in this house. He motions toward the room. In case you were wondering, we're still in the house, by the way. A secret soundproof room in the basement. He bobs his head up and down slowly. Unless you know all the secrets within the walls of this house, no one will ever find us in here. He waves a hand. I digress. Riley and Phil's connection was something not many people knew about. So, when Riley died, I had a short window to kill Phil and assume his identity before Sarah's arrival. You and I both know that a person in need of help is the key to tapping into your wife's heart, and I needed to gain her trust before I told her everything. He lets another puff of smoke go, and the room suddenly feels tighter. Everything? What is he talking about? I was expecting Sarah Kent to show up at the lake house, but instead I got Sarah Harrelson and her family. A small smudge in my plan, and I thought I could work around you, Logan. He leans back against his chair. But no, you just kept getting in the way, didn't you? I know there are beads of sweat and blood dripping down my face, but I can no longer feel them. My body is giving up on me. However, I'm conscious. My mind stays strong with every blow this man throws my way. This must be what true torture feels like. Don't get me wrong, I'm a reasonable guy. Killing you was never the goal in all this. My motives run far deeper than that. I tried to warn you, after all. Warn me? He continues. Locking your daughter in the basement? Reasoning with your son when I spoke to him out by the septic tank? Does any of this ring a bell? My mind spins. I wasn't sure what I was going to do when little Frankie caught me jamming a sickle into your septic system. I was trying to send you another warning, but your little boy got curious and interrupted me. Don't worry, though. We had a little chat about everything. Didn't he tell you? He rubs his hand over his chin as if to recount the situation. You son of a bitch. Actually, I did all the talking, come to think of it. Seems that your good little boy was taught not to talk to strangers. You should have believed Frankie when he told you he wasn't talking to anyone outside, because technically, he didn't talk. Frankie just listened to every word that came out of my mouth when I told him the truth. He knows exactly who I am and why I'm here. I told him not to tell his mother, but told him to warn you, he says matter-of-factly. Perhaps you should have paid more attention to your son when you had the chance. He tried to tell you. I think back to all the times Frankie asked to talk to me. I was always too distracted to give Frankie my attention. I blew him off and dismissed him over and over. Dad, I have something to tell you, Frankie would say when we were alone. Until one night when his perpetual tugging of my shirt, trying to talk to me, became too much. Just go to bed already, I shouted at him. That was the night Frankie shut his mouth. He hardly ever said much to me again after that. All this time, Frankie knew this man's secrets. My 7-year-old has been holding on to whatever haunting information this man told him without being offered an outlet or a safe space to let it out. My son was trying to tell me who this fucker is, but I never gave him a chance to do so. What kind of a father doesn't let their kids speak to them? What have I done? A different kind of smirk spreads over his face when he recalls this memory. There's a smugness in the way his lips curl, and I've never felt so much hate for a person in my entire life. His smile fades when he continues. Then that neighbor of yours marched over to intervene. It slipped my mind that the real Phil had a bond with your neighbor. Artemis Bradford is a thorn in my shoe. You know that? He scoffs. Artemis didn't know who I was when I was outside talking to Frankie, but he knew I wasn't Phil. There he was, working in his yard. The old man came bolting over with his sickle in hand when he saw me talking to your little boy. He shrugs casually. I suppose he sensed danger. He casts his eyes up toward the flickering candle, and his smile is so haunting it could scare the devil himself. Inside, I'm screaming at this man. I'm busting through the zip ties and leaping up from my chair to strangle him. I thought, he adds, you would man up and protect your kids when I sent my warnings. Without having a job, I thought you'd leap at the chance to get your balls back. But you didn't. Fire roars inside me. He squints when he looks at me. You knew something was off the first time we locked eyes. A real man would have put his foot down when it comes to his family's safety. But no. Instead, you let Sarah convince you that you were crazy. You stayed when you should have left. He shakes his head with disappointment. You put your kids in danger when you knew something was wrong. Shame on you. Shut up! Shut up! Silence falls between us. I can't tell if the air is getting thicker or if it's getting harder for me to breathe because my lungs are collapsing. I lied to your neighbor, by the way, he continues. I lied about who I was and gave him some bullshit reason why I was arm deep in your septic, claiming I was there to fix it or something like that. I don't remember. It wasn't significant. He taps on the end of his cigarette, and ash floats to the ground. Artemis didn't believe me, but it was clear he wanted to get Frankie away from me. So, he dropped his sickle and guided your son back around the corner to your house before he went back home. He shrugs. It worked out for me in the end. Did you know you can slide an entire sickle in a septic drain and it will clog the entire system? I wasn't crazy. He was fucking with the septic. After that day, I decided to make you think good old Artemis next door was a part of all this. He laughs quietly. All the sickles, all the blood, that was all inspired by your old-fashioned neighbor. His laughter grows deeper. You should have seen your face when you saw Artemis's doll head garden. You thought there was some morbid, dark reason behind this, when there wasn't. He's laughing so hard now, he can barely contain himself. He wipes the water building up in his eyes. Artemis may have a couple of years on me, but we're from the same generation. We fix things with duct tape before buying something brand new. And we never throw anything away. You've seen the shit lying all over Artemis's yard. He nods. It's obviously garbage to me, but he keeps it just in case he needs it later. That's where the doll heads come in. His late wife ran a daycare. He had piles of baby dolls around the house, so he found a use for them. Any gardener can tell you that the plastic hollow heads are just big enough to cover new seedlings to protect them from birds and squirrels. I'd give anything to stand up and knock the shit-eating grin off his face right now, but I'm fading fast. My chin drops to my chest, and this time, I can't pull it back up. I hear him get out of his chair and walk toward me. His footsteps stop just before my chair, and he lifts my head until our eyes meet. "You're not looking so hot." He hovers over me. "Maybe I've used too much of the NRX 64 on you." He lowers his tone and looks me squarely in the eyes when he says, "Or perhaps you were always weak." He lets go, and my head drops once again. "I'm afraid I'm running out of time to tell you who I am and the reason why I've gone through all this just to get Sarah in this house. Wouldn't it be a pity if you died before you got the big reveal?" Tears well up behind my eyes. I blink them out, using every ounce of energy I have left. The realization that I'm going to die hasn't quite hit me until right now. I assumed Sarah would get home and call the cops when she saw I was missing. I thought someone would burst through the door by now and arrest this man. I'd go to the hospital, they'd treat me, and I would get to see my wife and kids again. But that's not going to happen. I could have been a better husband. I should have been a better father. But now, I'll never get the chance. "How much do you know about your wife's family?" His voice booms, interrupting my downward spiral. He persists, waiting for an answer that he knows will never come. What do I know about Sarah's family? My wife doesn't like to talk about her past, but I've put together some of the pieces over the years. Teresa, Sarah's mother, was the cause of Sarah's childhood trauma. Teresa Kent and Rick Birch, Sarah's father, never married before he died in a trucking accident. After Rick died, Teresa changed Sarah's last name back to Kent, and they floated in and out of homelessness. Teresa slept with men who would pay her rent, her hotel stays, or let her and Sarah live with them. While Sarah has never said it out loud, I suspect those men did things to her along the way. His voice rings in my ears. "I'll bet on your life that you don't know about the Kent family secret." He pauses. "A secret that has changed thousands of people's lives for decades." What secret is he talking about? Does Sarah know about it? He paces the room slowly, then bends down to whisper 3 words in my ear. "Unethical human experimentation." The words begin to blur in my mind, but if I heard him correctly, human experimentation? He makes his way in front of me again and elaborates. "Most of the members of the Kent family are geniuses. You should know that because your wife is one." I know my wife is intelligent. I didn't need you to tell me that. Anyone can see it. For decades, the Kent family has operated an underground medical lab right here in this house. It's getting harder to breathe. I'm using all my energy to focus on what he's saying. I need to know what he's talking about and where Sarah fits in all this. They weren't always bad people, the Kent family. In fact, the lab was created with good intentions. At a time when America was at its peak with war, diseases, and shortages of medicines and vaccines, the Kent family scientists wanted to experiment with pharmaceuticals that could help offset the shortages. They wanted to help, but the government wouldn't allow it, saying the experiments would be costly and they would disrupt the flow of controlled substances. So the Kent family created a basement lab and did it anyway. They wanted to help change the world, he chuckles inwardly. They sure changed the world all right. He lets out a laugh so manic, it'll be ingrained in my mind until I succumb to his torture. I can't find the humor in this situation, and my mind is starting to fade. It took them months, but ultimately, the Kent family prepared 3 drugs that they claimed could change life as we know it. And what do scientists do when they create a drug, Logan? The mention of my name brings me back. They test it to see if it works, he answers his question. And who did the Kent family use to test these drugs? Humans! Even if unethical human experimentation happened in this basement, it still doesn't make sense why he wants Sarah here now. In the beginning, people were desperate for medicines and vaccines, so they volunteered to be test subjects. But when the drugs left unexpected negative side effects on test subjects, blindness, loss of hearing, severe hallucinations, seizures, permanent memory loss, personality changes, sudden cardiac arrest, liver failure, kidney shutdown, death. He takes a deep breath. Word got around, and people stopped volunteering. This is where the Kent family name began to tarnish. He lifts my head to meet my gaze, but my eyes roll back. Are you still with me, Logan? You're going to want to hear this. I blink, and I know my eyelids remain closed a little too long. The Kents were determined to reach their goal no matter what they had to do. Sacrifice the few to save the majority, is what they used to say. The Kents would host massive parties to bring people in. They would spike the punch, and after everyone passed out, the medical experiments continued on these unwilling test subjects. Oh my God. This went on undetected for years, you see. Lots of people, spanning throughout multiple generations, have reasons to hate the Kent family. Every single one of them. He lowers himself into the chair in front of me. This is where your wife comes in, and why I'm here. He deepens his voice. My motivation for everything I've done is Sarah. She may masquerade as a Harrelson, but your wife is a Kent by blood. I've come for her, and when I get my hands on her, I won't let her go. Leave my wife alone! Don't touch her! Whatever you think she did to you or your family, you're wrong. Maybe Sarah's family did horrible things in the past, but Sarah isn't involved. I can hardly keep my eyelids open now. And now, for the grand finale. Who am I? His pure evil laugh fills the room. Stay awake! I need to warn Sarah! Don't succumb to the drugs in my system! Stay alert! Fight to see your wife and kids again! But no matter how hard I try, I know I've lost. The last thing I hear him say is, my name is... And everything fades to black.
Chapter 54. Sarah. Come on, I say, tapping my foot on the floor and beating the seat in front of me as we turn onto Whispering Pines Loop. Punch it! The driver accelerates when he turns into the driveway, leaving a long, dusty trail behind us. Ma'am, I shouldn't say anything, but I don't think you should go in there until the police arrive. From everything I heard you say when you were on the phone with the cops, I don't think it's a wise decision. I don't need anyone to tell me what I'm about to do isn't wise or safe. Not when my husband's life could be at stake. After I called Holly on the way home and told her to keep the kids away from the house, I called the police. I told them there was an intruder in my home with my husband and that I suspect my husband is in danger since he wasn't answering the phone. They told me they'd send help and for me to stay away from the house until they arrived. They should be arriving any minute. But how could they expect me to stay away when my husband might not have another minute? I've been alone with that man. If he wanted to hurt me, he had several opportunities to do so. It doesn't matter who he is. We've connected, and I believe the only person who can save my husband from the devious stranger in my house is me. Get me as close as you can to the door, then get out of here, I say confidently to the driver. He screeches to a stop in front of the house. But ma'am, there are already too many people involved in this mess. I won't get you involved too, I say quickly, unbuckling my seatbelt. Just before I hop out of the car, I look back at the driver and say, Thank you for all your help today. I slam the door shut and the driver doesn't think twice about sticking around. He's heading back down the driveway before I make it inside. If I think too much about what I'm doing, I'll talk myself out of going inside. So, without further hesitation, I grip tightly to the pepper spray on my key ring and rush up the porch steps. I swing the front door open. "Logan!" I call out and wait for a response. The house is eerily quiet. I can hear my heart beating against my chest. "Logan!" I shout again. As I rush to each room, frantically searching for him, I brace myself for what I might find. The man hiding, waiting to attack me? Logan injured? My husband on the floor, passed out, or worse? Running from room to room, he's nowhere to be seen. I hurry into the kitchen area and gasp. My body is temporarily paralyzed when I see the man I know as Phil, sitting at the dining room table, drinking a glass of iced tea.
"Hello, Sarah,"
he says without any hint of a stutter.
"I think it's time we had a chat."
Chapter 55. Sarah. Clenching tightly to the pepper spray, I hold it out in front of me. Where is my husband? The man holds his hands up slowly as if casually surrendering.
"Whoa, now. Let's calm down here."
He inches one hand down toward the table and picks up his glass. He brings the tea to his lips and sips while keeping his gaze on me the whole time. He lets out a happy sigh after downing all the contents in the glass.
"I blame you for my newfound tea addiction."
He chuckles to himself.
"I never liked tea until I had yours. I don't know what it is."
"Cut the bullshit," I interrupt, and my voice shakes. "What did you do with my husband?"
"Hey there, no need to yell."
"Logan, where is he?"
"Sweet Sarah, you're not asking the right question."
His voice sends chills down my spine.
"Don't you know who I am?"
A flash of disappointment breezes over his face.
"Of course you don't. Otherwise you would know why I'm here."
"I don't give a shit about who you are. Where is my husband?" He pulls his lips inward and slowly shakes his head back and forth.
"You don't have to worry about him anymore. He's dead."
"Dead?" I whisper. "No." Tears start to well in my eyes. "I don't believe you. You're lying." He brings the glass to his lips again and waits for an ice cube to slide into his mouth. He crunches the ice between his teeth and responds casually with a full mouth.
"I'm afraid not."
His facial expression remains unfazed, completely lacking emotion.
"Don't worry, though,"
he adds.
"I might have mentally tortured Logan, but the NRX 64 should have made him very relaxed before he crossed over."
He bobs his head reassuringly.
"Practically pain-free. But I don't have to tell you that, do I, Sarah? You know all about NRX 64, don't you?"
I swallow the lump in my throat. How does he know? NRX 64, a compound that made the news when I was in high school. A time when I was deciding that I wanted to attend college and pursue a Master's of Science degree. A highly lethal drug that never made it to shelves because it was too powerful, especially when it landed in the wrong hands. A compound I'm all too familiar with. Tears flow from my eyes and I can't close the open floodgate.
"Come on, Sarah,"
the man says convincingly.
"You don't have to cry in front of me because it's the socially acceptable emotion to display when you find out your spouse died. I won't judge you for feeling relieved."
Relieved? No marriage is indeed perfect, but Logan and I were working on ours. I'm not relieved to find out my husband is dead. Am I?
You do feel relief, don't you?
He sighs.
Picture this. You'll never have to worry about Logan dragging you down again. No more suspicious harassment cases rocking the core of your life. No more financial woes.
He gestures a half circle with his hand.
And think of the life insurance payout you'll get. If you want to jump for joy and thank me, you can,
he says, then leans forward and whispers,
I won't tell anyone.
He winks. The man wears a smile so wide that there's a half second where I'm almost convinced I'm supposed to be happy that my husband is dead. However, it's only a half second. Logan and I had our moments, but I never thought he dragged me down. Harassment cases were few and far between, and even if I hated my husband and welcomed his death, there's no active life insurance policy when you don't have a job to pay into one. There will be no payout for me and the kids. We'll be struggling even more now, having to find childcare. Logan dying does not bring relief to any aspect of my life. The real question is, how does this man know so much about my personal life? Suddenly, I'm right back in this moment with him, the man who faked his identity to get close to my family, the man who murdered my husband, then made himself a glass of iced tea, trying to convince me that life can only get better from here. Tears stream down my face. My body trembles in fear as I look this stone-cold killer in the eye. Still holding out the pepper spray, I can't keep my hand from shaking. Even if I could find the strength to push down on the top and spray it, there's no way I'd be able to aim and hit him in his eyes when I'm feeling this unstable. I'm at his mercy.
Just put it down.
His eyebrows turn inward.
You and I both know you're not going to spray me. So just put it down. You're embarrassing yourself.
I don't want to put it down, but for some reason I give in and do what he says. I let my arms fall to my sides as my feet stay locked in the same position. There's a brief moment of silence between us, and I hear how heavy my breathing has become. I never understood how people can freeze in a fight or flight situation, but here I am, physically unable to move with my voice caught in my throat.
You can calm down. I'm not going to hurt you. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done so already.
In some horrifying way, I find temporary comfort in his words.
I need you alive.
And the comfort is gone. What do you want from me? My words come out so shaky they're almost inaudible. What are you going to do to me? He laughs.
You do a great Phil.
He continues to cackle, then mocks me.
What?
He puts a hand on his stomach and uses his other hand to wipe the tears forming in his eyes from laughing too hard.
With the same devious grin on his face, he says,
You got me good with that one. But you're right. Let's talk about why I'm here. Please, sit.
He motions toward the dining table, but I don't move. I can't move.
Okay, suit yourself. I'm here to talk about your family's business.
My family doesn't have a... I fire out a response, ready to argue, but stop. The words, family, business, trigger something inside me. I close my eyes and think about how my mom used to say these words to me as a kid, but I can't remember the context in which she said them. Mom brought up the family business often, but I never knew exactly what she was talking about, so I often tuned her out. Now I'm regretting my past decision to ignore her.
Think hard, Sarah. I know Teresa told you about the part she played in the Kent family business. There's no way she could avoid telling you, even if you were just a teen at the time.
I shudder at the mention of my mother. How does he know Mom?
Was he one of the men who she used to get us food and a temporary shelter?
He looks older than the men she'd normally bring home. But I guess she could have been desperate. Did Mom screw him over and he's taking his revenge out on me and my family?
Does the word experimentation ring a bell?
He asks, and he lets the question linger for a moment before continuing.
The Kent family business of experimenting with chemical compounds and drugs for medical use. The Kent scientists using willing and unwilling human guinea pigs as test subjects. Any of this sound familiar to you?
Thoughts spread rapidly in my mind, and I try to connect the dots. Did I know about this? I can't remember Mom mentioning human experimentation. Maybe she did, and I just didn't want to hear it. But why would my family be involved in something like this? In some ways, it makes sense that I found my way to a science degree if I came from a family of scientists. But using unwilling human test subjects? What the hell? It's inhumane and highly illegal. Wouldn't a bunch of scientists be smart enough to know about the potential adverse effects that could happen during unapproved drug experimentation? Or maybe they did. Is that why this man is here? Did my family do something to him?
He
says and gently clears his throat.
I guess you truly didn't know.
A look of genuine surprise washes over his face.
Teresa kept more things from you than I thought.
He mutters to himself, but I hear him.
Well, I'll have to catch you up then. For the sake of time, let's just say the Kent family business has been around for decades, and not everyone appreciated or understood what the testing did for the world.
He inhales deeply. I can't tell if he's angry about my family's business being in existence, or if he's disappointed no one appreciated it.
Anyway, before his untimely death, your uncle made some changes to the business, and it ruined things for everyone involved.
Angry. He's definitely angry. What does he mean by untimely death?
I've been watching you for a long time, and I know you have what it takes to fix everything.
A chill runs down my back. What do you mean, you've been watching me?
Back in West Virginia, I tracked you down. I studied you and your family for years. I honestly thought you'd be divorced by the time you moved here, based on how often you and your husband were arguing.
He knows about me and Logan's marriage?
When you arrived, not divorced, and brought Logan along, I had to halt my plan to take care of the interference.
He adds,
but now that I finally have you here to myself, I am relieved. It feels like a dream.
He beams at me.
You are the only one who can reverse what your uncle did.
Goosebumps scatter throughout my body. He's been watching me? Images of human testing gone wrong flow rapidly through my mind. What did Riley do? Was he a scientist too? Did he test on unwilling humans like the rest of my family supposedly did? What mistake does this man want reversed? What did Uncle Riley do to him? He continues,
Your intelligence exceeds every person in your family. I've seen your scientific research. It's unbelievable. I know what you're capable of. I know what you did with NRX 64.
I swallow hard. It's impossible. How could he know what I did?
Don't worry. I'll never tell your secrets. So long as you make up for Riley's mistakes and fix this little snag that I need reversed. I need you in the laboratory. You are the only person who can single-handedly create a new compound to make everything better.
He claps his hands loudly as he emphasizes the last 3 words. I jump at the sound of his unexpected shouts and claps. I'm shaking inside, but I need to know what he means by all this. You weaved your way into my life and killed my husband because you need me to create a new drug? I reply in a near whisper.
Well, that and...
Boom! A loud sound echoes from down the hall, and we both jump. He darts his eyes in my direction and shakes his head with disappointment.
You didn't call the... police department!
Voices boom from down the hall. Here! We're in the kitchen! I cry out. He's in here! In no time, police are in the kitchen with guns drawn, arresting the stranger before me.
It's disappointing, Sarah.
The man calls out as they frog march him toward the front door.
You're better than this. You're the only one who can fix this.
The officers bring me outside and sit me down on the porch, just before they shove the unknown man into the back seat of the squad car.
The man looks back at me and yells,
You don't recognize me. You don't even know who I am.
Those are the last words I hear from him before they duck his head into the car and slam the door shut.
Are you okay, ma'am? An officer asks. Immediately after your call, we received an urgent call from Officer Spencer from a nearby county, confirming your story. We got here as soon as we could.
He explains.
Is anyone else in the house?
I'm too choked up to get out a clear response. My husband... I reply through sniffles.
Your husband is in the house?
The man, he killed him, and I don't know where he is. Waterfalls of tears cascade down my cheeks.
The officer makes a hand signal, and several more officers march inside the house.
You're safe now. We will need to get a statement from you and your neighbor over there,
he says and points to Artemis, who's standing just outside the makeshift police barrier of squad cars.
Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?
I almost miss the question. I'm too distracted by Artemis. With people hustling and bustling all around him, he remains still. His eyes locked on me.
Ma'am?
Oh, yes. I nod. I'll stay at the hotel with my friend who has my kids.
It's a good thing you called us when you did.
The officer continues.
I've seen cases like this 1,000,000 times.
That man isn't all there. You never know what's going through the mind of a delusional person like him. You're one of the lucky ones.
Lucky, I repeat in a whisper to myself as the officer walks away. He couldn't be further from the truth. Chapter 56. Sarah. It has only been 3 weeks. I can stay longer if you want, Holly says, gripping my shoulders. Everything is fresh, and I want to be there for you. You have been, I reply. Having you here helping with the kids has been the biggest favor I could have asked for during all this. You offering to fly them back with you while I pack up the house and take care of the last few things was a bonus I never saw coming. I glance over my shoulder at my kids sitting in the chairs behind me, and my heart aches for my babies. Breaking the news to them about their dad was the most difficult conversation I ever had to have with them. Alexis reacted to the news with questions. Why isn't Dad coming back? How did he die? What happened to him? Why would a bad man want to hurt Daddy? Frankie did the opposite. He let the news soak in and became oddly quiet. I'm not sure if he has grasped the concept that his dad is not coming home, or if choosing to be silent is how he's expressing his grief. Either way, I've been trying to meet both reactions with as much understanding as I can. Losing Logan has deeply impacted our family forever.
Well, none of this feels like a favor to me, Holly says with a smile. I love spending time with the kids.
She lowers her voice. Of course, I wish the circumstances were different. I pull her in for a tight hug, quietly wiping the single tear I accidentally let fall down my cheek.
You sure you'll be okay staying in that house by yourself?
Holly says with a brow raised, obviously concerned. It's just a couple of days to get things situated. I have some paperwork to complete for the death certificate, then I'll be going through some of Logan's things. Trust me, it's a good thing that I'm doing this alone. Then I'm hopping in the car and heading back to West Virginia to meet up with you and the kids while we figure out our next move. The movers will bring the rest of the stuff in a couple of weeks, which will give me time to look for a place. Holly looks at me as if she doesn't believe that I'll be okay alone. Besides, I have baby girl, remember? I add, looking over my shoulder at the kids. Alexis grips tightly to baby girl's leash. The puppy stands on her hind legs and licks my daughter in the face. And it's only then that I realize how large the puppy is getting. In a way, it comforts me to know I'll have her by my side when I go back to the house. Just in case. Making sure the kids are out of earshot, I whisper to Holly. Yesterday, I got a call from Hard Labor Construction. Logan's old employer? She says, scratching her temple. I nod. They called to offer their sympathies. Ah, that was nice of them. And, I add, they told me Logan was still technically on their payroll during his suspension. The girl confessed to falsifying everything, and that means Logan was entitled to receive back pay for all his time off. But it also means his life insurance policy never lapsed. Holly's jaw drops. Oh? So... It was active, Hall. Logan had an active life insurance policy. Here I was wondering how I'd be able to afford this move and life without him. But in a few weeks, the kids and I are going to be financially okay. Holly fans herself. Oh, thank goodness. I've been so worried about you. I mean, you could sell the house you inherited, but it still takes time and money to get that going. In this market, I don't know how long that would take. She sighs in relief. I'm so happy for you. Happy you're catching a break during all this chaos. I get what you mean. I smile back at her. Me too. It's one less thing to worry about. Now I can put all my focus on the kids. She gives me a sympathetic smile. If I let it, her endearing smile could make me fall apart right now. But I refuse to do any more crying in front of my kids. They need to see that bad things happen in life, but you can recover and life can move forward. Well, it looks like your flight is starting to board. I gesture toward the line forming near the gate. You better get going. Turning to my kids, I open my arms. Big hugs, I say, holding back tears as Alexis and Frankie entangle themselves in my arms. I'll see you in a couple of days. But you're going to have so much fun, you won't even notice I'm gone. I kiss each of them on the head. I love you. Be good for Aunt Holly.
We will,
they reply in unison. Alexis slips baby girl's leash to me, then she and Frankie rush toward the line. Thanks, Hall. I owe you.
Stop saying that. No, you don't.
She pushes my shoulder playfully.
We'll see you soon. And,
be safe, okay? We both know what she's referring to. I will. Don't worry. They got him. He's locked up. I'll be fine. She gives me one more look of concern, then relaxes into a smile. Yes, you're right. You'll be fine. She slowly turns on her heels and meets my kids in line. I stick around until they shut the doors. Then baby girl and I walk back to my car in the parking garage. Baby girl hops in the back seat. When I slip into the driver's side and shut the door, I break down and let myself cry. After about 10 minutes, I pull myself together
and prepare to drive back to the lake house when my phone rings. The name Alan Cross flashes on the screen. Alan Cross? I haven't heard from him since he retrieved more of Uncle Riley's video. What could he possibly want? Chapter 57. Sarah.
Hey, Sarah. I heard about Logan. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Alan extends his sympathy to me through the car speakers when I start the engine and my phone connects.
I wanted to reach out and check in. How are you?
He continues before I have a chance to answer.
I know it's only been less than a year since you moved in and you might not know too many people in the area yet, so I wanted to see if there is anything I can do for you.
That's very kind of you to check in. I won't lie, there's been a lot going on since Logan's passing. It's a lot to process. But at this very moment in time, I'm okay. I take a deep breath. Just taking it one day at a time, you know?
That's wonderful to hear,
he says, then there's a brief pause on the line. Something tells me this is not the only reason Alan is calling. I slowly roll out of the parking garage of the airport and begin the route back to the lake house.
Hey,
he continues.
I've been meaning to reach out to you to discuss something else, but with everything that's happened, I wanted to give your family some space. Is now a good time?
Sure, I say hesitantly, detecting a nervousness in Alan's tone.
Okay.
I hear his loud exhale.
I have good news and bad news for you. The good news is that we recovered a file on Riley's laptop that contains a copy of the full, unedited video that Riley recorded shortly before his death.
I lift my brows. Oh, that is good news. How could I have forgotten about the video? It's all I could think about for a long time, but somehow with everything else going on in my life, I let myself completely forget about it. When I first saw the video, I watched in awe as I learned I had an uncle who was generous enough to include me in his will. But if everything that's recently come to light is true, and every member of the family was involved in this unethical human experimentation, then I'm not so sure I want to see the rest of the video. I don't want anything to do with that side of my family, no matter how nice Riley seemed to be. What else could he possibly have to say in this video? I'll be honest with you, Alan. Every time we watch more of this video, I have more questions than answers. I tighten my grip on the wheel. I'm heading to the house right now to continue packing. I only have a few more days here, and it's going to take me every second to get through this by myself. Can I come see the video before I head out of town? Or perhaps you could send it to me so I can watch it when I take a break or something?
That's the thing.
He sounds uneasy.
The bad news is the file has been encrypted.
Okay, but you have a technology team, right? Can't they hack into it?
They tried,
he replies bluntly.
They told me they've never seen anything like it. Not one of them has seen a file so locked up before. One tech claimed that the technology to hack into something that tightly encrypted doesn't exist yet.
I blink rapidly and rub my temple with my free hand. Everything can be hacked these days, so it doesn't make sense why this file can't be. Have you gotten a second opinion or called in some professionals? I ask.
Yes, several. So far, no one has been able to successfully get into the file. I'm sorry to say, at this rate, it could be years before we crack it open.
He sighs softly.
There's a possibility we may never know what else was on that video.
Having completely forgotten about the video, I'm surprised at how disappointed I am to hear those words. We may never know? That's not how this conversation was supposed to end.
Anyway, that's all I needed to share with you. If anything changes or if we get someone to figure it out, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I wish you and the kids well. Safe travels back to West Virginia.
I'm inclined to keep asking him until I get the answer I want, but continuously asking him when I can see the video won't satisfy either of us.
Thank you, Alan, for all your help throughout this entire process.
My pleasure. And again, my condolences. Logan seemed like a nice guy.
He briefly pauses, letting the words sink in.
Take care of yourself, Sarah. We'll be in touch.
We end the call just as I turn onto Whispering Pines Loop. As I turn into the driveway and slowly roll toward the house, I glare through the trees at the place where Phil's tent once was. Flashes of that dreadful evening pop up in my mind, and it's like I'm right there all over again. The police ripped the tent apart, searching for Logan. But when they didn't find him, they continued the search for any clues of where he might be. They threw everything around, completely ransacking the area, not knowing they would find Logan 2 hours later. Down in the basement of the house, an officer had leaned against a false wall that triggered a door to slide open automatically. And there he was, his body slouched, head down, bound to a chair by his hands and ankles, in a secret, soundproof room. I didn't believe the police when they told me they'd found my husband's body. For some reason, I demanded to see the body to believe that someone had actually killed him. I stood at the bottom of the stairs as they carried Logan's lifeless body on a stretcher down each step. Although completely covered, Logan's hand popped out from under the white sheet when one of the medics lost their footing on the bottom step. Through all our rough patches, Logan still wore his wedding ring proudly on his finger every day. And there it was before me. That's all I needed to see before Logan's murder became real in my mind. And I lost it. Eventually, I was taken to the station. My house became an official crime scene. It took 2.5 weeks before they let me through the yellow tape and back inside my house. I chose not to let the kids go back into the house. So one day, I went in alone. I packed their bags with their most significant items and took them back to the hotel where we stayed for a few more days until today, when they flew back to West Virginia with Holly. And now, here I am again. I stand before the front porch with baby girl on a leash beside me and stare up at the red doors. Just a few months ago, these red doors excited me. But now the color reminds me of the horrible things that have taken place inside. A pharmaceutical drug lab, illegal and unethical human experimentation, murder. Who knows what other secrets are still lying within those walls? The 2 golden lion door knockers that once symbolized a strong, fresh start for my family are now tainted with the cowardice of a crazed murderer who didn't even have the decency to reveal his true identity to me. The lions' golden shine has dimmed. Their eyes heed caution, but their warning comes too late. You can do this, Sarah. I give myself a pep talk. Horrible things have happened in this house, but the man is locked up. It's only a few nights. You don't have to worry. Just pack as much as you can and get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I insert the key and push the door open. When I shut the front door behind me, the click of the handle echoes throughout the house, mirroring the emptiness I feel inside me. There's a hole in my heart where I held tightly to my high school love, the father of my children. Sure, Logan and I had our ups and downs, but doesn't that just mean we lived? Our relationship wasn't in the best place when he was taken a few weeks ago. But still, I think about him every day. I trail my eyes around the massive house and I let out a heavy sigh. Where to start? It didn't feel like we moved much when we arrived here. A family of 4 with 1 smaller moving truck, but we had more than I anticipated. Baby girl must sense that I'm getting overwhelmed. She lets out a soft whimper and rubs against my leg. I reach down and scratch behind her ear until her tail starts wagging again. I thought it might be too much to have to clean out this house and keep an eye on this pup, but she's the one looking out for me. I'm so glad she stayed with me. Okay, I say as I think aloud.
I only have so much space in my car. I should prioritize. I look down at the pup and she licks my hand before happily scampering down the hall. Think, Sarah. You stayed behind for a reason. What do you need? I count my tasks on my fingers, sort through Logan's things, and bring some sentimental items home. The kids will appreciate having some tangible memories of their father when they're older. Pack up my significant items, things I can't replace on the other end. Most of this will come from my office, I'm sure. I hold out another finger, ready to continue my mental checklist, when baby girl comes trotting back into the room with something in her mouth. A purple satin baby blanket. One of the few keepsakes I have left from my childhood. Baby girl drops the blanket at my feet, and I slowly bend down to pick it up. It's the only item I have that connects me to my mother. I rub the satin between my thumb and index finger, and the memories come flooding back. Teresa Kent wasn't a good person. Some of my earliest memories are her constant reminders of how fussy and discontented I was as a baby. Even at an age less than 1, I probably sensed her lack of love and attention. Mom used to tell me how I could be in the middle of a screaming fit, but the moment she wrapped me in this blanket, I was instantly calm. Every time we moved, this blanket came with us. It's been my security blanket throughout my entire childhood and into my teen years. I remember Mom saying to me at age 14 that, "This blanket is a better mother than I've been." At that time, she wasn't wrong. It takes a moment of holding this blanket before it dawns on me. This blanket was in my cedar chest. The cedar chest that went missing during our move. The same chest that was found by the police in the room where my husband was murdered. When the police told me they were confiscating some of the items from the chest to use as evidence in my husband's case, I was worried. They took some of the priceless treasures I had inside. They took the few old family photos I had kept after finding them smashed into the glove compartment of my mom's car after she died. They took my emergency $100 bill. They even took my entire collection of Kirsten Modglin books that I've pieced together over the years. Of course, losing my priceless memories to an evidence room isn't ideal, and I'll get everything back after it's released. However, I felt more relieved than anything when I realized they didn't find it. The one thing hidden under the false bottom of my cedar chest that could ruin my life if it got in the wrong hands. I told myself I would never go back into the basement after everything that's happened down there. But I know there's no getting around this. Before I do anything else, I have to go into the basement and retrieve it from the chest. I can't leave it here. Chapter 58. Sarah. One tug and the yellow tape detaches from the basement door frame and falls to the floor. I hold my breath and inhale deeply as I put my foot on the first step of the staircase. With baby girl at my side, I feel slightly better until she hesitates to go any further down the stairs. "Come on, girl," I coax her. "I need you." But the lab doesn't move. Instead, she sits on the first step. Swallowing hard, I take a moment to close my eyes and focus on my breathing. "You're fine. Just go down there, get the thing, then come back up." "Fine. You don't have to come with me, but stay right here and guard the stairs," I tell baby girl. "That room is soundproof. I'm going to leave the door open. If you hear anything unusual, bark really loud so I can hear you." Baby girl lies down, resting her head on her paws. Here goes nothing. I flip on as many lights as I can, but the basement is still darker than I'm comfortable with. As quickly as possible, I fluidly move down the stairs and stand just before the false wall. Pushing on the wall, something clicks, and the door slides open. I cover my mouth with my hands and gasp as I peer inside. The room has not been cleaned since my husband was murdered inside it. It still reeks of death.
Police told me that at one point before he died, Logan had been hit in the head with the base of a blunt object. Splatters of my husband's blood paint this room. I imagine the unknown man opening my cedar chest and taking out the World's Best Mom trophy, a gag gift I won in a mom's group years ago for demonstrating successful strategies to calm a crying baby, and beating my husband over the head with it. The trophy wasn't a Golden Oscar award, but being a good mom means everything to me, so I kept it. As I look at the dried crimson stains scattered throughout the room, I wonder if I shouldn't have held on to it. Maybe then my kid's father would still be alive. Towards the back of the room, I see my cedar chest, lid propped open. The unknown man must have moved it in here, and that's why I never found it. Woof, woof. I look over my shoulder toward the staircase when I hear baby girl. Shivers crawl down my spine. The stench of death is messing with my head. I need to get what I came for and get the hell out of this basement. I rush toward the open cedar chest and glance inside. To anyone else, the chest appears empty. Wedging my fingers in between the side of the box and the wooden bottom, I tug, and the false floor pops up. I lift the floorboard out and look down. There it is, sitting right where I left it. A small, black drawstring bag. I pick it up and peer inside. Relief washes over me, and I instantly feel like crying. It's all here. I carefully remove each file and quietly read over the labels as I remember why I put this here in the first place. Decamethonium with the pegylated tail, a slow-release neuromuscular blocking agent. Succinylcholine backbone, an anesthetic paralyzing agent. Dimethyl sulfoxide, a compound carrier with neurological side effects. Liposomal nanoparticle, a slow-release injectable to make drugs last longer. The last thing I remove from the bag is a used syringe with microscopic specks of blood on its point. I sigh and wipe the beads of sweat forming on my hairline. I can't believe it's all here. Untouched. Undisturbed. All the chemicals and components to create the compound, neuromaxilin, otherwise known as NRX-64, the compound that was all over the news when I was in high school, the compound that I studied closely, just so I could steal the vials of chemicals needed to copy it from the school's science lab, and ultimately inject it into my mom after she fell into a deep sleep in her car one night. Life with Mom was hell. I was desperate to break away. I knew there was life outside of random men who groped me after they did whatever they wanted to do to my mom. I knew there had to be a better way for me to make an honest living, rather than just relying on men to pay my way. Mom knew I was smart, but when I told her I wanted to pursue science in college, she freaked out, forbidding me from ever going into the field. And that was the last straw for me. I was growing up, trying to move on, but she wouldn't let me. So I made her let me go. I freaked out after I did it. I ran to Holly's house down the street from where Mom's car was parked, banged on her bedroom window, and confessed to my best friend everything I had done. I was just a kid. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if I should try to hide the body or call the police. Like so many times in my life, Holly was right there to help. She may come off as ditzy to some, but she knows how to stay calm in an emergency. Holly told me the first thing I needed to do was hide the evidence. I didn't have a home or a backyard to hide it in. I couldn't throw it in a public trash can, and I also didn't have the means to travel a far distance to get rid of it. Holly was grounded at the time and wasn't allowed out of the house to help me. It was up to me. So I hid the evidence in the only secret place I had available, in the cedar chest that Mom kept in the trunk of our car that, at that time, only held our clothes and a few other worldly possessions. I was digging inside it for clean clothes one day when my hand accidentally pushed too hard on the bottom of the chest and shifted its floor. I panicked, thinking Mom would get mad that I broke it. But I calmed quickly when I realized it wasn't broken. It was an empty, secret compartment that Mom didn't know about. I put the floor back in place and closed it up. It felt good to know that if I ever had a secret, I had a safe place to keep it. Turns out, I did have a secret. The small black bag of vials and the syringe used on my mom have been inside the chest ever since. I could have ditched the evidence along the way, but in the same way I later kept the world's best mom trophy, I felt like I had to keep the evidence because it meant too much to me to let go. However, I would have gotten rid of it if I knew then what I know now. I never suspected the same compound would be used to kill my husband years later. It's funny how life always seems to come full circle. Now I can never get rid of the vials. I put the vials and syringe back into the bag and slipped the bag into my back pocket. I hurry out of the basement as fast as I can, expecting to see baby girl waiting for me when I reach the top of the basement staircase. Only, baby girl isn't where I left her. Baby girl? I call for her when I step into the house from the basement. I close the basement door behind me and turn the key to lock it. Baby girl, I say loudly again, but she doesn't come running. I'm about to start searching the house, but I freeze when I see the front door sitting wide open. Fear shoots through my veins. Someone's here? How? They caught him. The unknown man is in custody, isn't he? Suddenly, my focus shifts to baby girl's barking in the distance. She's gone outside. Slight relief washes over me. She must have been scratching at the door and somehow got it open. That's the only explanation. I peer outside from the front door, and sure as anything, there she is. She's standing in the clearing just before the forest, with locked eyes on something behind the wall of trees, beyond what I can see. This isn't the first time she's chased squirrels out there. Here, girl, I call out. Come on back in the house, please. I march down the porch steps and in her direction. It's not until I'm a little closer that I see the hair standing up on the back of her neck as she lowers her head and growls. Since the moment we brought her home, she's been such a fun-loving puppy. I've never seen her like this. The sight makes me stop in my tracks, not wanting to get any closer. Baby girl doesn't even glance in my direction. She's dead locked on whatever she sees in the forest. I don't know what she sees behind those trees, but I'm not sticking around to find out. I call out to her one last time. Here, girl, come here. That does it. Like a switch has been flipped, she turns to me as if this is the first time she's heard me call for her. She darts in my direction, passing right by me. When she gets a few paces ahead of me, she looks back and waits for me to catch up. She's checking to make sure I'm right there behind her and safe. From what, though? I pick up the pace as I make my way back to the house. My mind is playing tricks on me, and right now I want to be as far away from that forest as possible. Just relax, I remind myself. Breathe. Over the next 2 days, I hardly get any sleep. I'm emotionally drained, living off caffeine, adrenaline, and confusion. No matter how hard I try to occupy my mind and keep my hands busy sorting and packing, there are some things that still just don't make any sense to me. How is it that after 3 weeks, the identity of the man arrested for Logan's murder is still a mystery?
I heard from the police that the unknown man has continued to claim he is Philip Spencer. Police even called in Officer Jacob Spencer, the real Phil's son, to confirm that the detained man was, in fact, not his father. Everyone knows it wasn't the real Philip Spencer who murdered my husband. The unknown man has been lying about who he is, yet he continuously sticks to his story. He had no identifying papers and no records in the system when the police tried to reveal his true identity. Every day, he refuses to give any saliva samples for DNA testing. I'm starting to wonder if we will ever find out who he is and how he's linked to my family. But that's not all that's eating at me. I have lots more questions. Was the man telling the truth about my family's business? Did or does it exist? As a science professor, I believe there was a chemical lab within these walls. But what drug were they trying to create, and why? Was the lake house actually used to perform unethical experiments on unwilling human subjects? What tests were done? What were the outcomes? Smooth tests with positive results? Or did something go horribly wrong? What happened here? Then there's the mystery behind Uncle Riley. After uncovering more about Uncle Riley these past months, I felt like I had a pretty good idea of the type of person he was. A kind-hearted man who had a little fun with men half his age and volunteered to be a quasi-caretaker for an elderly man with schizophrenia. Have I gotten it all wrong? I'm having a hard time imagining the man I saw pouring his heart out in the video was actually some sort of deranged man who performed dangerous tests on unknowing human subjects in his lake house basement. Tomorrow is my last day in town. Part of me wants to forget about everything that happened here and speed toward West Virginia, never looking back. I need to move on so I can support my kids through a time when they need me the most. But I know myself too well. If I don't uncover the answers to all the burning questions I have inside, I'll never be able to move past this. And if I can't move past this, how can I ever be the strong mother I need to be for Alexis and Frankie? There's only one person who knows the truth behind everything, and as unsure as I am about him, I know what I have to do. When I wake up in the morning, before I leave this town and never look back, I'm going down to the prison to talk to the man who has changed my life forever. Chapter 59. Sarah. You can let it go and leave right now. You don't have to do this. I try to convince myself. Walk away, get in your car, and drive as far as you can from this nightmare. From this man who murdered your husband. I sit in the visitor holding area, anxiously bouncing my knee up and down, waiting for my name to be announced. Since the evidence was unmistakable and the man hadn't denied any of his actions, he was given a fast pass straight to prison last week. The police told me the man has refused to talk since the moment he got locked up, unless it's to me. Originally, I shut down the idea. I will never talk to that man, I said sternly to the police officer when the suggestion of talking to him was first introduced. Why would I ever want to look that man in the face? How could I? Though the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I need to know. I wasn't sure I'd actually be able to get in to see him today. I've never visited a prison before, and I don't know how these things work. But when I told them my name at the visitor processing area, they knew who I was and let me in without having to apply or schedule an appointment. Apparently, Officer Jacob Spencer made the arrangement for the visitation just in case I changed my mind. Perhaps Jacob Spencer is trying to make up for how terrible he was to his dad. Or maybe he wants to know more about the man who killed his father. And the only way to get through to this murderer is through me.
Regardless, I'm here now, and I'm not leaving until visiting hours are over. Sarah Harrelson? I look up when she calls my name and she motions for me to follow her down the hall. Treading softly behind her, my heart races as we walk through several locked doors, metal detectors, and I'm given a pat-down. As my fingerprints are taken, the rules are explained. You will sit behind the glass and wait. Your person will be brought in, and they will sit in front of you. You will pick up the phone receiver to communicate. All conversations will be monitored. If anything suspicious is detected, the conversation will be terminated immediately, and you will be subject to police interrogation. Visits will be exactly 30 minutes, and you are required to check out when you're finished. Do you understand? Her tone is serious and intimidating. I nod rapidly. Yes, ma'am, I correct myself. Next thing I know, I'm sitting behind a thick layer of glass, waiting for him. A man in a bright orange jumpsuit is marched into the room, donning chains over his wrists and ankles. An officer shoves the man into the seat across from me, then retreats to the doorway. For the first time in 3 weeks, I stare through the glass into the eyes of the murderer whom I once invited into my home. The killer I prepared tea for. The heartless son of a bitch who killed an ill, elderly man and took a father from his kids. Locked in a piercing glare, I watch a smirk slowly spread across his lips, and the look sends chills scattering throughout my body. Don't show fear. Don't let him know how you're feeling. After the initial shock of seeing him as someone other than Phil, I reach for the phone and slowly bring the receiver to my ear. He picks up the phone on his side of the glass.
I've been waiting for you, Sarah.
Bile builds up in my throat, but I force it back down.
Who are you?
I say through gritted teeth as my legs shake beneath the table. He chuckles under his breath.
No. That's not how this is going to work.
He moves his index finger side to side.
I'm going to do the talking.
I'll walk out of here right now if you don't tell me, I threaten.
No, you won't,
he replies calmly.
I can see the questions written all over your face, and you know I'm the only person who has the answers you're looking for.
His smirk curls deeper at the corners of his lips.
So first, you're going to hear what I have to say.
My body tenses and my grip on the phone grows tighter. He continues.
Now, let's see. Where were we before you called the cops on me?
His tone comes out sharp enough to cut me, and I know it was intentional.
Oh yes, I remember. I was telling you how Riley Kent fucked up in his family's business.
His tone is full of distaste for Riley.
And since you are a part of the Kent family, you are obliged to fix your uncle's mistake.
What mistake did he make? I whisper. What did Riley do to you?
Do to me? Ha! What didn't he do? Riley Kent was a fuck-up. He was given the opportunity to make the Kent family business grow into something grand, but he squandered the chance. He had the money, the house, the lab in the basement. He could have moved mountains, but instead, he ruined everything. Riley halted production, stopped the experiments, and closed the lab.
Wait, what? I scrunch my brows. You wanted the experimenting to continue?
Of course I did.
He snaps.
Who do you think the Kent family was in business with? Who did you think all this testing was for?
He gestures toward himself.
Every Kent is indebted to me, and you are no exception. Changing your last name from Kent to Harrelson didn't take you away from your responsibilities. You are a Kent at heart. Therefore, you owe me.
His shrill tone pierces my heart through the phone. 10 minutes?
The guard shouts in the background. The man leans closer to the glass and lowers his tone when he looks me in the eyes and speaks.
In the basement of the lake house, there is a second hidden room. The room contains everything Riley was supposed to be working on. A drug so powerful, one prick on the fingertip could either cure all your illnesses or kill you. Sure, we might have lost a lot of test subjects along the way, but that's because Riley never came close to having a brain as brilliant as yours. You will finish the testing. You will perfect the drug. Then you will bring it to me.
I can't imagine how my family ever got involved with someone like him. Drugs are powerful. They're created and then controlled for a reason. I can't imagine any significant reason why this unknown man would need to get his hands on something so strong. Why would you need a powerful drug like that? I swallow the lump in my throat. What's its significance to you?
That's none of your concern,
he snaps.
All you need to know is that time is running out. If I don't get my hands on that drug soon.
Then what? I say with a sudden surge of confidence as I straighten my posture. What happens if you don't get this drug? I add. What happens if I don't do what you're asking me to do? What then? You're going to be in here for life. What could you possibly do about it if I choose not to do this? I don't even know your name. I don't owe you anything. I've pinned him in a corner. How could he argue? But he laughs in my face. His laugh is devious, almost manic.
Sarah.
He shakes his head.
Do you honestly think I've been doing all this alone?
Lightning shoots through my veins. He has my attention. His ominous chuckles continue.
Come on, you're smarter than that.
He leans closer to the glass and aggressively pokes his temple with 2 fingers.
Use that big brain of yours. How else would I know about what you hid in the false bottom of your cedar chest?
No, he couldn't know about that.
How else would I know about you saying goodbye to your kids at the airport, huh? How else would I know that you and that damn dog of yours have been staying at the house alone for the past 2 days while you pack up things to move back to West Virginia?
He's been behind bars. There's no way he could have known any of that. Someone else is watching.
You will do this for me, Sarah.
He nods confidently.
Because if you don't, you will spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, not knowing who you can trust. And if you let your guard down for 1 second, your life as you know it will change forever. And so will your kids' lives.
My kids? He's threatening my kids? I don't even know who you are. I fire back. Water builds behind my eyes. Time's up, the guard shouts. No, I gasp, panicking that none of my questions have been answered. Who are you? I shout into the receiver. Who do you have watching me? Who is at the house? My eyes dart to the guard, then back at the man in the orange suit in front of me. He pulls his lips inward and shakes his head back and forth, as if he has no choice other than to follow the rules. No, don't hang up. Tell me who you are. He slowly moves the phone from his ear and shrugs, so as if to say his hands are tied. Then he hangs up. The guard roughly grips his shoulders and stands him up. As he is forced toward the door, he keeps his eyes locked on mine. He gives me one last look over his shoulder, and then he's gone. Epilogue. 6 months later, Sarah. Running my hand along the countertop, I smile as I look around at the empty kitchen. The house itself is moderately sized, still bigger than any home I would have ever imagined being able to afford in my lifetime. Between the payout from Logan's life insurance and my new full-time teaching position at the local university, I've never felt more positive about purchasing this new home for my family. A 4-bedroom, 3-bath home in West Virginia, just down the street from Holly's new condo. The kids instantly fell in love with the huge backyard. But the selling point for me was this kitchen. A large island, walk-in pantry, quartz countertops, custom cabinets, matching stainless steel appliances, recessed lighting, large windows overlooking the backyard, and a gas stove. It's stunning. There are no other words to describe it.
Where do you want it?
A deep voice catches my attention when he enters the space, and I turn toward him. 2 men stand in the open space with my new couch in hand. Right over there, please, I say, motioning toward the living room and the open concept layout. I hold my breath as I watch them bring in all the pieces and assemble our new overly fluffy couch for our family room. We're really doing it. My family is actually taking strides toward a better life. I had nightmares for several weeks after it all went down, and I continue to ask myself every day, did I make the right choice when I decided to ignore the unknown man's demands? I'm always looking over my shoulder, but it's been 6 months now, and nothing has happened. I keep my fingers crossed and hope everything the man said were simply empty threats. Since Logan passed, somehow life feels easier without him. I feel guilty for even having thoughts like this, but I'd be lying to myself if I didn't say it crosses my mind all the time. Every time I come across anything that reminds me of Logan, it feels like someone is using a knife to reopen a wound inside me. So before we bought this house or any of this new furniture, the kids and I had a long discussion about how our new life, without Dad, would look. I needed to talk about how our family would heal from this tragedy. Other than some of his things I took from the lake house, I don't have many tangible items of Logan's to hand down to the kids. I told them we would keep Dad's memory alive by talking about him every day and remembering all the good times we had together before he passed. And they seemed to be okay with that. Not one piece of our furniture or anything else being moved into this new house has any connection to Logan, and I'm happy about that. My family will be able to move on. I will be able to move on. Hey, hey! Holly squeals when she, the kids, and baby girl come bolting into the kitchen. We were walking down from my condo and just saw the moving van leave. She bites her bottom lip and raises her brows. Does that mean it's done? Everything is here and you're officially moved in? She holds her breath. Well, we still have a lot of boxes to go through and things to put away, but yes. I let out a sigh of relief. The kids and I are officially your neighbors. Eek! Holly jumps up and down, screaming excitedly, and the kids join her.
Mom, Aunt Holly said she's going to order us pizza for dinner to celebrate moving day,
Frankie says, clutching his fists in the air. Really? I beam. That sounds great. I glance at Holly, who looks like she has something on her mind. Kids, why don't you two go to your rooms and start unpacking? We'll order the pizza and call you down when it arrives.
Deal.
Alexis chimes in, and the two of them and baby girl dart upstairs. After the kids leave the room, silence falls between me and Holly. She stares at me with an uneasy expression on her face. Just say it, I blurt. Say what? She feigns innocence. Say whatever it is that's going through that busy mind of yours. She takes a deep breath. Okay. I just wanted to check in on you to see how you're holding up. It hasn't been that long since, well, you know, and yet so much has changed. She's not wrong about that. Now that you're settling in here, I just want to make sure you're doing okay. So, are you? I tilt my head to the side and stare back at her. No, I reply. No? She raises a brow. You're not okay? I shake my head. No, meaning, I don't think that's what you wanted to say right now. I know you too well, Hall. You're holding on to something else. You didn't just want to check in on me. Say what's on your mind. Fine, she says, tossing her hands up and slapping them down at her side. You win. I have had something on my mind for a while, but it's not my place to say anything. I chuckle. Say it already. Fine. I think your decision to keep the lake house in Tahoe is a terrible idea, she blurts, and it catches me off guard. I thought she was going to tell me how she dislikes the color of the kitchen or something. But this? I never suspected this. She continues, I just think you would be better off selling the property, taking the cash, and completely moving on. She holds her hands up to surrender. Don't hate me. You prodded me to say it. You're obviously wrong, I say playfully, and we share a tension-breaking laugh. But of course, I don't hate you. I shake my head slowly from side to side. I know. She gives me a sympathetic look. You have your reasons for keeping the place, and you've said your decision not to sell the Tahoe house will never change. But I'm glad you don't hate me. Was I wrong not to sell the Tahoe house? She continues. I've gotten it off my chest. She grins. That's all I needed to do. She picks up her phone. However, I'd better order that pizza before your kids hate me too. She dials a number and begins placing the order, but her words remain fresh in my mind. I never went back to the Tahoe house after visiting the man in prison that day. I wanted to sell that house and rid myself of anything that had to do with those memories. But every time I picked up the phone to call a realtor, I heard the unknown man's words in my mind.
Do you honestly think I've been doing all this alone? You will do this for me, Sarah. Because if you don't, you will spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, not knowing who you can trust.
The cops told me they had a close eye on him and would do everything they could to keep me and my family safe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I sold the home, he would send someone to find me and my kids. I didn't know what to do. There was a brief moment when I thought about finding the secret room and doing what the man asked of me to fulfill the Kent debt and save my family. But would we ever really be safe? How could I trust a murderer who had never even revealed who he was to me? The more I thought about it, the more it became clear that I can never sell the house. Terrible things that happened within those walls. The experiments gone wrong, the bloodshed, death. Even if the house was destroyed and rebuilt, I can't imagine letting any family start a new life on those grounds. They're tainted. My inner voice will never allow me to sell the lake house for the money. I might have physically abandoned the place, but I kept it to keep my conscience clear. Done. Pizza will be here in 30 minutes, Holly says when she ends the call. I forgot I promised Alexis she could paint my nails. 30 minutes is the perfect amount of time for a manicure from a 10-year-old, wouldn't you say? She chuckles. I'll come back downstairs with the kids when the pizza gets here. I smile and nod as she makes her way upstairs. I'm so lucky to have Holly. I fill my new bright blue tea kettle and put it on the lit gas stove. Just as the stainless steel touches the burner, there's a knock on the front door. I glance at the clock. It's only been 10 minutes since Holly placed the order. There's no way the pizza could be here yet, could it? I crack open the door and peer out. When I see a man holding something in his hands, I swing the door open all the way. "Did they forget something on the truck?" I ask with a smile. Confusion washes over the man's face.
Are you Sarah Harrelson?"
"Yes?" I hesitate, looking past the man, expecting to see the moving truck, but instead seeing a mail delivery truck.
"This is for you, ma'am,"
he says, holding up a small manila envelope.
"But you'll need to sign for it."
"Oh, right. How embarrassing." I shake off the mistake and jot down a digital signature on his electronic device. "There you go. Have a nice day." I shut the door and don't glance down at the envelope until I reach the kitchen. Multiple red stamps across the top catch my eye. Address changed. Forward to new address. My eyes draw toward the center of the envelope, and I see that this was originally addressed to Whisper Pines Loop, Tahoe, California. A delay caused the package to take a while to make its way to me. But when I see who it's from, I gasp. "Find your ancestry," I whisper to myself as I read the name aloud. It's been so long, I completely forgot that I sent in the unknown man's saliva sample. I had other intentions when I initially stole the sample, thinking I'd figure out if Philip Spencer had other family out there somewhere. But knowing now that the saliva sample was never from the real Phil, the results inside this envelope could tell me who this man is and any other people he's connected to. Wasting no time, I rip open the envelope and read the results. "Dear Brian K.," I read aloud to myself. Brian K. Okay, so far so good. I know now that the man's name is Brian K. I keep reading. "Thank you for submitting your DNA sample for analysis. We are pleased to inform you that your results have been processed and that we have successfully found shared genetic material between you and another person in our database. Our results indicate that you share approximately 50% of your DNA with Riley Kent, 50% of your DNA with Teresa Kent, and 25% of your DNA with Sarah Kent." My ears ring and my stomach flips when I see my maiden name on the paper in front of me. No, how could this be? Shared DNA with Riley, my mom, and me? My breathing quickens and my vision narrows. I feel lightheaded and drop to my knees, attempting to catch my breath and process what this means. At 50% shared DNA to Riley and my mom, Brian is most likely their father, which means at 25% shared DNA, I connect the dots. Brian K., a.k.a. Brian Kent, is my grandfather. Look for Book 2, Who's There, to see how the plot thickens.
This has been Knock Knock, written by Samara Cove, read by Ben Houck